for joining us. We're going to call this study session to order at 10:12 a.m. on June 11th, 2025, our governing board study session. Moving on to number 2, opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence and 2.2 pledge of allegiance. Please join us. And let's see, Clerk Toby, are you okay to lead us this morning? Okay. Thank you. Moving on now to number 3 study items, 3.1 strategic planning framework. Dr. Summers.
Good morning, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet, and so many distinguished guests and leaders from across our system. We are just delighted that you all are here with us this morning. So today's study session marks the beginning of what we're referring to as phase 1 in shaping our updated strategic plan framework, a framework that reflects where we've been. By the way, there we go. Where we are and where we're going together as a district. What we build today will shape not just a document, but a shared direction for our students, staff, and community. Our goal today is to anchor our discussion and the process for gathering governing board input in the evolution of our strategic direction. We'll connect and explore how we're moving from historic perspectives into next steps, actionable priorities, as we lean in and lead toward measurable goals and a clear sense of shared ownership. This will be an organic, living, and breathing experience and exercise, and I stress exercise, because by the end of it all, I cannot guarantee that we won't feel a little bit exhausted, and at the same time, energized and excited about the work ahead. So by the end of our time together today, we aim to accomplish a few key things. We're going to ground and reconnect our work in Peoria Unified's legacy strategic perspectives. We're going to introduce a proposed strategic priority. We'll begin the exploration and the development of our draft outcomes, measures that matter, and key performance indicators, also known as KPIs. And we will connect today's session across multiple organizational domains. And just a quick note, there's been a lot of background and a lot of effort, as you will see, going into all of our presentations today. So a big thank you to our district leadership, as well as all of our leaders for being here as we work through these next steps of the process. And then again, board, we are not just inviting, we are encouraging your input to help refine and shape our direction and set a course for the next phase of the strategic planning and doing part of our process. And that brings us to our 2-phase approach. So again, what we are launching today is about setting our direction, defining and redefining our priorities, identifying some early outcome goals and KPIs, and refining our plan based on feedback as we begin to prepare ourselves for implementation at the outset of the 2025-2026 school year. Phase 2 will begin with earnest in August and focus on deliberate and aligned actions as we work closely with our broader community, facilitate site-level and department-level strategy development and implementation, actively monitor early indicators, and develop detailed action steps and performance tracking. All of that, I will remind you, is going to be an ongoing effort as we work toward the ultimate development of a longer range 2026 to 2030 strategic plan that we will be actively updating not just our board, but our community on as we take all of those next steps. So detailing that out just a little bit further, our specific strategic planning timeline in this phase 1 process will begin today as part of our governing board study session and strategic planning retreat. Again, just reiterating the focus around drafting strategic priorities, exploring outcomes, measures that matter, and KPIs, and gathering feedback. And then if for a moment we can think about what happens between now and about 30 days from now as we work toward a focus point of July 9th in terms of board adoption. Now with that said, there is just a small caveat, which is we recognize that's a lot of work that has to happen over the summertime, and we are also trying to balance a little bit of time for us to be able to breathe and prepare for an exciting new school year. So this is subject to some additional feedback and revision, but just making the distinction that the focus over the next 30 to 60 days is really setting the stage for how we will launch and begin all of this work in August of 2025. So where have we been? This is a slide that I think we have referenced many a time over the last several years, and these are 4 strategic perspectives that have served us well: student success, safety and well-being, stewardship of resources, and community connections. They have guided our decisions and priorities, and moving forward, we're going to continue to evolve them into a more focused and measurable strategic framework. So where we're going are strategic priorities coupled with measures that matter and draft KPIs. So as we work on what those will be today, you will see in each presentation a draft or an initial proposal for what those priorities will look like, measures that matter, and then the draft KPIs. So a small example, and this is intended really to just be a very small sample because we are going to deep dive this as I prepare for the transition here to our first strategic priority and focus of the day around learning and teaching and student success. So another way to think about that is the priority is what do we want to achieve? And there may be other variations, sub-priorities or sub-outcomes, if you will, under student success. So a measure that matter is essentially how we are going to track that progress. So for example, in this particular case, we're looking at 3rd grade reading proficiency. And the key performance indicator that you can expect around that is pretty straightforward. Just the percentage of 3rd grade students, in this case, scoring proficient on the suggested measure right now would be AASA ELA assessment. That is one of other measures that we may also be looking at very closely as that work unfolds. So just readying you for a cadence that you will see as we continue to bridge this. And how all this connects, everything we discussed today, from our instructional, learning, and teaching priorities to operational planning and to family and community engagement, ties back to all these strategic priorities. So I will just reiterate, this is not just a framework for leadership, it's really a tool for coherence across the entire district. And very excited about how we're shaping that together to guide our schools, support our educators and our staff, and center on what matters most, which is the success of each and every one of our students, as well as building and securing community trust. I'm going to go one step further on this. I don't believe that a plan is just a plan. I'm going to actually suggest that the plan is really our promise. What is the commitment and the guarantee that we can not only state on paper, but make sure that we are taking actions, again, grounded in purpose, guided by vision, and united by what we value most. And so with that, we are ready to dive in. And President Ricks, I'll turn it back to you. I don't know how many questions you may have for me right now, but as I mentioned, we'll be ready to dive in here very shortly with our first presentation from Dr. Hernandez.
Awesome. Well, I think questions are always good, in the classroom. So I will go first to our board member, Melissa Ewing. Do you have any questions?
So I think a lot of these will be answered throughout, but some of the things I'm looking for in our strategic plan is I'm looking for those measurable outcomes, like you suggested, and making sure that we have a timeline attached to that as well, and that making sure that across all of our resources and opportunities and programs that it's available to all of our students. I'm looking for the resource allocation, making sure that all of our resources are aligned directly, which I love. That's what I was seeing all throughout the presentations, that our resources are aligned to the student success and all of our main priorities. And then I'll be looking for today, how how is that accountability and progress, challenges, key decisions coming back to the board on a regular enough basis so that we can help you pivot to be able to meet those goals, or provide you the necessary resources in order to be successful. So those are some of the things I'm looking for today, and better defining what does success look like, and how will we know when it's achieved. So those are kind of the things I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Profit.
I'm just going to keep it brief because I know any questions I have will be answered. What I'm really looking for, and we have many conversations around this, our strategic plan was so all-encompassing, which it needs to be. I'm looking forward to seeing a more palatable version for our community and even for our students, so that there is more of a shared vision. Because I think us at district, we fully understand the strategic plan, but I think the messaging and building that bridge to parents and students can be a challenge. And so very excited that we are streamlining this, and how incredible that everyone's here. This is a pretty awesome room right now. So excited to see the presentations today.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a few questions. In line with Ms. Ewing, the measurable outcomes and realistic timelines, that's what she's already said. And in addition to that, a plan in place if we do not meet those goals. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Aside from what the other board members have said, I would just say, Dr. Summers, that communicating this plan, not just at our level, at administrator level, but throughout the district, maybe just something as simple, I mean, keeping it simple, right? To have a single sentence, you're saying that the plan is the promise. Maybe, you know, coming up with a 1 or 2 sentence legit promise that everybody will be able to memorize, and it make it easy, so that way your intent and the board's intent is communicated very simply and everybody can understand.
Thank you.
Yeah, I pretty much measurable goals, and I do like the idea, Ms. Bowles, of your, what's the plan in place and to support those students that if that doesn't occur, what are we going to do to make sure that it continues through? I'm definitely looking at your strategic plan with feedback surveys, because if we're looking at measuring those goals, I know that the surveys that we've done over the years, I've kind of talked to you about this, of, you know, I think one of the questions on the survey for parents was, you know, do you like how your school looks? And so I really want to tie more into the parents are really needing that support at home with helping their student with what they're learning throughout the day. What are they seeing that their child is struggling in at home, and seeing if there is something that they can do at home. So I think just looking at, when we're talking about measurable goals, I think we also need to look at our surveys to get feedback more in depth of what our families are needing, and then also for our school staff, teachers, really digging into how that's going to be addressed and making sure that they have a voice at the table. So, but yeah, I'll dive probably more into it. I would love to see strategic plan also with professional development, really looking into, because I know a lot of the school tours that we went on, there was more of wanting on-site based professional development on those Wednesdays versus going to a district, really having that collaboration as a team at that school. So I would love to see that in our strategic plan as well. But that's all that I have.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions or comments. We will move now on to 3.2, Learning and Teaching and Student Success. Dr. Hernandez.
All right, Terry, I'm going to turn on the lapel mic. This will just test and make sure we're good here. And board members, you know that that's the signal, right? Class is in session. So good morning, Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, cabinet guests, principals, leaders. So glad to have you all here. Board members, you're going to be toggling between a lot of different pieces today, a very simulated classroom environment. We're going to talk about Canvas. You're going to get a feel for what it's like to see from the teacher's perspective, but you're also the student today. So we're going to toggle back and forth between what it looks like to be paperless, not paperless, from that digital perspective versus also working with paper. So the first piece of paper I'd like you to show the audience is your name tag. So if you could just hold that up. Yep, just want everyone to know this is a very authentic learning environment. So thank you for the opportunity to come together today as we put the final bow on 2024-25. And while we look at the frame of our work together for 25-26, we have a lot of ground to cover today. But before we jump in, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our school leaders who have joined us today. This is a group of incredible leaders. Many of them, who either it feels like or it's true, are running small cities out there. So and some of them have drivers in their cities. So there's a lot to be said for supervising and overseeing that. But these are individuals who show up and they do the hard work, which is the right work. They are leaders who are also learners, which is why they are here with us today. Their work is always compassionate and it encompasses all of the things that embody what it means to serve the community, our families, and most importantly, our children, who show up every day as our students. So join me in thanking them for their service and all they do to make all the things come together. One more round of applause for our school leaders. And with that, it is time to get to work because just like our school and district teams, you board members are also leaders who are learners. So to anchor in our work today, we're going to begin with an instructional strategy that utilizes the flipped classroom model. 5 days ago, I provided the governing board with 3 resources to choose from. These resources are aligned with 3 different ways you can be a learner. So one of those resources was learning about assessment and achievement with an infographic. One was somewhat of a podcast. So if you're an auditory learner, you may have chosen this one to deepen your learning. And one was something you could read. So if your natural way of being a great learner is reading, we gave you that option as well. So those 3 options are designed to meet your needs as a learner. The flipped model is really about coming to class with the content knowledge already beginning to be built. So when you get here, we can move right into active learning. So we're going to jump right into our first activity because we don't want your tailbones getting numb today. I won't let that happen on my watch, I promise. So here we go with your preferred learning style. So you have in front of you one quick piece. You have what's called the placemat. This is another instructional tool that helps our learners capture their thoughts, know where we are in the pacing and the guide and where we're going. So board members, I need you to find the area that says flipped response. It's toward the top in the middle. And I'm going to count to 60 in my head. And in those 60 seconds, I need you to jot down your thoughts from the item you selected to review, whether it was the infographic, the audio, or the visual. 60 seconds to capture your thought. And as you know, I was a language arts teacher, so my math isn't strong, so I'm already on like 5. So our team members who are going to help with this next exercise, I'll ask you to move to your areas. It's okay, you can stand up. All right, board members, start wrapping up. Make sure you've got some good punctuation in there, maybe a comma or 2, period at the end. Or if you're super excited, you drop an exclamation point there. A lot of those today. All right, so here's what our activity is going to look like. You're going to actually get up out of your seats, and you're going to go to the area. And Dale, remind me which one you have? Which piece, though? Written. So if you chose, and not yet, I'm going to give the signal to go. If you chose the written piece, you're going to go with Dale and Rochelle. Wave. I love how they match today. That's awesome. Back here, Aaron and Landa, which one did you have? We have the assessment type video. So if you watch the video and listen to the content, you're going to get up and you're going to head back to that group back there, which leaves us with the visual. If you chose the infographic, you're going to head this way. And principals, if you're in the audience and you participated in this activity like I asked you to, then I'm going to have you go to an area as well. And board members, if we have any of you who've had a week like maybe I've had and you just didn't have a chance to get engaged, I have something special for you, because this is very typical of a normal classroom. 30 out of 30 coming in, having done the homework, doesn't always happen. So if that's you, you are welcome to stay in your seat because I have some supports for you. I'm going to count down from 3, and we're going to go and we're going to move. 3, 2, 1, go. It's the picture. Yep.
So which one is visual and audio? Same? Well, visual's there, audio.
Did you listen to it?
No, I know.
All right, so while you're in your groups, your leaders are going to facilitate collecting what are the key. Remember, I was a 7th grade teacher, and I will use my 7th grade teacher voice if I have to. That's right. So you're going to use the group time together to identify what were your key takeaways. And board members, this is where I'm going to cue you a little bit. On your placemat, you had 60 seconds to jot down your thoughts. That's how you make sure you're ready to go and have something to share. And then you're going to talk about your I wonders, which are questions you may have about what you read, saw, or heard. And then each group needs to walk away with a 6-word summary, and you have a total of 7 minutes to take care of business. And go. Okay, friends, you should be heading into writing that 6-word summary statement. You should be heading into writing your 6-word summary statement. You have 45 seconds. All right, class, I should see words up on the paper, 6 of them in order. Find the gifted learner in your group and get them to work. 6-word summary statement. That's right, I like the way this group over here is making Ms. Burns work hard. I like that. Is this group over here making Aaron work hard? Just checking. All right, so we've got some winners. You guys are ready? All right, would you like your group to sit down, or would you like them to stay around you when you read the 6-word summary? Would you like them to sit down, or do you want them to stay next to you when you read the 6-word summary? Look at that. Huh? No one sits. We are coming into the last 10 seconds. This is fantastic learning energy. I'm hearing a little panic coming from this group over here. And some precision, I'm understanding. Absolute precision is good. Good. All right, I'm counting you down to 10 seconds, and then we're going to have each group read out their 6-word summary. We're at 10, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1. English teacher. Like by their poster? Yeah, this is the gifted group, so have them go first. This is the gifted group, so they're ready. Do them first. All right, choose someone to be your presenter. And it should probably be a board member, hint, hint. Choose your board member to be your reader, because they get to earn it today too. Read your 6-word sentence. I don't even think it needs to be a sentence. I think it could just be a statement. I like that. All right, so the next thing you're going to do before we read your statements, I've been informed you're going to stand in front of your poster so that it can be documented. So gather up, get close like you like each other. The Chief Communications Officer has given us direction that you are squished together. Squish is a technical term. Squish and smile. It's really specific. All right, is your board member reader ready? The board member does the reading. Nope. Those were the directions. We don't know. Today I'm the teacher, Mrs. Rooks. You will follow directions. So I'll compromise with you, though. You read it once, and then your whole group can read it together. It's about choice. Pick one. My way or my other way. All right, so our group over here is going to go first. So we're going to ask that you give President Rooks all of your attention as she reads their group's 6-word sentence. Now, they also would like to be able to read it as a whole group because to show that ownership. So Mrs. Rooks, loud and clear, use your teacher voice. Go.
Effective decision-making drives student achievement.
2 claps. Yeah, there you go. And we can do the official 2 claps and a woo if we need to bring that to every board meeting. All right, 2 claps and a woo. Woo! You'll get better, I promise. All right, group over here, board member reader.
Just the 6-word summary.
Yes, please.
3 types, all learners, high impact.
Ooh, I like the use of the punctuation there. Cool. There's your goal. It's perfect. All right, and our final group over here. Do you want 2 claps and a woo? Okay, but we're gonna need some energy. And I'm looking at this group over here because I know they got it. All right, 2 claps and a woo. Woo! There we go. All right.
I asked Ms. Bennett if she wanted to cheer or somersault, but she didn't.
Yeah, I'd have a really hard time explaining a workman's comp claim during a board meeting.
It would be in heels.
Tailored teaching meeting all learners' needs because we're all learners.
Was that 6?
No.
Mrs. Bowles, I will sit next to you if you need me to. All right, one more time with your 6 words.
Tailored teaching meeting all learners' needs.
Love it. 2 claps and a woo. All right, class, back to your seats. Team color.
The slides for how to get there don't match, just tell them we will hold them.
Okay. All right, board members, on your placemat, I'm going to ask you to find the learning target area. So we always start with our learning target, so it's really clear, and I'll give you a hint. This is what will be on your final exam. So if you look through the slides ahead of time, you know there's a final exam coming at the end of the day here. So what are we learning today? We're going to articulate the progress of student outcomes for the 24-25 school year through the lens of student learning, student achievement, and influencing factors. Why are we learning it? We know research tells us that if our students understand the why behind the learning will go much deeper and be much more easier to apply to the next step. So you can build a better understanding of our district's priorities, the measures that matter, and the key performance indicators. From here forward, I'm just going to call those KPIs. And how do you know you got it? So the success criteria. You know you've got it when you can speak accurately about where the district is academically performing and the associated strategies for improvement. And that's your hint. The final exam, that's how do you know you got it? So it's really an assessment of my instruction. So I really need you to do well. My boss is here. So here we go. So learning, teaching, and student success. These are the things that matter. And in previous years, we've had this session be just about the data. We'd rock through Math ELA, Math ELA, Math ELA, and we'd talk about the data. We'd see the changes, up, down, flat, or otherwise. But today's session is going to look a little bit different, as you've already seen. So we're going to talk about learning, which is the process by which individuals acquire knowledge, skills, attitudes, values through study, experience, or instruction. And you'll get to experience all 3 of those things today. The teaching purpose needs to be intentional. It's an act of facilitating the learning by guiding, instructing, and mentoring. So you'll see us transition into those roles. You'll see me doing these. You'll see me mentoring. You'll see me facilitating that learning, just as our teachers do in our classrooms. They rotate between those 3 roles to facilitate the teaching and the learning. And the student success is the achievement of the desired learning outcomes and the personal development by each of you in your journey to meeting our expectations through our learning target. So if you're ready for today, we've been through our learning target. So now let's become familiar with some key terms. And a lot of these are going to look real familiar to you, and some of them may be new. So at your tables, you've got the whiteboard. There's a whiteboard underneath. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. We've got a great demonstration over here. And in your supply basket, you're going to need a dry erase marker. In your folder, you've also got some materials as well. And so you've got a list of these key terms and their definitions in your folder. So on your whiteboard, just like we do in our classrooms, when you look at this list, I'd like you to pick the word that you feel the most confident that you know the most about, write it on that whiteboard, and you're going to hold it up. Which of these words do you feel most confident in? Like you could teach someone else about what that word means. All right, in my head, I'm counting down from 5, and when I get to 0, then you're going to hold up your whiteboard. And as your teacher, I'm going to see where our confidence is, which words we know. Mrs. Proudfit, we have talked about you talking when I'm talking. Mrs. Proudfit, you're disturbing Mrs. Ewing.
Point of order. Mrs. Proudfit, you need to control yourself.
Dr. Summers, if they can't get it together, you're going to go sit between them. All right, on 3, you're going to hold up your whiteboard. 3, 2, 1. All right, great. Accountability. Oh, good, accountability. I like that. Those are good. We've got growth over here, coming down the middle. Accountability, fantastic. Those are the foundations of the learning. All right, so go ahead and erase your whiteboard. Should have some erasers there. Please don't use your lick and stick and peel or anything like that. Or your clothes. I want your parents calling me upset because you got a marker all over your clothes, or your wives or your husbands. Now, which of these words are you most unfamiliar with? Which of these words are you most unfamiliar with? All right, we're going to count it down from 3 to 0, and on 0, you're going to show me your whiteboard. 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, so fortunately, we're going to be talking about ATSI and CSI. Those are the state accountability measures that come from the federal government. We have a handful of schools that are still labeled as ATSI and TSI. We're also going to be talking about English language learners and our students with disabilities from a subgroup data perspective on how are we doing in supporting those learners. So you are right on track with our content from today. So we'll look forward to learning that piece together. All right, I'm going to pick up where Dr. Summers left off on our frame for today. So in alignment with building our new strategic plan, that framework, as Dr. Summers mentioned, you're going to see throughout our presentation draft KPIs. Each section of today's learning and teaching information will include background information, so getting you supported, building your background information about the what. You'll see a data profile. What data do we have that informs what it is we see and what informs that action that we'll take in response to the data? And then the measure that matters. So what tools do we have that will measure either as a progress monitoring throughout the school year or at the end of the school year when we check on how we did on that KPI. And then we'll wrap it out with reviewing that KPI one more time. And again, those are draft KPIs, just our initial thinking to get some feedback from you. So today we're going to cover quite a bit. We're going to start with our English language learner program, which is good because those are some of the words that we want to be able to have some deeper understanding on. Then we're going to move into some information about professional development. And then we're going to go to science, math, and ELA. And I'm going to steal an example here that one of the team came up with, is that we don't have the time to go super deep, even though we could spend 8 to 10 hours on every single one of those. So for most of them, we're going to stay at the surface. So think of yourself as snorkeling. We're going to stay at the surface on all of them, except for we're going to push that snorkel as far as we can go on ELs. But for ELA, we're going to put on scuba gear because we are going to go the distance and go deep on the strategies that we're looking at for improving where we are with ELA. So if we get into, I know you're going to have some questions and whatnot, but just expect that I may say, oh, the snorkel's kind of getting close to the surface there. We want to protect your oxygen. So then we may need to take some of those into another session another time. Just want to give you that heads up. All right, so now a little bit of orientation here. So we're going to get you set up to be successful. You've got your placemat. You're going to use your placemat throughout the day. I'm not going to cue you anymore on looking at it, so you're going to want to have it right there. There's boxes for each of the sessions where you're going to be able to capture those key takeaways and keep an eye on the what does success look like from our learning target, because start formulating your thoughts about how you're going to respond to your final exam. You've got a basket of supplies there. We've geared you up with sticky notes, pencils, pens, erasers, dry erase markers. We've got highlighters in there, all kinds of things. And then you've also got a pocket folder that looks like this. This has some key diagrams in it, some images that I wanted you to be able to have right in front of you so that you wouldn't need to worry about seeing the small print on there. So we'll be referring to some in there, but they are there and they are loaded in board docs. And then we're going to try to introduce you to a Canvas course. So again, that integration of technology. So as we're talking about integrated technology, I did just want to, in light of our coming discussion around wireless communication devices, offer you the opportunity to store your cell phone up here so you have the opportunity to not be distracted with your learning by your wireless technology. Just offering that if you'd like. Safe space, you can see it the whole time. You'd know if I go over and try to send text messages on your behalf, but if you'd like to, there is a safe space area over there. So with the Canvas piece, it's a little bit tricky with board member accounts. So I've asked Mr. O'Neill to help us get through to see if we can get some of you connected, because we've laid out your Canvas course to mirror what we're going to do. So you'll have access to your digital resources if you want to go back and see something, or like what happens a lot of times, you may have to be absent. And this is a great opportunity for you to be able to go back and see, what did I miss that day? So we've got this Canvas course set up to model what we see in our classrooms. So we're going to go ahead and take a shot at this. This is one of those risks we take sometimes. The classroom teacher, you got this great lesson laid out with technology, and sometimes, as we all know, you pivot. So we're going to get you going, and we'll see how far we can get here. Are we 5 for 5? Hey, those are good odds. We'll take those any day. Very good. All right, so you can see we've got the course laid out for you. It matches the order of events throughout our presentation and our time together today. But we're going to pick up the pace a little bit now because we've got some areas to get through, and English language learning, our program and the highlights there, that's a snorkel. So we're going to get right down to that level of the water where it's about to spill it. If you start to feel like you're choking, you should let me know that because that's not part of the program. But we're going to stay right there, and we're going to go with our EL program here. All right, get out your whiteboards. And you thought you were done. Whiteboard and dry erase marker. How many languages are spoken by students and families in Peoria Unified? Write the number down on your whiteboard. No cheat. We have test carousels if we need them. What's your guess? How many languages? You're giving me a number. I'm going to have you hold it up in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. I've got 7, 16, 6, 13, and 15. The number 64. 64 unique languages spoken right here in Peoria Unified. Erase your whiteboards. Take a guess at what you think the top 3 languages are most spoken in. I'm not counting English. I feel like I need to say that part. Which 3 languages you think are most spoken in Peoria Unified? Yep, write them on your whiteboard. You got 64 to choose from. All right, you ready to roll? You got 3 languages? All right, on 3, we're going to hold up our whiteboards. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see what we got here. Ooh, I like that. All right. Ooh, very good. We are very, very close. Mrs. Ewing, you're cheating, but that's okay. Okay. That's all right. Dr. Summers, I'm telling you, like, you probably should just start moving closer to that group. All right, the top 3 languages spoken in Peoria Unified. Spanish is number 1. Arabic is number 2. Yep, we had a few get it. And Vietnamese is number 3. All right. So here we go. Here's our first KPI. Our priority, we're going to be anchored in student success. The measure that matters is the AZELA. That's the Assessment for English Language Learners. Draft right now is to increase the efficiency of language acquisition for our students. So you're going to hear me toggle between language acquisition and content mastery. Very different. So we're in the language acquisition space with 64 different languages being spoken across our classrooms and in our communities. That's amazing. But it also tells us we really have to be rock solid in how we support language acquisition. So our English Language Learner Program is grounded in both state and federal law from Prop 203 to House Bill 2064, ESEA, and Title III. These laws shape how we're required to fund, structure, and deliver instruction to our English language learners. These mandates include instructional models and ensure that we are held accountable for our student outcomes. In 2019, the Arizona State Board of Education adopted the Language Development Approach. You most commonly will see it labeled LDA. And this was adopted at the state board level. Arizona's program underscores the foundational understandings that language learning students are valuable members in our classrooms, and at every level we support them in ensuring student success and achievement. There are 4 principles that go into that model that the state board put forward. The first principle is asset-based behaviors and expectations. The second one is integrated instruction. The third is targeted instruction. And the fourth is assessment, monitoring, and feedback. The Arizona English Language Learner Assessment, called AZELA, and this is our measure that matters, is our primary tool for measuring language acquisition, which again is different from content mastery. Like we say, how well can you do addition in math? How well do you know different formulas? All those things, math, science, English language arts. AZELA is used for placement, so when students come to us new, That's how we know what level their language acquisition is currently at. And then annually, we determine how much progress they've made in acquiring language acquisition English. Under Senate Bill 1014, Arizona has approved specific models for English learner programming. In Peoria, we use the pull-out model. Each model has a prescribed number of minutes for the two kinds of instruction. So the first kind of instruction in the graphic is targeted, and targeted instruction is specific to language acquisition. Right there. It's the skills needed to acquire English as a language. Integrated instruction is how we support our language learners that's embedded within while they're learning the content. So the state of Arizona says, hey, you need to be having both of these, and they need to be, for K-5 students, 60 minutes a day of targeted and 60 minutes a day of integrated. And it has to be documented in our schedules. And as you will recall, we'll hit this in just a moment. Remember, we were in corrective action for a minute, and this is why. And so in our 6-12 setting, that time splits 50 and 50 minutes a day. So as you recall, we had our audit, which is statutorily required. Our EL program evaluation was from November of 2023, which was the documentation. We had to upload our documents, all of our master schedules, to prove to the state this is how we meet the state law and the expectations of the model. In March of 2024, they randomly selected 12 of our schools, and they came and visited. They did in-depth classroom observations, and there's principals in the room who are like, yeah, it was me, I remember. It was in-depth. We had to provide them a space to do their work. It was a really big thing, and our schools accommodate ADE to come in and do that work, but it was a really big thing. So in the spring of 2024, we were notified that we were going to be placed under corrective action, because when they came, they saw a couple areas, and it was targeted and integrated, and they said, you know, you need to fine-tune these. We see them there, but they need to be so fine-tuned that it's really clear on paper and in practice. And so with that, we were required to develop a corrective action plan that was due that summer. And the plan that we wrote got through on the first pass, which doesn't normally happen. Normally they send you some feedback, some areas they want, but we got it through on the first pass. And we put that plan into motion. We started with our learning launch, where our leaders are learners in July, did some training there, got them set up. We used our professional development time to prepare our teachers and our leaders to really tighten that model. And what happened then was ADE then let us know, okay, we're coming out to monitor your plan. We want to prove that you are doing the things you said you were going to do in this beautiful plan that you wrote. So they randomly selected 6 schools, and these 6 schools, many of those principals in the room today, I'm going to say put the district on their shoulders, and they are the reason we were early exited. The work those leaders did, the work their teachers did to fine-tune those schedules, to know who those students are, and to really see that language acquisition coming along, they are the reason we were early exited, which, friends, does not happen very often. So it's absolutely, thank you, Mrs. Yoon. Let's applaud those principals. So in December of 24, the state notified us we were being early exited. Now what that doesn't mean is, woohoo! No, we stick to the plan. We have a great plan in place, because we in Peoria, we're not satisfied with just meeting the baseline. Our expectations, good, better, best. So we're keeping going with our plan. It's still in place. We're still perfecting. We're still getting better, stronger, faster, which leads us to some of the work that we're going to be bringing forward for governing board consideration. Oh, I know, you're seeing this graphic. You're like, no. Yes, textbook adoption is back. So as it was shared in Friday reports throughout the way, we have been responsive to our audit and our corrective action plan, but most importantly, responsive to what our teachers and our school leaders have been telling us. The Azella assessment measures targeted instruction, how well we're bringing along language acquisition, and that we were in corrective action and had to adjust that. We don't have the tools we need in place. Our teachers are doing the best they can with what they have, but we owe them better. So what we're going to be recommending through our textbook process, and I'm going to take you through this process, it will be coming to a governing board meeting near you in the near future, is to provide those better supports for targeted instruction. So we have a 12-member team that's been coming together that includes various roles from across the district. These are the dates in which they met to do their gateway review. They had vendor presentations on May 12th. They did their final analysis, including public feedback, on June 10th. And here we are, recommendation to the superintendent, which means we've only got one more box to go after that one. So the committee has sent a recommendation forward for me to forward on to Dr. Summers, which would then be forwarded on to you for consideration at our next meeting. And I had the name of it written down. Where's Carrie? There we go. Say it really loud. There we go. So the publisher is Teacher Created Materials, and the product is called Learning Power. There we go. Thank you. So we'll be bringing that forward at an upcoming board meeting, not the one tonight, just to be clear. But wanted to take this opportunity to anchor in while we're looking at the data that demonstrates how we are responsive to the data that we have around our language learners. So let me orient you to what you're looking at here. This underscores that need for targeted instruction resources, but what we can see, click back, there we go, thank you, is that in our last 3 years across that language acquisition continuum, where are our students getting stuck? See how those bars shoot up there for the last 3 years? This is the responsiveness we need to have with targeted instruction that promotes language acquisition in those dedicated minutes. And this resource that we're going to recommend will support our teachers to have the manual to take them through what to do to support. Because when we know that our language learners, when they're emergent and they're just starting out, they don't have a lot of English. But when they get into these two spaces here, they've developed some of that English. But our instruction needs to look different to be responsive to where those learners are in their language acquisition journey. So our data is telling us that we're stalling out right there, and the resource that the team and the committee is recommending is tailored directly to meeting the needs that we have identified in our data. And before I move too far, we have some stars in the room with us because we have some schools whose Azella data is absolutely incredible this year. So we just got those results back, and these are the schools who have had the greatest number of students exiting language learner services. This means they have taken students from where they entered and they have moved them through that continuum to be proficient in English. And that Azella test, friends, is hard. It is really challenging. And so it is incredible work. So I just want to shout out a couple schools here. I know we've got Apache and Centennial in the house, Foothills, Ironwood, Peoria High School, Raymond S. Kellis, Sun Valley, and Park Ridge. They are notable. If you're a principal of those schools, would you stand so we can recognize you? And then while we've got Centennial and Ironwood, I'm going to tease that a little bit here because they are two of the schools that were of the 6 that carried us getting that early exit. The work those two schools did with their staff at the ground level, both of their leaders, their principals, were in those work sessions, hands-on, facilitating and owning the work that it took, and the high school block schedule, all the things, really did a fantastic job with that, so I'm pleased to be able to recognize them with that work. All right, so here we go, acting on the data. We've talked about what this looks like from a curriculum standpoint, the resources that we need to support that learning. I'm going to have you go to your folder real quick, and you're going to pull out the graphic that's a big circle. Look this. So we're going to refer to instructional infrastructure throughout. There are 4 key pieces here, and you'll start hearing them on repeat. The assessment strategy, our work with STAR, and now we're bringing in the measures that matter. Our data systems and our structures, so what data do we have and how are we looking at it? The collaboration structures, which bring in that professional development, as I've just highlighted, our school leaders here who are working to do that work with the district in combination with their teachers. And then our curriculum components with that guaranteed and viable. So this is the work that we're doing to meet the expectations of the Arizona English Language Proficiency Standards. So there are standards, there's an assessment that goes with that. So we'll wrap this out with our draft KPI. Our goal is to increase the efficiency of language acquisition for students. So it's speaking to not only moving them through the continuum, but quickly moving them through the continuum. We know that if language learners acquire English earlier in their K-12 career, they are more likely to be successful with content mastery along the way. So not only do we need to move more through, we need to do it quicker. And we are really confident with the work the Textbook Selection Committee did that the resource that group is going to recommend to the governing board will be a significant step forward in supporting our teachers in helping us meet this KPI. All right, you need a passing period? Is your tailbone numb yet? All right, Mrs. Brooks, I don't think I can do it. I think you have to say it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Let's recess for about 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, we will recess. Thank you.
Summers, right? You won?
No, I haven't. All right, we will continue with Dr. Teresa Hernandez. Thank you.
All right, here we go. So at the board's request, we're going to study together our use of what's commonly referred to as professional development time. And really, we're talking about our allocated early release Wednesday time. It isn't typically included as a content area, so to speak, in this type of presentation that we do, but because it is a really critical support tool to all that we do, it does fit in nicely with the supports that we provide to make those results come forward. So learning just doesn't happen on Wednesdays, but that is the zero in where we're at right now as far as looking at this particular topic. So I'd like you to transition your thinking from professional development to learning, talent, and career development. Learning, talent, and career development. So on your placemat, you might want to jot those 3 words down. Because as learners, we need to broaden our understanding, because the coined terms sometimes become connotated one way or another. It's a certain meaning to it. We want to broaden our definition because we're talking about all employee groups. And you follow with me as we're going to zoom in and zoom out on certain groups in our organization. But we really want to look at this as learning, talent, and career development for our adults. So why do we have learning, talent, and career development? Because our goal is to improve performance and retention of our staff, to provide opportunities for salary advancement, recertification hours, and it's the industry standard. Now, I don't know how many of you have a hairstylist. I do. And she is so booked up, I have to book 12 weeks out in advance. It's incredible, right, Danielle? Yeah. But let me tell you why I'm willing to do that. She goes to her industry's opportunities for talent development. It is really important to me that she knows how to make the blondes look this way. There's a pattern, there's tinfoils, there's a lot that goes into it. And I know ladies in their ear, in some of the, you can identify with what that means. But it's really important to me that she goes and attends trainings to continue to get better with her skill. Because strangely enough, the older I get, my hair is getting a little thinner. So it's really important to me that she knows how to make the blondes do this as my hair thins. Please don't practice on me with bleach without training. So training in all industries, learning opportunities in all industries is a standard expectation. If you're going to go buy a house, you probably want a realtor that knows the latest and greatest on all the things related to buying a house and financing and property and location and square footage. And crazy as it sounds, maybe even flooding, right? You want someone that's had the latest and greatest training. And that's our expectation too for our leaders as learners and our teachers as learners in all of our groups. And then in addition to those really good reasons, there are about 6 board policies that support it. So we'll put a pin in that and leave it there. All right, so here is what our frame looks like. So we've got our priority in student success, because this is a support for student success. The measures that matter, what tools do we have to measure our success in this area? We have our professional development management system, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and we use that to monitor attendance and satisfaction. We also have our annual staff survey that goes out once a year, and it goes to all employee groups. So all employees have the opportunity to weigh in and provide feedback on the opportunities for learning and talent and career development that we're providing to them. So not all of our professional learning opportunities are found in that PDM system because they don't all happen on Wednesdays and are all coordinated out of one person. So for example, it doesn't always make sense to have the staff from the lunchroom doing something different on a Thursday or a Friday or a Wednesday than it does for our teachers to be doing something. So that doesn't always happen on Wednesdays, and we want to send the message that learning happens all the time. It doesn't have to just be on a Wednesday at a certain time, which means we don't always capture all of those opportunities in that professional development system. So as we look at our present for how we're rolling out our draft calendar for this year, it's important that we understand where our district has been. So my understanding is that for some 25-ish plus years, Peoria has had some kind of a model for supporting professional development, professional learning, and training in our district. So we're going to take a look at the last 10 years. So when we start anchoring into our data, we focus on the last 10. So let's align those things and let's look at where we've been professional development-wise and then where we are data-wise. So we'll start there with in 2016-17, district PD was provided through 5 full-day days. In 2016, the governing board voted for those 5 full days, and they added 9 late start days. So we start to see this build out. And then in 2017, the governing board voted to begin modified Mondays for consistency. That was based on parent feedback and that consistency of which day is it, which week is it, do we do the things. And then in 2020, the governing board voted to move PDs to Wednesdays, and that was a reaction to where we were with COVID-19 at the time. So understanding where we've been, where we are, and where we're going fits into our work today, where we are with 25-26. So the assessments that we'll use, as I talked about, the PDM system is a system that was created right here in Peoria. We have an amazing IT team, and they are able to create systems to help us monitor what we have. This platform has been around for about 10 years now, and it documents our district and our district-provided professional development sessions. Employees can register in those sessions, they sign up for them in the system, and then they provide their feedback through the system. Upon completion of the course, and they are noted as attendance and participation, the employees then can get their recertification hours, which can be submitted as part of their licensure and recertification for the State Department. So it's how we track, because they have to turn in documentation to the State Department. Most of the time, AD is not like, yeah, I'll take your word for it, you got it. They need that documentation, and this system helps us create that in support of our teachers to go forward with that recertification. And not just our teachers, all of our administrators have licenses they have to renew as well. So that falls into that space as well. So our annual staff survey is at the end of each school year. And our staff development opportunities are asked about, are they relevant to my work? And then district is also asked that. So we have that data from a school perspective, because as we mentioned earlier, professional learning time, there's some allocated to the school and some that happens at the district level. So we survey both of those. So as we prepared for the coming school year, this is the data that we looked at in providing a draft of what the time could look like. We have a limited amount of time, which again, I can't stress enough, learning doesn't only happen on Wednesdays. So we've used this data to guide us. So the first one I'll tell you about is the attendee response. We ask those attending in sessions to respond how informative, how engaging, and how relevant was the content to you. And I will tell you, from our elected choice and our district-led PD days, we hit the high 90s every time. When our educators are attending our sessions, they walk out, the survey data they provide, and it's anonymous, we hit high 90s on those satisfaction rates. But I'm going to draw your attention to the top circle button right there with attendance. The attendance rate for teachers coming to district-led, 58. Attendance rate coming to choice, 52. So here presents the challenge. When you're looking at a body of data and all of the information, it tells me if I get them there, it's good stuff. They are telling us the content they are receiving in those sessions, high quality, engaging, informative, relevant to their work. So in being very transparent with the data that we have, we look at the attendance response, we look at the attendees response, and then we look at the staff survey. So the staff survey that comes at the end of the year. We specifically ask all staff, so I'm going to zoom out again, away from teachers and into all staff, that the district relevance increased by 8 percentage points in satisfaction over the course of this last school year. So they're said, this is all the job classifications, so whether you're certified, classified, administrative, or somewhere in the middle, an increase in satisfaction of 8 points. At the site level, right there with us, a 7% increase. So when we look at that data, and the challenges are obvious, but when we look at the data, we know that when staff are attending at the school level and the district level, they are walking away with quality information to do their jobs better, stronger, faster. So right there in the middle, that open space, is what I'm going to label as accountability. What do we need to do differently to be responsive? Our teachers have provided us with feedback that tells us what it is they would like to see. And one example of that is, let's not be honest here, since COVID, a lot of people want to do asynchronous learning. They don't necessarily want to come and drive and do the things. And sometimes it's a long drive and I'm really tired. I get that. Sometimes I just really want to process on my own. I get that too. Viable. But with our asynchronous courses, one of the strategies that we're looking at is how do we make them more engaging and accountable. So you can't just push play and walk away. And you can't have 4 of you in the same room push play on one computer, because we're giving recert hours for these trainings. So they really need to be dialed in to ensure that if we're saying this counts toward recertification, you're qualified to be in front of our students, we need to make sure that that content is quality and it's getting to the person who says it's getting to at the highest of levels that it's getting to. So with that, what is our data-driven response to what I just showed you? Some of those pieces that I shared with you as well, but really making meaning of the time that we have. So when we're being responsive to that feedback in the draft that you'll see, our elementary principals versus our high school principals said, yes, we appreciate you had test prep time because there's a lot to do to get ready for AASA and ACT. A lot. So whatever level you're thinking it takes, double that. It takes a lot. And so we allocate time, but this year we're recommending we're going to split that out. A different day for elementary and a different day for high school, because their needs are different and we want to be reflective of that. We want to make sure that we have time allocated. There's a lot of mandatory training that comes with stepping in front of students and being around children. And so we're allocating new time this year to support completing those trainings. A lot of them are through our system here where you log on, you answer the questions and do the thing. Some of them we're going to have be in person this year just for that accountability measure of there's some laws that have changed specific to mandatory reporting, for example, that we really want to make sure that our leaders are locked into, have a depth of understanding, and then they're going to turnkey that to their staff in person. So we have that touch point of knowing the content received. Very important topic area as an example there. We also want to be certain that we're being clear on the what. So I referred earlier to this blanket professional development. So when I sign up for professional development, what exactly is it that I'm getting? So one of the ways that we do that is we are going to tag each of the sessions is it training? Training, I'm just going to go and I'm going to learn how to do a thing. Click here, go here, sign here, there you got it. Very simple. There is training involved in pretty much everything we do. Foundational training. What do I need to know to be able to do this successfully? But let's call it that. Or let's call it professional learning. The session I'm about to attend, I'm going to walk away with something I can do in my classroom differently tomorrow. It is learning that's happening about the quality of my instruction, a different way I could do something, a way I could bring in a resource differently, and I'm going to learn that, and it's clear that the learning is there, and I can turnkey it tomorrow. And we're going to keep professional development, but we want to label it as developing future you. So maybe as a teacher, I have aspirations to become a school leader someday. Well, we have a cohort that can collaborate around sessions that are geared toward developing future you. And our teachers have told us loud and clear in the feedback, they want a pathway that allows them to have choice in their professional growth plan. Now, there may be something that their principal says, so I saw this session on classroom management. I think it'd be really great if you attended this. Really great. But you can do that on a district day, an elected choice day. If you want to go and learn more about Canvas, or you want to go and learn more about gifted programming, something outside of your typical, it's growing future you. So we have these 3 clear identifiers of what it is they're signing up for in the PD section. And I think this is really going to help bring clarity to what it is they're doing when they attend. And it might help them, okay, if I know exactly what to expect when I get there, I'm much more comfortable doing it. This is a model that we put in place this year. And it really delineates the why and the how. So we introduced a school-led, district-developed model this year. So it respects the feedback on principals need time with their teachers. They need to build that culture of learning together as a staff. And what it means when you go to Ironwood, it's just better here. And Russ needs time there, right, with his teacher, right, Russ? All the things. And so, but we also have initiatives that we need the principals, their assistant principals, their coaches, and all their teachers to become strong learners of. So we utilize this model this year to bring forward our STAR training, STAR professional learning opportunities. So the district developed, we took that lift off the school and said, you won't put the slides together. We opened sessions for the principals to be learners so that then they would be the expert in the room to turnkey it to their staff. So some of the Wednesday time was allocated to that. So for this coming year, this last year we worked on STAR with the focus on our student learners. This now we're going to leave that behind, but we're going to add to it to bring on STAR and supporting the teacher. So the school-led district developed time will be that same model where we bring our leaders as learners to support them to become the experts on the next steps within STAR, and they turnkey that to their staff. Those sessions run about 45, 60-ish minutes, depending on how much content and the time of the year. Elected choice speaks to the teacher feedback on wanting to have a voice in their professional growth plan. I want to say that I want to do this. I want to learn this. I know I only teach third grade math right now, but maybe someday I want to teach seventh grade science. Can I attend a session on? Absolutely. And that's how we facilitate that time to make teachers have ownership in their own professional growth journey. District-led is usually when we're bringing on a new initiative. We've had a lot, math, science, right? We got social aids coming in behind it. That's that content-specific time. And last year, 2 years ago, it was really training. How do you get into the system? Where do you click? How do you do? This past year was really about how do you utilize the resources. The resources don't do the teaching. They support it. And so this past year in those sessions, it was taking those resources and what are those instructional strategies that you use to bring that content in to make it come alive for kids. And so then for the last one is the school-led, and that is the time that we have for schools because they are accountable for their own school improvement plan and they need to have time to support their teachers and to make sure their messaging is clear, to support what is the work we're going to do as a school. Because one of the most beautiful things about Peoria Unified is while we are unified, each of our school campuses and the community it's respective of is unique. And so the principals own that piece. And how do they shape that content? How do they communicate what's happening in the classrooms with their parents and their community? And that's the time they use to build that with their staff, as well as doing the things that they need them to do and learn how, for example, testing, all the things. So this is the draft. And principals, I know you've been excitedly waiting for this. And so tomorrow when you work in your clusters, we'll have the full draft for you that will have the beginning of school week and whatnot, but we wanted to have something in our presentation today that gives a visual of how that time works across the school year. So the time, you can see this is just the fall. We start off with some of that initial training and support with those school-led district-developed days. And in this version, last year we had 4 elected choice on either side of the semester. And being responsive to leader feedback, we're going to hang on to the integrity of respecting teacher feedback on wanting to define their path forward. But we have 2 elected choice in each semester. The other 2 days on each side have been moved into the yellow or orange, whatever color that is, school-led time. So balancing, again, principal feedback as well as teacher feedback to transition that time in the way that makes the most sense. I can't underscore enough about 25-26 being the year we nurture our initiatives. We have had so much change in 3 years. It has been needed. We fell behind. We are catching up. But this year has to be about nurturing those initiatives, going deeper with them. So unless, this is the asterisk, unless you're a K-5 teacher staring down the required state law literacy endorsement or a social studies teacher, the rest is we're going deeper. We are trying not to add anything new so we can go deeper. Nurture what we have started so that it can grow and blossom. So the way the time has been set up here is supposed to facilitate honoring the feedback Got a lot of people asking for a lot of different things in different ways. Can't make everyone happy. But trying to split the difference on how we honor that desire, nurture what we've started, and continue with what we're growing. So as we wrap up our professional development section together, we're going to close up with our draft KPI. So what we're proposing is to continue to increase staff satisfaction specific to relevancy of content for all employee groups. So we're going to progress monitor attendance in order to get to increasing staff satisfaction. So we've got a larger KPI at the end, but we've got a couple little checks along the way, because the ultimate goal is that satisfaction. It's relevant to my work. I felt like I walked away with something I could use. It was engaging and it was informative. I want to continue down that path. All right, the time has come. So we're going to start into science, and we've prepared some experiments for you today. So I'm going to ask Terry to go, and we're going to pull up the screen. We're going to do a little wardrobe change here with bringing forward our science tables. And I'm looking for Dee Dee. There she is. I have a lovely assistant today. This is one of our extraordinary science coaches. Dee Dee is relatively new from the classroom, and she has had the honor of bringing in our new materials for science. So as I tee up getting ready to go here, and yes, you will wear goggles, aprons, safety first. I got it, Kevin. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about science and our science assessment. So when we look at the science assessment data, you are going to see, actually, let's just, you're going to see a dramatic drop-off from several years ago. And in Arizona, we changed our state assessment from the Ames assessment, which was really measuring concepts. Do you know this? Can you do that? To our new assessment, which is much more rigorous because it asks students to apply the scientific concepts that they have learned. And so prior to 2 years ago, we didn't have in our classrooms kits like this, where students can put their hands on the activities to engage and deepen that learning. So we really want you to be able to experience that, to see what it looks like from the perspective of a student. So I'm going to have Dee Dee go ahead, and if we could have a couple gentlemen help us move these tables up a little bit, just so that we can get people around both sides. We're going to have 3 board members on one, 2, and Dr. Summers on the other table. Yes, ma'am. I said they could put them up there, but no one took me up on it. So when I pitched this idea to Ms. Piazza, our Director of Learning and Teaching, I said, let's bring in chemistry. Let's bring chemicals to the boardroom. And she said, would you like to be the shortest tenured deputy and superintendent ever? And I said, no, Ms. Piazza, I would not like to. So we split the difference on chemical reaction. So we still kind of meet that a little bit, but it keeps me in a safer space, I think. All right, so board members, I'm going to have you come on forward. And while Dee Dee gets them set up in their gear, get your phones ready to take pictures. I want to make sure that our community knows how the standards work for this particular activity. So the core ideas and the standards from our Arizona science standards, we've got 8.P1.U, which is essentially develop a model to demonstrate that atoms and molecules can be combined or rearranged in chemical reactions to form new compounds. This is gonna get exciting. We'll also have a second standard that the team will be working on, and they're constructing an explanation of how energy can be transferred from one energy store to another. This ties into science and engineering practices, which helps us with planning and carrying out investigations, analyzing and interpreting data, and designing solutions. And then for those science buffs out there, the term cross-cutting concepts will mean something to you, but this applies to matter and energy and patterns. So friends in the audience today, our governing board members, look how brave they are. They're just blindly going where I told them to go. They are taking on the role of a chemist and a product engineer. Our students are being tasked with designing either a hot or a cold pack for the treatment of minor injuries. So very hands-on, very real world, applying what they've learned because they've been through their textbook and they've been through the learning in the classroom. And now they're going to apply what they learned to create either a hot pack or a cold pack to treat minor injuries, because that's a real thing. So it's real world application. So they're going to have to determine which chemicals and materials best meet the criteria and the constraints. And after exploring that chemical process to release or absorb the heat, they're going to design, test, and reflect on their products and its effectiveness in 15 minutes.
Really, all we're going to do today is we are going to test each of the chemicals to see if we have an endothermic reaction or an exothermic reaction. And so we're going to be looking for temperature increases or temperature decreases.
See if it gets messy. See if it gets messy. Good call.
Okay, let's take a look at our sheet here.
All right, Terry, I think we're ready to bring the screen back down. All right, as we're getting our room back into our classroom setting, I'd ask the board members to reflect quickly, because we're running out of time already. We're having a good time.
Clerk Toby? All good with your phone? Dr. Hernandez is leading the classroom right now, so.
All right, so I'd like you to imagine 3 years ago, 8th graders in our district had a book they could read about what you just did hands-on. Now, our 8th graders have the opportunity to learn the content, still got the book, the supports, and then they get to do this, to take that learning to the next level. Also, while this was a science lesson, what our students learn working together, collaboration skills, really important communication skills, like don't put the beaker there, pour it, right? And working as a team. Those are great opportunities that are outside of the standards for science, but really important skills that kids need to have and develop that come through incredible opportunities like this. All right, so we're going to move things along a little more quickly. So in our slide deck, we had a couple test questions for you. Wanted you to get a feel for what the AZ Sci test asks students to do. So you can see these in your Canvas course. So later on, if you'd like to, they are technology enhanced. So you can get a feel for what kids are asked to do on the test, dragging and dropping and shading and moving things around. But these are some of what those look like. Here's a sample question for 8th grade. Modeling the complexity that students are asked to handle now versus before. So not just learning the thing, but can you apply it in a real life, real world scenario? And the scenario that you just worked through is minor injuries do happen. So how does that cold pack or hot pack come together? A lot of great opportunity for learning throughout that lesson. All right, let's pick up the pace a little bit here. We've talked about our science. Our KPI here is increasing content proficiency. So here's that gap I talked to you about. The top one on the left, that's the old test. And the gap in there is when Arizona released the new test, and you can clearly see the rigor and higher expectations that have been asked from that test, and which leads into our instruction. All right, so we're going to look at our proficiency data from this school year. So science is only assessed in grades 5, 8, and 11. So most of these students, so you think of our 5th graders, they didn't have the opportunity to have our new science materials in K through 5 before they took this test. They may have only had 1 or 2 years and really the learning time of embracing the new resources and becoming part of what we do in science instruction. So these are our results right now. And so in 5th grade, you can see year to year. So the green bar is the state, and we are still outperforming the state. And you will see that across all content areas and all grade levels that we are outperforming the state. The blue bar in the middle is Peoria Unified 2025, and the dark green on the end is Peoria Unified 2024. So you can see grade 5, flat, not a lot of change from year to year. You can see in grade 8 an impressive 3 percentage point increase. And then in high school, we see a downturn just a bit. And while we have some of our schools here, I want to recognize our schools who had some incredible results on the science test. So if we have Canyon, Altaloma, Kachina, and Sundance in the room, could you stand? You had the greatest increases in proficiency rates in science in our district. We also had some of our schools with the highest proficiency rates. So those that are showing improvement at the greatest rates. So if we've got Estancia, Park Ridge, Frontier, Canyon, Copperwood, and Sunset Heights, would you stand? Incredible work happening there in the space of science. So we'll continue, we'll look at our subgroups here. So we're monitoring our special education, and we do see a 2 percentage point increase. Blue is 2025 and green is 2024. With our language learners, it's flat. And we come back to our early information we talked about with our language learners and that targeted instruction and supporting language acquisition. We see that moving forward. And when we look at our minimally proficient, this is that group of students that we want to move to proficiency, we do see a very slight increase in the students that are scoring in that minimally proficient area. So what does this look like as far as how we're acting on the data and driving that response to see changes in our classrooms? So really, we're still working toward the pieces around utilizing the new curriculum. So in year one, like we talked about the training, online platform, new books, new kits, new chemicals, all the things, and to nod to our teachers, all the learning they did on just learning to use the things. Where do I go for this? What do I do for this? And then this year, really, so instead of teaching through it, really teaching with it this year, using those resources to enhance engagement in the classroom, enhance the depth of that understanding that they're having. So we see a lot of work with that continuing in year 3 of our adoption and continuing to go deeper, like I talked earlier about nurturing their understanding of how to use the new resources. When do you go into a lab? When do you do the different things? And how do you use the time that we're providing to help them grow deeper in that area? So for science, same thing, increasing our content proficiency. And so when we get to the end, we'll have a chance for some feedback on what we're going to say that number will be. And that will be that final draft of our performance framework. All right, we're going to go through math pretty quickly. I've got a couple math questions here, and you can see these in your Canvas course as well. Not going to make you do them. This is 4th grade, asking what number completes the pattern. Let's take it up a notch with 6th grade. And you can see how this looks on the student assessment side for they have to drag and drop and put numbers, so utilizing their technology skills that they're learning to show what they know about math. This is what our students in Arizona are asked to do in the 6th grade. So here we go with our KPI. Some of the assessments that we'll use for the measures that matter. We have AASA in grades 3 through 8, ACT for 11th grade, and then our STAR math assessment for our progress monitoring throughout the school year. And remembering that STAR is really that diagnostic tool that helps our teachers identify what each student is ready for next. What skills do they need to sharpen next to be successful in content mastery? All right, here's our 10-year baseline for our math results. And so what you'll see in the difference between 24 to 25, it's really we leveled out with where we were in 2023. And this is our entire district for 3-8. So we'll disaggregate. So that's the aggregate when we roll it all up. Now we'll disaggregate and we'll roll it down. Is again, we're outperforming the state at every single grade level. We have grade 4 in our district. I'd like to bring your attention there. So light green is the state on the left, 2025 for us in the middle, and 24 on the far right, that we see a significant increase in the student scoring proficiency there. So as before, I'd like to highlight some of our schools. These are the schools who increased 5 of 6 grade levels. So while as a district, we look really flat in our math, and we'll see this for ELA as well, but what we also see is that at some of our schools, 5 of the 6 tested grade levels, improvement. So I'd like to recognize Saguaro Ranch, Apache, Pioneer, and Vistancia. If you're here, stand up and take a bow. Now this next one is a longer list, which is really exciting. So our exemplary proficiency by grade level. So these are our schools and grade levels with high levels of proficiency. So at 3rd grade, Cotton Bowl, Vistancia, and Paseo Verde. If you're here, take a shout. At 4th grade, Peoria Traditional, Zuni Hills, and Lake Pleasant, if you're here. At 5th grade, Peoria Traditional, Copperwood, and Park Ridge. 6th grade, we got Sunset Heights, Oakwood, and Saguaro Ranch. 7th grade, Peoria Traditional, Park Ridge, and Sunset Heights. And then rounding us out with 8th grade, if you knew, Frontier, Oasis, and Coyote Hills. So we'll disaggregate now. So with our special education, we do see a slight decrease in the percentage of our students with disabilities who are scoring proficient in math. For our EL, we see a slight 1% increase in the percentage of students scoring at the proficient level. And here is that view of the minimally proficient, and you can see not much movement there. So that's an area where we need to zero in with our diagnostic tools to say, what is it that students are ready for next? And how do we support that skill building to lead them toward content mastery? Now we'll drop into the high school with ACT, and we see again here relatively flat from year to year in the last 3. Same here for the proficiency score specific to math from 24 to 25. For our students with disabilities, we have an increase in proficiency for special education. And we do have a significant decrease for our language learners at the high school level for ACT in math. So that's an interesting piece for us to study. And again, coming back to our supporting that targeted instruction for language acquisition and helping those students move across that acquisition continuum. Minimally proficient, same trend. And then our strategies for what we're doing to drive a response to the data, really zeroing in. If you go back to your chart with our high quality instruction in the middle, the pieces around the end, that's the area where we're working into. We have a few things we'd like to call out with our math. So we're heading into year 3 with brand new materials. And we always nod to our K-8 teachers. Many of them learned math and science in the same year. And that was quite the lift. And so as they're developing, learning both of those resources and changing how they've taught math and science over the last several years, that's a lift, and we need to give them the space and time to do that. But as we're heading into year 3, this nurturing process that I referred to earlier, that's really what we're anchoring into to support math development. We are reviewing scope and sequence and pacing, specifically looking at 7th grade. There's something going on there, and so the team is bringing in a group of teachers to look at it and say, when we look at how we've laid out 7th grade math, did we miss something? Is our resource missing something? Do we have things in a different order? And so that's the work that they'll be doing with all the grade levels, but specifically paying attention to 7th grade. We're really excited to be launching 7A, which is accelerated math for 7th graders. So when we bought our math materials 2 years ago, we knew at some point with the robust rigor in the content that our math students would be receiving, that we would have junior high students who'd be ready for an accelerated version of math to get them ready to potentially take Algebra 1 as 8th graders. We are running a year ahead of schedule, which is really exciting if you're me, not so exciting if you're the principals and the people that are doing their master scheduling and moving things around to make all these things happen to meet students where they are. So 7A is the opportunity for students to take their 7th and 8th grade math content, ensuring all the standards are met, but we have a resource specifically designed to ensure the standards in Arizona for 7th and 8th grade are all represented, which prepares students as 8th graders to be ready for Algebra 1. And that's what I keep telling the high school math teachers, get ready. These kids are coming to you, and they are going to be ready for higher level math sooner than they have before. And I believe we have 10 schools that are starting with 7A this fall and offering that to their students and their families. The families weigh in on this is something I'd like my child to be a part of, or I'd like my child to take the traditional pathway. A lot of choice there, but we're really excited about offering this to our families and our students. From an assessment standpoint, as I mentioned earlier, shifting our STAR assessment, still looking at learners in STAR, but looking at teachers in STAR and how our principals support our teachers, specifically in that space. And again, our goal will be to increase that content area proficiency. All right, so as I promised you, we would scuba dive with English language arts. So we're going to jump right into our English language arts section here. A bit of a warm-up. All right, so if you go to your Canvas class, you should be able to see this particular item. Yep, if you wouldn't mind. Good? Okay, so that's okay. You can see what it looks like here. We've got another one here. Wanted to give you a view of what those sample questions look like so far as what's expected from ELA. So let's jump right into our KPI then. So we're looking at measures that matter. We've got our same AASA, our ACT, our STAR reading assessment, and I'm going to draw your attention to when I use the word literacy versus reading versus English language arts. And that's where we're going to start this deep dive into understanding what the measures that matter are telling us. So our goal here is to increase that content area proficiency. In your folders, I'll need you to take out this document. And we're going to start on the far right where it says relationships and connections. Because you may see here and there, oh, the literacy rate is this. No, the reading rate is this. But the AASA measures English language arts. So what's the difference? Because they are all three different numbers. So let's develop some common understandings of what those things are. So if we start on that far right side with relationships and connections. Literacy as the foundation for learning all subject areas. So jump over to the far left now. Let's dive into literacy. So literacy is understanding and using written and spoken language effectively, pulling those pieces together. It refers to the ability to read, write, speak, listen, and think critically. So when we talk about what literacy is, it's all of those things together, not to be confused with, and we're going to unpack our Maurer data, move on when reading, as well as our STAR reading data and our ELA data. So we're looking at literacy as well. It may be considered a broader term. Literacy involves making meaning and meaning making through reading, writing, speaking, listening. And we'll talk about one of our strategies so far as in K3, you're really learning to read. But when you roll into 4th grade, you start that process of using reading to learn. And so how we support students in that space needs to look different. So from a literacy perspective, when we talk about what's our literacy rate, it's how well our students can do all of those things together. But most importantly, the goal is to be able to communicate and to understand. So when we look at reading, the next one over, reading is a fundamental literacy skill. So we start to build out our understanding of literacy as this umbrella and reading as a skill within. So it's a fundamental literacy skill that involves decoding written symbols, understanding the meaning of the text, and engaging with it. You probably remember learning to read, and if you've ever had the chance to be in a classroom, the first time a child puts letter sounds together, the first time they string words together and it's a sentence, and the power of what spreads across their face when they are reading. It is incredible, and it is why many of us do this work. It's that connection to reading. It opens the world in so many ways. So reading is one of the tools that we use to achieve literacy. Now go back to your definition of literacy at the bottom. The goal is to be able to communicate and understand. Reading is one of those tools. So we monitor our progress with student reading levels. So go over into the English language arts category now. The bold print at the bottom is probably the most important part. ELA is the classroom subject where students learn and practice to use those tools. So we've got a frame built now around where the classroom is, literacy being that ability to communicate and understand, reading, one of the tools that makes literacy possible. Okay? And in the blue box at the bottom there, those are the 3 documents that we're going to be referring to as we start this scuba dive on understanding reading, literacy, and English language arts. So let's go ahead and move on to this one. And I actually have a nickname for this document. It's called the crazy diagram. You can see why. So the title is Comprehensive Approach to Supporting Literacy Development. And you can see it is not linear. Reading is very complex and requires multiple levels of support in different ways. So there's a legend at the bottom of this page here, and we created this just as a learning tool. This isn't something that we've published, but wanted to make it accessible so that you could see how complex it is when we support reading. So if you see the purple, those are requirements. We talk about move on when reading, that the state says you will do this is when you will do it, this is what it will look like, because we're monitoring on that reading progress as well. We see orange is when are we doing that progress monitoring and what are we doing it with. We see green, the teal, those staff positions. So who? Now everybody in this room right now is responsible for a child's reading in our district. Let's be clear. Everybody. But we have special staff roles identified to do different aspects of that support. So you'll see those in the green. Red are curricular supports, those resources, and then blue are professional learning opportunities. So you can see across the middle, we've got our grade levels and what that support looks like and how these, in the legend across the bottom, move and transition as students progress through our system, PK-12. So let's talk just for a minute about move on when reading. So we've got our Arizona revised statutes here, plenty of them that tell us this is what the state is looking for. So move on when reading is monitoring how well our students are developing reading in K, 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to show you an image here. This is at the beginning of the 24-25 school year, and it is the district percentage of students at benchmark according to move on when reading expectations. So I want to emphasize that it's the move on when reading expectations for what that should look like. So we'll use kindergarten as an example. So at the start of kindergarten in the fall, there were only 36% of our kinders who were on track to be at and meeting the expectations on move on when reading for our state. At the end of the school year, we doubled up on that number and made it 64%. That's incredible, and that's a nod to our K teachers. We see the same happening in grades 1 and 2, and when you get to grade 3, or we talked about how we progress through the school years, we start to see it tapering off. There's less gap between where students started and where they've ended up. So the next view of this data, we look at the percentage of students who could be at risk for needing reading intervention. This is the part the state monitors, and we have to submit the data. Our schools write their plans. It's all very fine-tooth comb. State gives us feedback on how to make it better, stronger. We turn those back around, and this is the data that they're monitoring. So it looks the other direction at what is that percentage of students who may need reading intervention. Early identification is key. So we get those early supports in place. So we'll look again here at our kinders. So this is the percentage anticipated to potentially need that reading intervention support. In the fall, it was at 30% possibly, but by spring, our teachers had lowered that number by about 15 percentage points, which means the work that they're doing, there are fewer students in our classrooms are needing or looking at like they may need that reading intervention support. And these are the state's expectations. I don't get to say what that bar is, the state does. Now, you heard what I said earlier about here's the compliance, and then we're going to go above that. Our expectations are higher than what the floor is. So we'll transition away from our K2 and our 3, and our 3 overlaps a little bit with AASA and ACT. So this is our district-wide view, and you've got that dotted line. This time that dotted line represents the year we didn't test because of COVID. But you can see that from 23, 24, 25, and we talked about this about a year ago. What is happening in English language arts with the data? And so since that conversation, that's really where we're going to go deep on our scuba dive today, is we're going to look at what are the strategies that have been put in place that are in progress or that are coming soon to directly address the flatness that we see in English language arts classrooms. All right, so we'll disaggregate now by grade level. So let's do some school shout outs because we still got them here. For English language arts, we have a couple schools who improved in 5 of the 6 grade levels. I want to shout out Apache and Peoria Elementary if you're here. And our schools with the greatest improvement in ELA, Desert Valley, Zuni Hills, and Peoria Elementary, if you could stand. And then we'll go through grade levels here. So these are our exemplary proficiency. So the top 3, Sunset Heights, Estancia, and Coyote Hills for grade 3. Grade 4, Peoria Traditional, Lake Pleasant, and Desert Valley. Yep, you have to be recognized, Christina. You have to be recognized. It's part of the package. For 5th grade, Sunset Heights, Park Ridge, and Oasis. Very good. 6th grade, Peoria Traditional, Oakwood, Zuni Hills. 7th grade, Desert Harbor, Canyon, and Kachina. And for 8th grade, Sunset Heights, Canyon, and Oasis. And I'll say out loud again that you'll see that the state bar on the far left edge is the light green, that our grade levels continue to outperform the state at every grade level and every content area. So we start to break down into our subgroups for special education. Not much movement here with our special education students, and very little movement with our language learners as well. And when we look at our minimally proficient, again, this is why we're Scooby on this, right? Not much movement. So we jump over to ACT, and this is where from 24 to 25, we see an increase back to where we were. So we moved from 43% to 45% at our high schools aggregate for their ELA ACT proficiency scores. We've got our special education at our high schools with a slight dip from 25 to 24 as far as our students with disabilities. And then our language learners, yeah, we got something here. Got to take a look at this and see what's happening there. What? Click. Oh, sorry. You can say it louder. There we go. All right, in your folders, you're going to find 7 strategies for literacy development. So these are the strategies that we have been anchoring into to look at our English language arts data and where we are with reading instruction so that our students have literacy, stringing those things together for us. So we're going to work our way through these, and don't forget about your placemat because there's a good chance you're going to need that data. You can use your notes on the test. I'm not that mean. So the first strategy is, required by Arizona law is that K-5 teachers hold that reading endorsement. And that is going into place in August of 28. So teachers, it's about 2 years of college that we're asking them to go do to get this endorsement. So while during the COVID times and some of the ESSER funding, the state provided opportunities for free for the teachers to be able to do some of that work, as well as here in Peoria, we've offered some of the sessions. But what we really want to do is have a more comprehensive approach to supporting Peoria unified teachers. So for the coming school year, we're going to continue to lean into what ADE is offering our teachers and encourage our teachers. Meanwhile, in the background, we are building our own program. There's one other district in the state of Arizona that got to it before we did, but we want to be able to support our educators right here. Now, you can't get it done on a Wednesday. It's about 2 years, so it's bigger than just Wednesdays. I wish it was less, but it is more. And so what we're building is a program to support our teachers right here, so they're not driving all over, they're not doing online courses for the most part, but it allows us to get them ready, because I know 28 feels like it might be a minute away, but it's really right around the corner. So we are already with that under progress and underway to be able to build our own program here. In the second strategy, this is where we've transitioned from the old, used to be called the PAL position. Previously, there was a legacy model in the district 20-ish or so, maybe years ago, and it was PAL stood for Program for Accelerating Literacy. And there was a staff member associated with that title that was called a PAL teacher. And the PAL teacher was really responsible for making sure that the K2, K3 teachers in the building had a solid understanding of literacy instruction. And over the years, we've moved away from that model a bit, where the PAL teacher was doing some of that coaching support for increasing literacy instructional success for teachers, but into more of an interventionist type role. And this is the part where I have to be really careful, because the PAL teacher is funded from M&O that comes from the State Department, from a 3rd grade data, right, from Maurer, whereas interventionist in Peoria Unified is funded by Title I. So we have to be really careful That'd be supplanting if we're not really careful. So that PAL position from years ago morphed and changed, and sometimes that's okay. You grow alongside it. But what we're seeing is our needs in our K2 classroom specifically is a more targeted need for improving literacy instruction. So we're transitioning away from the PAL label, and we're moving it to early literacy specialist. Many of the individuals holding the PAL position right now are going to become the early literacy specialist. Some are not, and that's okay. Some want to work with students, and we've got a lot of positions to do that, and some want to work with adults. But the impact of the early literacy specialist for each teacher who has 25 to 30 children in their classroom, when we sharpen the instructional success of that teacher, we impact 30 kids. If I'm working with just 5 in that role, only 5 are going to benefit from what I know as one of our experts here in our district with literacy. So that transition into the early literacy specialist role is designed to support our K-1-2 teachers in each school. We have different allocations for if it's 0.5 or 1.0 based on the data and the needs of the school. Again, a data-driven decision to support the educators to get stronger in their literacy instruction to then inform what students need in their classrooms. So that's that piece on number 2. For number 3, this is really exciting for us because as I mentioned earlier, when you exit K3 and you don't have all those foundational reading skills that you need, 4 through 12 is going to get a lot harder than it should be. You move from learning to read to reading to learn. So what we're bringing on this school year is the ability to have 4th and 5th grade classrooms in some of our schools with an additional co-teacher. So we're going to bring in a co-teacher that will be assigned to teach with those particular classes to support the literacy instruction of the teacher in that 4th and 5th grade. It is a very different kind of literacy instruction because the content is transitioning to, I'm assuming you already can read. And if you don't have all those foundational skills, how I address the content and the literacy instruction that has to come with it needs to look different. So with this piece here, this 4-5 literacy co-teacher, we have the funding to bring in 15. I know we're a little late in the game, and I'm very much a realist. The glass is half empty. I'm hoping for 5. We're going to build this out, run a few test cases, see how this works. Got a couple principals raising their hand already. Pick me. Love that, right? But we're going to bring these teachers in. So phase 1 is really that literacy focus on literacy in the 4-5 classroom. Phase 2 is bringing literacy instruction into and across content areas. So how do you support successful science and social studies with those literacy skills? Because what we know is that in our K2, they may build the skills and then they drop off. So how do we make sure we have that continuity of support for those skills for both the teacher and the student? So we're really excited to be bringing this strategy on for this coming school year. Strategy 4 has been underway for about a year. So this is very relevant to our conversation around what does it look like from a scope, sequence, and pacing perspective. So we've talked about the scope, meaning how much content. We've talked about the sequence, in what order. And so for ELA, our team and some teachers have been doing a deep dive to understand, do we have the right resources? Do we have the things in the right order in the area they need to be in? So with that, we have some of the pieces that they're working on. For example, our group of teachers is coming together in a week or 2 for 2nd grade, and they are going to be, based on the data, there's a recommendation coming forward that within this particular unit, if we move this skill up here, where we had it back here, we think the learning will come along more naturally and with less problems along the way. So that's some of the work around scope and sequence, and pacing is how quickly we move through different areas. So the pacing may say, on average, it should take about 4 days to teach this. We use the data from this year and our local assessments and our state assessment to say, you know what? We actually didn't allocate enough time for that. We need to move it to 5. Or it looks like over here we could move this down to 2 days, maybe less. So that's the scope, sequence, and pacing work that's well underway. And we don't do that in isolation. We do that with our teachers who are doing the instruction in live time throughout the school year. So we take their feedback, they're looking at their individual data, we're looking at it at an aggregate level to say, do we have things in the right order and in the right way? The next one moving down is cross-curricular instructional practices. And this is really using our science and our social studies. So I've been around for a minute. It's a nice way of saying I'm old. And when I was teaching, it was unsaid, because I'm a language arts social studies teacher by trade, it was unsaid, focus on language arts. They got to pass the test. Well, what about social studies? Right? But what happened in that scenario when we inadvertently left behind science and social studies instruction? We left behind the rich background building that happens through science and social studies. The grade level text that they have access to, the richness of the pictures and the descriptions and the maps and the guides, all of those things that come from science and social studies. So we are reinvigorating, bringing science and social studies very much to the surface of how we support and build strength in our literacy programs within our district. So that will be very much an effort moving forward as we get going into this next school year. And I saved the big one for last, our ELA adoption. And I know Sherry, she's super excited about maybe doing another textbook adoption. Not excited, but here we have. So previously, we are in, with our ELA adoption, we have a K-5 resource called Benchmark Advance, and we have a 6-12 resource, and we have K-8 schools. So our K-8 schools are straddled across 2 very different resources that their teachers learn. And as any principal will tell you, we move teachers around to accommodate. We got a big 3rd grade class here one year, and the next year we got a big 6th grade class, so that teacher may have to jump from one resource to another. And because they come from different publishers, they have a different methodology for how the learning and the teaching happens. So we also have Foundations, which is our phonics program. So we have 3 different resources with different methodologies in the hands of our teachers. So when we think about how I'm going to teach someone to read and how I might learn it as a learner, if we're jumping methodologies, there's some baseline foundational challenges that simply don't need to exist. So we are in year 5 of 6 for Benchmark Advance for K-5, and we are in year 5 of 7 for My Perspective 6-12. So normally we would go K-12 6 years. So we're in a position where we're seeing, are we sure these resources are meeting our needs? Are they meeting the needs of today's Peoria Unified students? So with some of that, we will have to make a decision, and I've asked principals to raise their hand if they're willing to support us in coming together on looking at the pros and cons, and there's a financial implication. So if we choose to wait a year on Benchmark so it catches up to our 6-12 resource, there's a significant financial cost to that. If we choose to go the other way and let go of our 6-12 resource a year early, then there's an implication to that as well. But when I look at the data and the conversations I'm having with our school leaders, I don't know that we can afford to wait given student success is hanging in balance. So that is one of the things that we're looking at as well. So also with that, we have a supplemental list of literacy resources that schools have been permitted to use. Just a couple of those, 95%. Hegarty, we've got our benchmark, our My Perspective. We had Learning A to Z for a while. Who did I leave out? Corrective Reading, Read 180. And each of those products is created by a company that makes money, right? So each of them, in order to be unique, they do learning and teaching for reading differently. Otherwise, there'd be all kinds of intellectual property things going on. So if I'm a student and I'm in Tier 1, learning my core instruction, and I'm learning that in Benchmark, but I'm having some challenges, right now I might go to a Tier 2 setting with a different teacher or push into my classroom in a different resource. that has a different foundational belief about how reading happens. So inadvertently, we have an interesting situation where we have a lot of things, and are all those things as arrows pointed in the same direction? We have some really hard questions to answer. I'm going to be very transparent about that and some decisions to make about what's in the best interest of our students. And then I have to be honest about, they got new math, they got new science, they're getting new social studies. Do we go again? So inviting principals to the table to host these conversations with us. We have some teachers across our district, we have a lot, who are incredible teachers when it comes to literacy, bringing them to the table this summer to really look at and help us make a decision to make a recommendation forward. Do we go or do we wait? So obviously, as you saw with the diagram earlier, it is certainly complex when it comes to literacy, reading, and English language arts instruction. But we've got a comprehensive set of strategies that really support us K-12, PK-12, to be able to respond to those needs. And I think I left out pre-K. I'm sorry, Ashley. Let me go back to number 6. She's even in the room. So our 6th strategy that we're working on is the handoff between our pre-K and our K. So we have so many strong early literacy scholars in our pre-K, but handing that data over to our kindergarten teachers with what are those fundamental skills that we want our exiting pre-Ks to have as they head into kindergarten. So this spring, we've been doing some work with a few of our PK classrooms to try this out, to identify where are our pre-K students performing in earliest of literacy, so that when they get to that kindergarten classroom, what are those most important foundational skills, and do they have them? Because if we can tell our K teachers coming in, here's where we are, we move ahead much more quickly as opposed to them starting from scratch and saying, I have to figure this out on my own now. So bringing that handhold together between pre-K, which sometimes they're pre-K things because they've got a lot of their own rules and regulations and different things they have to do, from K-12. So we're bringing that connection closer with a much tighter handhold between the pre-K and the K. All right, we have a couple other documents that I'm just going to leave with you as reference. This is another view of that approach to supporting literacy development, and it categorizes the resources we have to the assessments we use, to the program staffing, to those supports, and where that professional learning fits in, as well as those recommended instructional strategies. So it's a different view with a focus on the K-3, but breaks them out into categories. And again, this is a tool that we created just for learning with us to be able to have some supports there. Okay, so one more thing on acting on the data. So these are those roles I was referring to earlier, and they kind of come together with what we've got. So you can see that at the top, the early literacy specialist that I mentioned, the grade bands they'll be supporting, who receives that support, what tiers of instruction they handle, what the purpose is, and what the target is. So bringing absolute clarity, clear as kind, to what each role does, where they function, and how they support, so that we don't have any gaps between how we're supporting. So in the K-3, leaning into that coaching model of supporting our K-2 teachers and our 3rd grade teachers at the instructional level. The interventionists that we see as Title I at the student level. So we've got that comprehensive view there if you're a Title I school and that interventionist. And then we talked about that 4th and 5th grade. So want to make sure we're comprehensive in addressing the grade levels. And then at our high schools, we've got Read 180 as a support tool. And then as a resource to our schools, we have ELA content coach roles that are experts in English language arts. So all things literacy leading up to ELA and ACT. And their responsibility is to support our school sites, our school leaders, and our teachers. They lead the PD, they help us with answer the hard questions, and they're leading that scope and sequence work right now. So we have those roles with us as well. So wanted to provide that visual for you too.
I have a quick question. So I'm looking at the Title I interventionists K through 8. That's at the Title I schools, and their purpose is to strengthen the literacy and mathematics skills. But I don't see for our non-Title I schools, I don't see, I mean, I see an ELA content, but not on the math. So I've just.
So because we fund the interventionist position with title funds, we can't fund it with another funding source. So interventionists in our district are focused at our Title I schools. Now, there are other roles for other schools doing other funding sources, but those roles have to be and smell and look completely different. So that's why you'll see that identified as Title I.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that they're still able to get those same sort of supports, services, and strengthening the mathematics skills. Because I see the ELA content coach role can certainly help with that as far as ELA, but I'm not seeing that on math.
Oh, so because we're in the deep dive on ELA, we have math coaches, social study coaches, and whatnot. So we just don't have that listed here for math. You might remember math leads, Ms. Carlson, and where'd Devin go? Those are our math coaches.
Thank you.
Dr. Hernandez, maybe if we could go through questions, if any other board members have questions. Ms. Proudfit, do you have anything?
I have a lot of questions, but I would like to continue the presentation. So none for me.
Okay,
We're in the home stretch.
okay, all right.
All right, so we've been through all of those strategies, which are examples of data-driven responses. So we have used data to drive how it is that we are supporting this continuum of need of literacy across PK-12. And so some of those pieces here with the guaranteed and viable curriculum, that's going to be a big question mark for us. Our use of STAR, and then of course that high quality instruction that falls in the middle. And then for some of the other pieces, I didn't talk explicitly about the academic events that we have. I missed the opportunity to tell you out loud that we're bringing back the science fair. Very excited about that. It'll have a new cool name to reflect the 21st century, but we'll be bringing that piece back. And you already know we have the patriotic speech contest that reaches across content areas. We have our spelling bee as well, and we have mathletes, which I'm glad Ironwood's still here because they cleaned up on that event. And then for the other areas, we're bringing on those events to celebrate the academic excellence of our students and what they're able to do. And so we close out here with that same KPI of increasing content area proficiency. We're going to go back around here. So we'll do questions. And then before we get to go to lunch, because I know I'm standing between you and food right now, we'll do our final exam.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. All right, so we'll go through the questions. Ms. Proudfit looks very right, but I'll go to Ms. Ewing. I'll come to you, Ms. Proudfit, don't worry. All right, Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
It's okay. You can go to her first. You don't have to go to me first. You can go to her first. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Proudfit, why don't you kick us off?
I just have questions surrounding 9 through 12 supports and some more questions looking at ACT scores. I know this has been brought up a lot of times in regards to block scheduling, but not all of our 11th graders are taking science. And a lot of times they're finishing these classes early or kind of trying to rush through that high school experience. And I guess my question is foundationally right now, we're not set up for 4 years of math, 4 years of English, 3 years of science or whatever. And do you anticipate wanting to change that? I guess my question would be, as a board member, what can we do to support carrying math into that 11th grade year? I know as a parent, I'm telling my kids they don't have a choice because they have ACTs and they need to perform well on that, but that's not happening district-wide, and I'm wondering if that is skewing the scores. So what is our, abolishing block scheduling, which is a behemoth thing to tackle, what can we do from a district perspective to ensure that our students are continuing classes through these upper level testing years?
So very much conversations that we're having with our high school leadership team on understanding the implications of what the schedule looks like, the early release, the late start, the opportunities that we have for students on the CTE side, and there's unintended consequences whichever way you go. And so ensuring that we've walked those through pretty quickly, because you're right, it is a behemoth piece. But working with that secondary leadership team to understand what does this look like, and I'll connect it into 7A with our math. So when we have learners in math getting up to speed more quickly, it impacts the high schools. And we already see that happening with, well, you're going to need fewer Algebra 1 sections because they've already taken that down the road, and now you'll need more Algebra 2 sections as an example to what that looks like. So those are very much ongoing conversations, and again, being very data-driven and looking at, what are the things that we can do at the high school level. Now, specific to ELA, that resource piece, is a critical conversation, and how effective that's been in our classrooms, knowing, and I will put a pin in this too, that those boxes from that adoption showed up in March of 2020, and nobody was here. Nobody could open the boxes for months. And our teachers were told, okay, use the new thing. Oh, now go back to this. No, go back to Florida, you know. And so whether it really got a fair start or not, it is what it is. But our conversations with our secondary leaders and our secondary teachers is, do we have the right resource? Do we need to go early? Do we need to hold on?
And just one more thought about that is, as we're, you know, beefing up with the math, doing that 7A, which my daughter will be taking next year, as we look at bringing some more acceleration into the middle schools, I think exactly what you're saying, like Algebra 1, a lot of kids are testing out of Algebra 1 or going right to Algebra 2, and so they're finishing so early. So we want to encourage the acceleration and almost encourage some of our high school students, my own kids included, to slow down, because we need this data continually across the 4 years. Our model in our district feels like a little bit different. We have a lot of early graduators. We have a lot of early release kids. And so just ensuring that we're looking at, which I know you're looking at all of it, but, and I don't know the perfect solution, but I would love updates on that, on what we're trying to do to recapture that 11th grade. Because I know as a parent, that's something I've been asked about a lot, and those scores are just really hard to, it's hard to figure out why that is not going well, especially if the kids are not taking
And
science.
I think where we'll be able to share that effort will be from the school improvement standpoint. So the plans that our schools are drafting and the action steps to be able to move that path forward, that's where we'll aggregate that data to be able to inform our KPI on math and DLA at the high school level.
Great, thank you.
All right. Ms. Ewing, would you like to go ahead, come back to you?
No, come back to me towards the end, because I'm really interested in what our other board members have to say, so thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bowles, why don't you kick off?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say, being in the district years ago, not my first rodeo, as you said earlier, it's exciting to see where we're headed. The presentation for me personally gave me a larger picture of where we were, where we are, and where we're headed. But it also gave me that, okay, wait, COVID happened, but it's been 4 years, but wait, the Arizona standards changed in between there. And so that gave me a very well-rounded picture of all of that, if that even makes sense. But I appreciate this presentation.
Great. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Hernandez. Again, like Mrs. Bowles said, it was very informative for us to get that snapshot in time when it comes to how our students are performing in these subject matters. Specifically, I know that we've been talking about reading, literacy. I want to speak correctly here. So literacy and reading being a component of that, focusing on K-3. And I just want to ask, I've talked to a couple reading interventionists and specialists in the district. Can you share with us any feedback that you've gotten from the team as far as that plan when it came to what you just outlined, the 7 strategies for literacy development? What kind of feedback and responses have you been getting from the team?
So teachers who are teaching reading currently, is that what you're asking about?
Yes, yeah. So I know that earlier this year we talked about, maybe this is going to take some type of reading task force or literacy task force, but it sounds like this strategy, I don't know when this actually started formulating as a team, but I'm curious as far as the people that are actually doing the work, what's their buy-in and what kind of things have they shared with you about this strategy plan?
Certainly. So I would say 2-ish years ago, we started really looking at our reading data to understand, are we being effective and are we using the resources we've been given the most effectively to benefit our students? And so we really zeroed in on our schools that had that PAL position and went out to sites to ask, what are you doing? Which students are you working with? Which teachers are you supporting? And then the myriad of what it looked like across the system from a program evaluation standpoint. If you can't isolate the variable to know why something is or is not working, we need to identify something to isolate so that we can measure its effectiveness. So we started having conversations 2 years ago about just to build the understandings on how has the position changed over time, and do we see from a school leadership standpoint, from a teacher standpoint, success with how it's currently being implemented. And we couldn't pin down that we were absolutely seeing success. So went back to the data and developed a comprehensive plan that we started sharing with different stakeholder groups, specifically those in the PAL group. The PAL group had been meeting with our lead instructional coach for probably a solid year before we rolled out this plan, before we talked with principals about it, because we needed to understand what their skill set was. What will be the impact to them? Do we have a group of people who are ready to take on coaching, or are they better served in an intervention role, or are they better served in a classroom role? So finding the right places for the right people with the right skill set. And as I mentioned earlier, not everyone is excited about change, and that's a reality. And so not everyone is pleased that we're moving to this model, but we believe the data is showing us this is the direction to go, in addition to feedback from our school leaders, because often we'll make this is what we're gonna do, and hey, school leader, do me a favor and go tell your teachers. And so making sure they were comfortable with it and entertaining their feedback as well on how could this go wrong or how could this go right.
Yeah, thank you. I understand. Change sometimes is uncomfortable, but, you know, we grow the most on the edge on our comfort level. So thank you for that. And then the pre-K literacy, number 6, actually really hits me just because I want to make sure that we hit that audience that may not be our students yet. You know, so like developing our own program for that certification for our teachers, that continual professional development. I think Peoria is becoming a name brand of doing things our way. And so I appreciate that. And I also think that we as a community can offer literacy tools for families that don't have kids in our schools yet, and just be that community provider for that as well. So that way when they do come into our schools, they have that, you know, options.
So one thing I wasn't gonna talk about, but I think you opened the door.
I wasn't paid to prompt you, go ahead.
2 years ago, we asked our program evaluator, Mr. O'Neill, to take a look and say, students who attend Peoria Unified Preschools, how do they do 2 years from now? How do they do 3 years from now? And what I can tell you from that research is incredibly exciting for our community. Our students who attended our preschools outperform those who we don't know if they went to preschool or someone else's, or if they did daycare or whatever that may have looked like for them. But we know for certain that the students who attend our preschools right here outperform, and that outperformance continues up into in 2nd grade, where we kind of see the others catching up to them. So we know for a fact how important that preschool work is, and how important it is, again, that PKK handoff as they move all the way through the system.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Hernandez, you know I ask a lot of questions.
Ready.
So, all right. Going back to the management system, the attendance satisfaction survey, I guess I would like to know, like, how many staff members had completed it? Have we seen an increase, decrease in the past couple of years of people filling those surveys out? Are they really engaging in those surveys?
So I can provide that to you in a Friday report.
Okay.
It's in the thousands, but I want to rattle off an incorrect number. And then I heard yesterday that there's a rumor, now it's not a rumor anymore because it's going to be in public record now, that there's a belief that it's actually required that you fill out that survey. But we're going to say that it is because we need the data, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, okay. And then, yeah, so numbers of employees signing up for sessions. And I guess the sessions, are we gonna be offering more sessions that are outside of the required by ADE? I guess like the requirements of those sessions that we have through the management system.
So the sessions that are in our management system are all district-driven, school-driven, staff-driven. So we'll get feedback from teachers on, for example, AI is a really interesting topic right now. You know, the president said, we're gonna be leaders in AI, and so our teachers said, absolutely, we want, and so a lot of our choice sessions are driven on topics that teachers have interest in and would like to learn more about. And so those are all chosen by us. Now we look at our data and we say, what is it that our teachers need or what are they asking for? And we develop those sessions.
Okay, and are we also looking at what our instructional coaches are also looking for in those areas? So other support staff too?
Yes, so our instructional coaches get direct professional learning opportunities from our lead instructional coach. We call those our collab, it's short for collaboration, where we bring all coaching roles together a Friday or two a month. And so they receive their professional learning and they receive, so often we'll meet with principals, share information, we'll meet with system principals, meet with instructional coaches, so the information is getting to all of those different groups. But our instructional coaches are largely those who are leading the sessions. So on Wednesdays, they don't always have the opportunity to attend a session themselves because they're the teacher in that role. So that's why we utilize that Friday time to ensure that we are keeping them sharp on building their skills and their knowledge, as well as awareness to the district initiatives and any expectations that are of their role.
Okay, thank you. Social studies adoption. I know that we talked about that a little bit, but I guess, do we have a timeline of when it might be ready to go so that there is time before the school year starts for staff to learn it? I don't know what your process is for that.
Yes, so we do have a timeline for what that will look like and how we'll utilize those. So we're offering some sessions this summer, not required. Please go on summer vacation, take a break. But for those who want to be early adopters and early learners, we're offering some optional sessions for them to come in and do those things. But that opening week of schools when we have district available time for professional development, that's when those sessions are offered.
Okay. Let's see. So when we're talking about the ELA adoption on that slide, I had two questions on, I know the phonics foundations. If you can just maybe look at, I know Peoria Traditional uses something different, so I don't know if that's something that can be evaluated when we're going through that process. And then looking at it from a budget perspective of where we're going to utilize the funds that we have. So I don't know if that's a question for Ms. Myers.
So after lunch, which I know I'm standing between you and, Mrs. Myers is going to go deep into a presentation that will cover the funding sources for the upcoming adoptions and the cycles that we've built in. So we'll make sure that we have that spoken to then.
Okay, and then last one, I'm very curious on the early literacy specialist change. I would love to see when we do have our survey sent out to staff, if we could maybe hone in and be specific to the reading interventionist at the Title I schools, and then also this new position, early literacy specialist, of how's the process going? Is there things that they want to see done differently because they are the ones that are on the field, basically? And then maybe also in surveys looking to the parents, have they seen a change in their child's early literacy? Is there something that they need more support in that they're noticing? Because I am just a little bit concerned because we were doing it for so long in a different way. Having those interventions at the schools that are non-Title I, pulling them out and working with those students one-on-one, I am just a little bit concerned because if we're kind of pulling back on that of going to this other model, I just don't want to see a regression for those students.
So when I've gotten that question from parents and staff, it's been exactly that on, wait a minute, you're taking something away from a group of students. Well, actually what we're doing is we're multiplying the impact early and more often, because that early learning specialist, instead of working with 5 students in grade 2, 5 students in grade 3, even 15 or 20, when they influence and support the development of the instructional skill set of all the kinder teachers, the first grade teachers, the second grade teachers on that campus, their impact and ability to support early literacy development is magnified. We want to be able to have that greatest impact. And then the resources that we have in our classrooms, this would be one of the things that we're looking for when we go out to adoption, is just like our math and our science and our social studies, we need to be able to reflect the needs of all learners in those materials. So the expectation isn't that I'm struggling with phonemes of some kind, and I have to go out of the classroom to get support, when really those resources and supports are built in for my core teacher to be able to support me in those, so that we are not trying to intervene our way out of a real important core delivery of instruction problem. The stronger we get on that first time pass out with the literacy instruction, the less we'll have students needing those tiered supports.
Okay, totally. I love how you explain it, 100%. I'm just looking at it from we've got reading interventionists at the Title I schools, and you have that model of them pulling them out. And so I just want to make sure that it's, I guess, incorporated at our non-Title I schools, because I feel like every child is different. And so that's what I'm just kind of focusing in on.
So one other support that we have that I didn't mention earlier in trying to stay scuba versus snorkel is that our early learning specialists and the PAL positions, just like with our instructional coaches, they have the opportunity to meet with our content coaches that have that early literacy specialist background, the intermediate, and then that high school experience. And that's where they're getting that support and training. At our non-title schools, we have the cadre leaders. And those are teachers that are funded to be that, it's a looks and smells and is totally different than that Title I support, but that cadre leader is there to support in that space so that non-title schools they're not getting a support. That person is a stipend to be able to support the educators in that building for that particular piece. So when we look at our continuum of supports, then that is a non-title piece that titles don't have.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Does anybody else have any? Oh, Ms. Ewing, yes.
Thank you, President Rooks. So I'm hearing kind of a couple of different things from across all of us, and is that progress monitoring, which I know it's built into all of this, but in the past, that information and that reporting has not always come back to the board and risen to the board level, so we have an opportunity to review that. So I think that would just be my ask as we look forward to all of these things being implemented. I know that you're doing that progress monitoring, but then really building that into the schedule of board reporting on how we are doing, so we have that opportunity. And you guys coming to us with, this is how it's going, this is the changes we're making, or this is, we're going to keep doing well what we're doing well at, and that type of thing.
And I think what you'll see as we build out the strategic framework and plan, that those KPIs and the monitoring of that will be part of that promise. So how do we know we're on track? And it will be built into that process differently than it was previously.
Great. And then the second thing is accountability. So I really like in a lot of this, how we're building in that accountability, because I think that's really important for our community to see as well, that these are the standards that we're setting, and this is how we are building accountability. Because that was my question I had for the professional development, is how are we building in that accountability? And with that attendance, I'd love to see, I know that you're restructuring what it's called and really defining it for folks, but how can we incentivize that? I don't really have any suggestions, but I just think that any way we can get there would be great. And then I also loved the phrase that you used, nurturing initiatives, that just brought it forefront that it's going to take all of us, and all of us really laser focused on these goals. So those were just those are the things that we lifted up. And then I just have one request. It should be pretty easy, and you can put it in a Friday report, I'd love to have that information of you mentioned all of those schools who've done exceptionally well in all different categories. If we can just get that in a Friday report, I'd like to be able to have that, so when I go out, I can be talking with them about that. So I just would appreciate that. So that's all I have, Ms. Rooks.
I was
Back
going
to
to
you.
piggyback off of that, Ms. Ewing.
Okay,
If
great.
Friday report, but also Danielle Airy, if that's something that maybe we could showcase on some of those schools that were mentioned by Dr. Hernandez on our social media, because I feel like that is
So
something to
can I
achieve.
interrupt real quick?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Technically, the data is embargoed.
Okay.
And we're only able to share it within our purpose and use here in the district. And so the state will lift that embargo, and that's when our wonderful communications team does their thing, when it's free to go ahead and do all the things.
Okay. Coming soon then. Okay, great. Clerk Chovy.
Just one question. I noticed that, and I'm just highlighting Lake Pleasant just because we met with Mr. Bagwell, and your test run of beyond textbooks, pre-drawn diagrams, essentially, when it came to educational resources. I don't know if you're able to talk to this, Dr. Hernandez, but do you think that played a role in this test year for this beyond textbooks curriculum and helping teachers in their preparation?
So as part of the agreement to utilize beyond textbooks, Mr. Bagwell agreed to participate in a program evaluation. So that's how we know what we know, not what we think we know. So the data from the student assessments as well as staff survey information regarding their use and how the implementation felt to them, whether they felt like it, that data is being built into that program evaluation. And should it prove that it was a viable, good resource, then we'll bring that forward at probably a meeting in July, along with the program evaluation data and a recommendation.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to give one
Yes.
overarching thought that has me really excited, like my wheels are spinning as you're sharing all this exciting information. What I really like to hear, kind of piggybacking off of what Mr. Toby said, is that it feels like we are establishing a new Peoria way, and there's so much changing in education. Obviously, politically, people are torn left and right. We're looking at decreasing numbers due to losing students for charter schools versus ensuring that we're having resources for all students and we're able to offer acceleration and we're also able to offer remediation. I just really appreciate how I feel like the district right now is leaning into with some of the things we're working towards, that we're leaning into just kind of being a leader rather than waiting for things to change on a state level, that we're raising it higher than what the state is requiring of us, that hopefully we're providing policy that gives our admin legs to stand on in clear direction and things to look back to. Because in my mind, everything with education's changing and moving towards choice in education, and we can either fight it and be white knuckled or we can really lean into it. And I really feel like as an admin team, you guys have done a really great job of exploring all these avenues and incorporating all of it to create the phrase that comes back to me is a really dynamic educational opportunities for our students, and ensuring that CTE doesn't take away from ELA or proficiencies, and that ELA proficiency focus doesn't take away from CTE opportunities. And seeing your professional development chart with what's happening, I think it's just a really balanced, trifold approach that is honoring all of it, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to help PUSD be a leader in the future with all the things.
Great.
So a couple of final thoughts.
Yes, go ahead,
So
Dr.
I'm hearing
Schmitz.
in my ear that I am supposed to give you a pass on your final exam. Yeah, I thought that you'd be more excited about that. But before we go into our next piece, I wanted to acknowledge the work of the Educational Services team, from our school performance leadership team with our executive directors to our directors on the academic leadership team, and how they have come together. And this is their work. I just get to be the one to stand here and share it with you. So I want to recognize their work. I want to come back again and recognize our school leaders and thank them for spending a big part of their day with us, and thank them for their support and all they do and their willingness to come to the table and discuss and talk about what's in the best interest of students. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today and share all the exciting things happening in Peoria.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, and your team and all of the principals being here this morning on your summer break. So thank you. We appreciate it. We will go ahead and recess for lunch. All right, governing board members and cabinet guests, we are going to come back from our recess. We're moving on to number 5, afternoon study items. 5.1, applied economics presentation. Welcome.
I have to remember this now. I haven't done this in a while. President Rooks, members of the governing board, it is my pleasure to introduce Applied Economics, Rick Brammer and Don Graves. They do a yearly study for us that tracks all of our demographic enrollment and gives us projections each year in terms of how things are going to change. So I will turn it over to them and let them provide you with all their knowledge.
Thank you very much, Mike. President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and staff, it's our pleasure to be here today to share with you the results of latest demographic report. It's a pleasure to be with you. I know it's not always fun to see me these days because I often don't have a lot of good news, and so we're going to look for the bright spots. But I think it's important for everybody to understand where we're at and and where we think we're going. So next. Oh, is it on? Not on. I'm so smart. Awesome. Yeah, we were. So the scope of the study really has to do with obviously analyzing enrollment data, current enrollment data, our history, and then looking also at the alternative providers, things like vouchers, trying to figure out where the kids are being serviced, and try to learn from that and try to use that into our projections. The demographic side of it, the population. You've got over 270,000 persons living in the district at this point. So what happens in terms of the aging and the turnover or lack thereof of the existing population is more important on a daily basis than what's being built. So the demographic characteristics, and even you have what I used to call the Scottsdale syndrome, because I've been doing this long enough to remember when Scottsdale did the same exact thing, where aging and declining enrollment in the south, and still growth and building and increasing enrollment in the north. And of course, I don't have to tell you the way the state looks at it. A seat is a seat is a seat. So they don't care that your empty seats are 25 miles from where you need them. And so, the geographic challenge is one that everyone faces. And then, of course, like I said, in the south, we're looking at the aging of the population. And in most cases, I would say it's a lack of turnover that's hurting us. People are staying in their houses so long because of prices and because of high interest rates and things like that, that we're just not getting new people into those houses. So that's real important. Don Graves here does our residential development work. He's the one who does the inventory of the land, talks to the home builders and developers and the planners. And the home builder stuff particularly, he has definitely got it dialed in. He looks at who's building what projects, how many lines they're running, and then he can tell us almost exactly what schedule they'll be building on. And then we translate the demographics and the new housing into enrollment projections. And we do it two ways. One is a top-down macroeconomic, how does the district perform inside of the Northwest Valley, inside of the greater Phoenix economy. And a lot of positives there right now, of course, up in this part of the country with TSMC and Amcor and everything being spun off. So that's real important for our lens to get that big picture. But our claim to fame, or what we used most, is really the bottom up, where we're doing projections for 400 different sub areas in the district. Here they're shown shaded by the regions that Mike Moss and I have established to kind of, do our higher end analysis. The district is so big and so diverse, you can't look at the grand total of anything and make heads or tails out of it. So we've got these nice areas we've broken off north, essentially north of the 303 for the most part, then north central from there down to Bell, and then Bell to Grand, and then on across. So those are the 4 areas that we've been tracking enrollment on an ongoing basis as almost a submodel of the district. to understand where those four components are heading. But the actual modeling is done for those little small boxes that you see. So we'll start back over basically with the big picture. So 40th day enrollment, head count enrollment, 40th day of every year, apples and apples and apples. Blue bar is the total K-12 number, and the red line is the year-over-year percent change. And so, you know, it's a story of, you know, three periods in a way, where you had the original growth period that really elevated the district up to its highest enrollment, at over 38,000, clear back in 2007. And then if you were here after then, you know what happened next. We called it the Great Recession, and 250,000 people left town over the next 18 months. And so a lot of places, particularly where new homes were being built, we saw occupancy rates skyrocket, or occupancy rates plummet, excuse me, a lot of empty houses. And the thing with they weren't just empty, is that they became reoccupied relatively quickly, but they became reoccupied by Canadian investors, other investors, people who changed the demographics of who had been in those houses. So even when the house is reoccupied, we didn't get the kind of student population out of them that we had gotten before. And between that factor and what I'm going to show you happened as a result of that recession to birth rates, even in an area where you're still having a lot of houses being built, all the way from 2008 all the way through 2018, plenty of new rooftops going up in different places, enrollment stays flat. And we're going to talk about it, you know, partially a function of demographics and partially a function of alternative providers, and so on and so forth. But that's the longer term picture. Obviously 2020, 21 was the COVID, you know, the big COVID hit year. And you had a little bounce back after that. There are several districts that we work for, including Chandler and Gilbert, that got nothing back after that. Once the kids made a decision to leave the district, they did not come back. So you did actually get a little bit of a boost, and then almost flat in 22, 23, which was the first year ESAs became universal. And we're going to get back to what that's done to us, I think, you know, kind of in the period since then. We look at all the students in the district, out of the district, because, you know, you do have more than 4,600 students that attend schools from outside the district. And so understanding where they're coming from and if those populations are increasing or decreasing is kind of an important piece. It's more than 10%, 15% or so of total enrollment. So understanding, you know, where those are coming from is important. And as we'll talk later, that's real important also because it helps offset the roughly 12,500 school-age persons living in the district who do not attend a district school. So, you know, you have a net loss of around 8,000. We'll get back to that number. Out-of-district enrollment, it did peak back in 17, 18. We've experienced some declines there. Those declines aren't because you're less popular. It's because the areas that you're drawing students from are also declining in population, in school-age population. So your capture rate is probably virtually the same. It's just that there's fewer students out there to get. And so it's not going to tank. And in fact, it pretty much went sideways this year, which is good news for us. Like I said, that's an important part of keeping all the schools we have open and operating. The next way we look at the enrollment data is to look at the breakdown in major grade cohorts. And you're a microcosm, I suppose, of the state. State curves don't look too awfully much different than this, where if you look at it, K2 enrollment, you know, I mean, it's fallen off the last couple of years, but forget about that. Forget about the COVID year. It's been the same for 20 years. That group has been roughly the same size in the district. School-age population has increased, but the difference has all gone to charter schools. And so as you see, you know, there's a gap. You're a move-up market, so the 3 to 5 is typically bigger than the K to 2, and et cetera. And then you see what happens at the high school level, where that growth was, at that extreme growth in the early 2000s, was really picking up the echo of the K2 and 3-5 growth that had occurred in the previous decade. That was, and since then it had been ticking upward and upward as two things happened: becoming an aging, you know, population, move up housing market. Also the the enrollment in most alternative providers, charter schools, is much bigger K-8 than it is 9-12. And so we're seeing an increasing difference between how many eighth graders the district has this year versus how many ninth graders it has next year. And it was always positive. It used to be like 1.02 or 1.03. And now in a lot of cases, it's 1.15, 1.19. So we're seeing the gap, for a good reason, growing that way. Unfortunately, these last couple of years, that is what's happening at the state level. The population under 18 in the state has not increased since 2010. It won't increase until after 2030. But it hasn't caught up to high school until now. So last year was actually the first year where 9-12 enrollment declined in the state, even though the other components have been in various stages of decline for quite some time. So again, there's nothing you can do about it. It's demographics. It's going to flow through. But it is going to impact, our high school numbers in particular over like the next 5 years. And I know there's been some talk and, positive energy towards getting a new high school up north, and eventually that's obviously got to happen. But I'm actually kind of, glad you don't have it at this point because of what the demographics are showing to me. And then the last 2 years, of course, the downturn in K2. Unfortunately, these curves follow each other. And so the 23-24 and 24-25, at least at the state level, huge increases in the number of vouchers. I'll show you the numbers for your district. But more importantly, as time's gone on, more and more of those kids are coming from public school. Early on in 22-23, the vast majority of the ESAs went to children who were already in private school. So it didn't really affect you as much. We use this data at the grid level for all kinds of things. This just shows the distribution of current enrollment. It's normalized in the coloring into students per square mile, but the little numbers are actually the number of students you're serving out of each one of those boxes. And so we track that over time in order to see where enrollment's increasing and decreasing. And that's why you can't just look at district numbers, because you've got areas that are, experiencing some pretty significant levels of decline. Well, there's been a large push in the north. And so everywhere blue on this map, there's been a net decline in enrollment over the last 5 years. And everywhere where there's red, there's been increases, and there's been some pretty big increases. But this is really valuable stuff, obviously, for doing facility work. So especially if you have to start looking at changing attendance areas, or maybe, God forbid, school, usage, we can use this data and re-aggregate and do what-ifs analysis for facilities with using this level of data. In terms of the demographics, I mentioned we're up to a population estimate of about 270,000 people. The population under 14, or under 14, which is a preschool and the K-8, are of most interest to me. Because if I know what happens in those groups, I can figure out what's going to happen in high school a few years later. So I'm really focusing on those two younger groups. And we do see them shrinking as a percentage of the total population. But not as bad as I see in a lot of other areas. It's still a family community. It's still a family community down south, and it's still trying to be a family community up north. I think we've got some house pricing challenges up for us up north, Don's going to talk about, but it wants to be a family community. It's really key to the percentage of the homeowners, householders that fall into these two categories of 35 to 44 and 45 to 54. And so, just 14 years ago, that was 40% of all householders, and now it's down to a third. And I know that doesn't seem like a massive difference, but when you're talking demographics and it translates into thousands of people, it does matter in terms of what's going on with your enrollment. And that's, one of our big concerns is the, continued aging of the population. And actually, when we do this, I'm just showing it aggregated. We look at it always by owners and renters in these age groups, because owner households right now are turning over about every 14 years, and renter households are turning over every 3 years. So the turnover, having renter-occupied housing, actually helps stabilize your school-age population, because you don't age in place as much. So think, rental housing serves a purpose. I talked about how school-age population, well, school-age population unchanged, as I said, since 2010, is the birth rate. And this data just follows the red line, which is the Arizona total. So during the Great Recession, in a period of 3 years, the birth rate fell by 18%. In terms of number of births, in that 3-year or 4-year span, the number of births in the state fell from 102,700 to 85,000. And then it was sort of flat for a few years, but then it's gone down fairly consistently ever since, till this year, or last year in 2024, there was around 78,000 births in the state of Arizona. The only good news is that 78,000 is just about exactly the same number it was in 2019. So the rate is still creeping downward, but the number of births in the state, it looks like, has finally bottomed. And that's what we've been waiting for, because nothing's going to increase until we hit the bottom of that. And so I'm hopeful that we've actually seen minimum school-age population at this point. And it does have a lag effect. I have this little line on the bottom there that says, okay, when does that mean they get to kindergarten? You know, with just the declines we know about, we still are looking for, you know, shrinking classes at least through this year, next year. You'll take that 19 number and leg it to 24, 25. And our data is actually showing that, where the kindergarten enrollment hasn't been dropping quite as fast. You know, the other cohorts are feeling the effect of the smaller classes, but the births haven't really been going down. I mentioned charter school enrollment. We look at the ones directly in the district and the ones within a mile, and knowing good and well that that's not all your kids. There's a lot of other kids that go to those schools too, but that's the metric we use, and we do it consistently over time so that we can judge the impact. And so in this 14, 15-year period, total has gone from 16 schools with 4,700 students to 24 schools with 10,500 students. You'll notice, though, that since COVID, their numbers are practically unchanged. They're fighting the same thing you are, exactly, in terms of shrinking populations, and then the last few years of, obviously, ESAs. Now, the other thing we know about charters, you know about charters, is that it's all good and well till you get another one. And so, as you know, we have a large ALA opening up in Vistancia this fall. 2,000 students probably at least, even in the first year. I know they won't all be your kids, but it's not a smooth function, you know, it's a step function. You get a new school, you take a big hit, and then it sits for a while. And then, you know, so I am pretty worried about, you know, numbers for next year. And it obviously introduces a level of uncertainty that goes beyond counting housing units and understanding, you know, the demographics, because it gets into the choice people make at the dinner table. And I haven't figured out how to get my crystal ball fired up quite to that level yet, but that's where the science kind of breaks down. And I'm going to talk a little more about that after Don does his bit. Looking at, you know, private schools in the district and nearby, it's only about 2,800 students. As far as I know, it really hasn't increased because it may as a result of this. But in the past, private schools didn't have any more money to do capital improvements than you did. And, you know, the enrollment really hadn't been increasing. I just talked about, though, the increase in the number of district residents with ESA accounts. So 22, 23 was the first year it went universal. So about a 1,250 student increase. Now we know, at least at the state level, 80% of the kids who took them that year were already in private school. But if you take 80% of 16, or you 20% the other way around of 1,600, that'd be 300 kids. The following year, it was 50-50. So you start taking that increase of 2,700, and these are new accounts every year, by the way. That's 1,300 kids. How many students did you lose last year? 1,100. So it starts to track, and we don't know. You know, we don't know exactly where the limit is there. And the interesting thing is that because charter schools obviously aren't getting them, they can't take a voucher, and the private schools don't really have the ability to grow. All the data points to a massive increase in homeschooling. In some studies I've seen, we've gone from 2% to 6 or 7% in just a 3-year period. Well, all that cheery news aside, I'm going to let Don talk to you about something more exciting, building houses.
Blue bars are single family and the orange bars are multifamily. And if you look here in the last decade, there's been about 20,000 units permitted. And the two things that really jump out at me when I look at this is, one, is your single family production per year is pretty stable. Now, the year before last, you'll see it dropped down quite a bit. Basically, that's because there were several subdivisions and a couple of different master plan communities that were all building out at the same time. And then the production just jumps back up the next year. But if you look at over the entire period, your single family production stays pretty stable and pretty strong. What's really changing, though, is the multifamily production is really increasing a lot, where you've got like more than half of your production in the last few years has been multifamily. So this is something that changes, and especially since you tend to not get many kids out of multifamily for the most part. We look at the recent activity, and in fact, this is very recent. What we did was we usually get our information by school year. In this particular map, we pulled out the last half of 2024 to look. And it shows much of the same thing, where you've got, the northern part of the district is getting most of the activity up at North Point and Vistancia and Lake Pleasant Heights, the Mystic area of it, and over at Laura Vita. A lot of activity there. In the last year, there was also quite a bit of activity at Camino Al Lago, which doesn't show up on the map because D.R. Horton was building out all of those subdivisions. They bought like 7 subdivisions, and well, now they're done. But the northern part of the district is where you're getting most of your activity. If we look at the development potential, and again, the blue part of the bar is single family, and the orange is multifamily. We have a lot of potential. Just under 50,000 total housing units, and it's only about half single family. But if you look to the far right and you see these bars are really large, what's happening here is we have a lot of this potential we expect, could start within our 10-year projection period, but it's going to go, as far as construction, it's going to go way beyond that. I mean, in some cases, we have things like the North Peoria Gateway that'll have a massive number of housing units. But at this point, I don't have any way to break it down into small pieces. So it looks like we're just dumping, thousands of units on all at the same time. So this chart's a little misleading, because that last bar is going to be extending, way off into the future. But anyway, the other thing you can take from that is there is capacity for growth. So we're not running out of land. We're showing this here where you've got where the potential is located. The yellow or the white, off-white is single family, which is what most of this is, especially in the northern area, and orange is multifamily. Rick had mentioned earlier about how the type of housing being built is shifting, and this has an impact on the school, age population. And while we're showing this as, the off-white, yellow is single family, we actually stratify this to about 5 different categories. And we expect different numbers of children in each of those households. Because typically, when you have like large lot properties, tend to have fewer kids than if you have small properties. And what we've had going on in the district is a lot of your past growth has been in, high production housing, like at Camino Al Lago, the Meadows, and you had, typical suburban, houses, typical suburban families. We're moving now up into the northern areas where you've gotten the North Point at Vistancia, and now we're moving up into the Saddleback area. We're getting into hillsides, and a lot of times we might still have small lots, but they're going to be next to an arroyo, so, so the housing density overall is going to be dropping down because we're getting up in these different types of areas where you got hillsides instead of just redeveloping a cotton field. The multifamily potential is a little more dispersed. Although, and what we have when we've looked at it is a lot of the multifamily potential is also in the north simply because of the massive amount of land. But most of the multifamily potential that we expect to be built in the next few years will be clear in the southern part of the district. Now, eventually, this will turn and they'll be building more and more in the north, but for now, the potential is in the north, the activity will be in the south. Now we look at what's my favorite map, the development timing. Most of the active projects, and those would be colored in red, are in the north, and some in the north central, like over Laura Vita. The dark orange are the areas we expect to be in development in the next, 2 or 3 years. And that's, again, up in the north. And then as the colors get lighter, that's going farther and farther out into the future. Now, if you look, there's not much of anything being colored in the south of Bell Road because there really just isn't any capacity down there much except for Legacy Place, which is under construction now. Legacy Place is nice, it's building, but it's going to be like 500 lots within the district. As part of it's in the Glendale district. But it's 500 lots, they'll be built out in about 4 years. But you've got a lot of activity in the north, and you're going to be getting more. They'll be bridging the canal over Lake Pleasant Heights. They're supposed to start construction this year, and we should be looking for houses sometime in late 26, early 27. They're doing the infrastructure work going up into the Saddleback. And again, we're looking at probably in maybe mid 26 or so, they might be doing houses. So we have a lot of stuff going on. This last point where it mentions, the production levels increasing and should peak around the midpoint of the projection period and then moderating. What is happening is in the next few years, we're adding a lot more activity. We've got several places that are expanding or being brought into production at similar times. And then when we get into past the midpoint of the projection, some places will be building out while other places are still moving, except they're in these hillside areas that don't build as fast. So the market again is shifting some. But you will keep having pretty strong projection or pretty strong production for a good many years. The impact on the district, however, is going to be changing over time.
You work on translating that into what it means in terms of enrollment. And to get to enrollment, we have a couple of things we go through. And the first one is, of course, housing units become occupied housing units, which are called households. And so even though we've got it shown as one cute little column on here, those are 20,000 new occupied housing units over the next 10 years. And we in the model, we stratify those by those age groups that I showed you, the householder, renters versus owners, and age groups, to try to get an idea where we think school-age population is going, which still isn't enrollment. That's just persons living in the district of school age. And I'm just going into a little more detail than I normally would here because I made some notes about what we thought 5 years ago and what we actually had happen today. I think that's fair to do, and it's not always my favorite thing to do, but I think in this case, it's really important because in 2019-20, I went back 5 years ago to our study. Don projected we would have 111,531 housing units. We have 111,128 housing units. So he's off by less than 400 housing units on the gain of thousands and thousands and thousands. So he does better work than I do by far. And that translated, we had projected that in this year there'd be 102,380 households. So that's a little bit of my work, translating units into occupied housing units. Good so far? All right. So then we take that the households, and I said we track historically and then model into the future school-age population, which is all persons age 5 to 17 living in the district, whether they go to your school or any school, and some don't. Some of them are just, out, dropouts or whatever. They're just not even in the total. And so in 2019-20, we projected that school-age population would be 44,000. And so it came in at 43,400. So even though households are over a little bit, school-age population is under a little bit. So that, it's not bad. I mean, it's still in the ballpark. But the fact of the matter is the aging of the population is accelerating. Our school-age population is not growing as fast as we anticipated that it might. And in fact, the current census data says that it shrank. It actually shrank, and that's a lot of that is talking about the 9-12 cohort getting hit particularly hard. So the first measurement that we look at is the simple ratio between your total K-12 enrollment and your school-age population, and that's 78.7%, 80%. That's a healthy rate. We used to use that rate before we did geocoding because I didn't even know how many were in and out of district when I first started doing this. I just knew how many kids you had. This number I can also do for every district in the state, so I can compare every district on that metric without knowing the constitution of their enrollment. But then we do pull out the out-of-district enrollment to look at how many students came from in the district. And when it says in-district difference, that's basically taking the school-age population minus the your in-district enrollment gives me what unfortunately is the difference between, basically the size of the school-age population you're not serving. And the biggest problem we had with the projections is we projected this year we would have 32,041 students, not 29,571. We assumed that we would have a service rate, which is the percentage of your own students' own school-age population you're serving. So you take that out-of-district component out of there. And that is 68%, right? And we had projected pre-COVID 5 years ago, that would be 74%. Because if you can see in the years prior to that, it had been coming down. We were trending it down, but not very darn fast. It was 78, 77 and a half, 78 was, and so we had anticipated it would be 74%. If it was 74%, based on the school-age population we have now, the enrollment would be 32,116. So we have a tiny bit of error in the calculation of school-age population and a new direction in service rates that is just, I wouldn't say it was unpredictable, but in 2019-20, it was unpredictable because of COVID. But that's where the big departure has been in our work is in that service rate number. And it's depressing, but at the same time, it's good to know that the kids are still out there. And, it's all about, doing the best you can to serve who you can. I did hear a superintendent not too long ago say he's going to worry a lot more about the kids he is serving than the kids he's not. And I kind of like that attitude. So but it is definitely, it is the source of the error, basically. Because it's not predictable in the way that housing units and households are, We end up giving the district kind of a range of what we think could happen with the projections. And the range is terribly wide. I mean, at the end, 10 years out, we're 5,000 difference between, you know, what a stable, these scenarios I should explain, if the service rate continues to fall as it has since COVID at 1.1% per year, that means enrollment would fall by about 3,500 students over the next 10 years. If it stayed stable at around 68%, then it would actually go up by 1,800 kids. And that's how important that one factor is. And then I do a midpoint of those because I think I'm hoping that's going to be closer to reality, and that's what we tend to use for planning. I don't want to plan on the best case. I don't want to plan on the worst case. So for planning, we tend to use that mid-scenario number. And I think everything else you'll see in this presentation then is based on that mid-scenario number. But as you see, we had a loss of 1,000 last year on top of 951 the year before. And with the ALA opening up this fall, you know, I've got a 1247 number in there. And I hope that's all. We do the projections, like as I said, not just for the district, but with Dawn's help and all the demographics for the small areas. And so we are showing, you know, pocketed areas of increases in the south, even though multifamily units do not produce on a per unit basis like single family units do. The ones that are actually marketed to families, if you figure in the offset of density now, when we're getting 30 units per acre, you can actually get as many students per acre as you can out of a single family subdivision, unless it's these high-end concierge, $1,500 a month HOA fee kind of places that just don't attract, you know, children. And we were working with the Glendale Elementary people the other day, and we were looking at the generation rate differences between old apartment units and new apartment units. And they had been doing this thing where every time that somebody builds a new apartment unit, they go out and run and introduce themselves and make sure that they know that, you know, where their school is and all that kind of stuff. You don't get any kids out of this. So we actually reversed strategy and said, we're going to go and knock on the doors of the lower rent apartments and make sure they know what we can do for them. And it was like, wow, okay, that's an easy enough thing to do. So that was kind of a fun thing that came out of it. This is the projections by school. If you have the report or read the report, you'll see there's actually projections two ways because we do it by attendance area, basically where your kids live. And then we have a secondary model that then takes into effect open enrollment, because there's open enrollment between all of the campuses, translates it into schools. And for elementaries, I realize there's, you know, way too many numbers here, but if the school is blue, it's small. If it's red, it's big. If it's getting redder, it's getting bigger. So, you know, we're just really essentially looking at the Lake Pleasant, you know, and the Estancia areas, although Estancia doesn't have much growth. You can see the last 5 years worth of actuals, that period I was just talking about where enrollment in elementaries has gone down by about 2,500. The mid-level projection would have that down by around 2,000 more over the next 5 years. And then the same information for the high schools where, you know, no surprise, all of the energy, you know, going up north, but really not pushing Liberty High School above where it has been, you know, several years ago even, just because of what I was talking about, the offsetting demographics and the shrinking of those classes right now. So I'll finish this and then I'll open it up to, you know, to you guys, but obviously, you know, it's an incredible amount really of housing and population growth. Not so much school-age population growth as we thought because of the aging and the birth rate thing, but still growth. As Don was saying, we've got 3 projects coming out of the ground again. And for a while anyway, it's going to go like gangbusters in the north. We do expect a bit of a boom in the first part of the projection period. What that translates into in enrollment is going to depend on, of course, how many of them decide to choose your schools, which I think is pretty much what I said in the last bullet point here. But we did talk about the multifamily, and even though typically, like we said, they don't generate as many students per unit, with housing affordability issues being what they are, you know, we do expect that to be an important component, you know, in some particular neighborhoods, particularly in the southern part of the district. And as we keep talking about, it's all about choice. And I'd be happy, Don would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you both for presenting this today to us. I appreciate being here. Mrs. Ewing, I'll go to you first for any questions for them.
Thank you for putting this together. It must be very interesting work that you're doing, especially going out to various different school districts and so forth. I think you bring up an interesting point is that you said earlier that there's some student loss that you can't account for in your numbers with the charter and the private, and so then you're making the assumption that that means there's more homeschool, those kids are going to more homeschool groups and so forth, or homeschooling. Is there a way to look at it to determine which pocket areas? Like, for instance, I live out in Vistancia, and compared to 5 years ago, before COVID, I didn't see near the number of kids out during the day, the regular school day now that I do now. So it driving around during the week, during the day, when they should be at a school, it seems like there's many more homeschool families. So I'm just wondering, as we look forward to how can we be recapturing some of those students that are within our district who maybe at one point were in our schools, can we see certain areas that there are students that are not accounted for?
I believe there is a data set that's public that shows the number of ESAs by zip code. And that is the lowest level of information you're going to get. They're not going to give you a dot map of where the kids are. It's not going to work. But they will, I believe there's a report by zip code. And we could be showing that, you know, tracking that over time, for sure. I mean, you don't have to go very far and just see where the change in those have been by zip code.
Yeah, the 85383, which is up where I am, yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Brooke, Ms. Ewing, 85383 is the number one usage of ESAs in the state of Arizona. It's gone from 400 or 500 to 1,500, I think was the last number I looked at for last year. So it's a big zip code. So part of that is not us, right? But it has West Wing, it has that areas that go farther north. But that's the number one area that is using the ESA scholarships.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure I have lots of other questions, but I'll move on to other board members.
Okay, all right, Ms.
One of
Proud.
the points that I would say about that, though, is that, interestingly, even though the objective may have been to help low-income students get into private schools and what have you, you know, where the voucher money has gone has been into the higher socioeconomic status.
Right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. Some context, I was an ESA parent for one of my children. And I live in that zip code, and I know a lot of families. What this data is showing to me is exactly what I'm witnessing in like the groups of parents that I associate with. I think a lot of parents had their kids home during 2020, realized they could do it and have more family time or have whatever they wanted to do, and decided to go towards homeschooling. I mean, I come from a business background, so I always look at this as like, let's just look at nuts and bolts as a business. It's a very diversified market. There's a lot of choice, and we're competing for students. And so the question is what are we willing to do as a district to step outside the box to provide, again, a more dynamic situation? Because not only are we losing students to charter schools, and private schools via ESA or homeschools, you know, now that ESA funds are universal and can be used for homeschoolers, we also have an onslaught of online schools. And there's just the ways to educate your children, and kind of a hallmark with the state of Arizona, like it or not, you know, however anyone feels about it, choice in education has become the hallmark and the unique value proposition of educating your kids in Arizona. And so what are we doing? and where do we play into that larger picture? Because I think if we continue to look at it as doing public school the way it's always been done, we're going to continue to see drops in numbers, particularly in the north. I don't foresee the vouchers going away, although I will say publicly, and I've said privately, that it is kind of missing the mark a little bit, because having accessed those funds, the way the system is set up, it still is really serving a higher demographic and probably not reaching the kids that it was originally intended for. Yeah, I think there's a lot here. I don't have any questions about the information. Thank you for your report. It was very comprehensive, and as I've looked at state land deals that are going through right now, I think my biggest concern is Vistancia and North Cross River, because I think that that's going to happen in a large bubble in the next 5 years, and it's going to happen all at once in an area that we're already really crowded in. I've already heard rumors of charter schools potentially going there, and if we don't move, the charter schools will, and it's great to lean on each other to support our students and give them lots of options, but I'm interested to see how as a district we're equipped to handle this, because, sorry, one more thought. I feel like I'm rambling. I'm doing like stream of consciousness talking right now, but one of the things where I think truthfully as a district that we failed a little bit was with the Liberty High School boom, with it being so overcrowded. That was the reason my student had to be taken out. I think we were not proactive enough in ensuring that we were on the front end of that, and we got behind it, and we're still behind it how many years later. And so especially looking at, it looks like by 34 it's going to be booming again up there. So I'm grateful that we're adding those buildings, because I think that's the right solution for that. But I'm very concerned about Vistancia and what we're going to do to ensure that we are on the front end of that, or we are going to lose all those students to charters or homeschool or all of the many options.
Well, and in the demographics and in that regard, you guys are not alone by any stretch of
Right.
the imagination. I mean, we've been watching the first phase of Superstition Vistas, which is taking place out in the Apache Junction School District. And it's two developments that are building 1,000 units a year.
Yeah.
And there's no schools there yet.
Yeah.
It's 10 miles from Apache Junction's nearest school. And so guess what? There's 2 charter schools already slated. They have 2 school sites, and they're both going to be charters.
Yep.
And I'm worried that they can do that. They can get there while it's still just dirt. They don't have to get permission from the SFOB and or the voters. And it really ties your hands that you can't get there ahead of them.
100%. And we have plots of land now that we have got, with the bond, we've got to figure out a different way, because if we don't utilize those, we're gonna have a lot more charters up here than what we realize. And again, my kids went to charter when they were younger. I'm not in any way anti-charter. I think we all need to lean on each other to create a comprehensive education system for our children. But again, we need to be excessively proactive in ensuring that we even have exceptional services, and making sure that we understand what we do and do what we do better than anyone else. Because again, it's education's turned into a little bit of a capitalist environment where we really, it kind of is though, like we really, the same rules apply. So it's a big problem, and I'm excited to tackle it. So thank you for your
The
presentation.
concept of service rate came around because I started my career doing real estate consulting in retail. And so what's your market capture? And that didn't even apply to this business when I started it. And now it's a very important factor.
Again, I just think the more we hold on to public schools as it always was done, where you went, I grew up in New York, you went to the private school or the public school. That's just not a factor anymore. In my neighborhood, and I'm in 85383 on the east side, you can have in one neighborhood 6 schools represented.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of the times that we're living in.
I don't
So
like that the kids on one street go to 6 or 8.
yeah, I don't love it. I wish it was more community based, but
Yeah.
but it is a reality, and I can lament the what is, or figure out how to innovate and do it better, I guess. And so working on doing it better. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Just to spearhead off some things Ms. Profit said, being very familiar, unfortunately, with SFOB and their regulations on public education. In addition to that, our online schools, some of which have been in the news, are not educating our children well. And then the obvious, I would assume, in the room is we have many charter schools, but many, two things, don't usually withhold sustainability after, 2-3 years. The chances of them staying there are low, unless they have multiple and they've been around a while. The other thing is 90% of them don't have high schoolers, as you showed, in your presentation. So the fact that our high school is already overcrowded, the fact that we're probably, I think this is fair to say because I've read a lot of things about online schools, we're not educating our children well. The fact that we're leaning more towards skills in education, and then AI even, I think the district, there's some other options we could be looking at. Again, spearheading off what Ms. Profit said, let's look at who our audience is instead of who they can be. Of course, that has to be part of that, but who should we be tailoring to in our own communities? And then, I know a lot of homeschool moms. I know a lot of, and parents and ESA and some satellite, as Ms. Profit, I think, spoke to as well. Pooling together, educating your children, realizing it only takes a couple hours to educate my child, and now we can go, on a field trip, and that can be even more educational for their child. I call it going back to the one-room schoolhouse, because I think that's kind of where we're headed. But there is, there's things like 2-hour learning, and there's other things that are coming down the pipes that I think as a district we'd be very wise in looking at to capture what we already have. Because even though my children were in the district and went to charter for a couple of years, I bused my kids across town. And it wasn't because it was a different school, it was because they had a different program. So they were both in Peoria, but the school in my area did not have the program that my children wanted. So still having to pay taxes for the community school, but I had to, like many, probably majority of parents are going across, the city for their children. But I think I don't think we are looking at what we already have and really tailoring our teaching, our learning, our environments as a school district to those populations.
Yeah.
That's all I have, thanks.
I would just say one thing about that is that one of the things that makes ALA different is that they like high school. And in fact, the one they're building in Buckeye, they're going to go right from this site right down to Buckeye. And that's built as 2,400 students, 1,600 high school seats, and only 800 elementary seats. So I'm just warning you, that could shift on us too.
Right. I just know because I've looked at some data more recently that, just speaking to charter and online, because I think I'm thinking high school when I'm saying this.
Yeah.
We don't have homeschool high school kids typically. We just don't, unless they have a large family or that kind of thing. Typically, they're online or they're in a public high school, and most of their career has been in a charter school or so we know that's true. Why are we not looking closer at how can we tailor some of that? And I know that there's state laws and ADE and other things that affect where we get money from, and I just think we need to start thinking outside the box as far as tailoring to who already pays taxes in our communities, and say how can we do this different, just as Ms. Profit said, not overall. I think what we're doing is fine, and I think we're headed in a good direction as a public, unified school district, and we're not going to tailor to everyone. That's not, we never will. One thing I have to say, because I think it's important, is at one time we had a very solid, people drove from Anthem to bring their children into our special ed program. Very excited to see that we're moving forward in some of that, even maybe hopefully with some extra monies for that department. But anyway, I just want to say that we can probably tailor more to our population instead of saying, oh, it's this or it's that. And it is, I get it. But if an online school that barely has their head above water as far as educating children is making, they have millions of children and I've seen that data as well. Are we really educating our children? I I don't think so. And again, we have, CTE and other programs, and then we have West Mech, and there's a lot of thinking outside the box I think we can do.
Yeah.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Well, I was just gonna say one thing. So one of the things, in case anyone who's listening, or the community who's watching is unaware, part of that is a lot of the charter models that are moving back towards more traditional education, or a Hillsdale model we hear talked about a lot. They actually don't really have a 9 through 12 model. The model goes K-8. And where ALA has been really smart is kind of capturing its own version of traditional schooling, but extending it to that 9-12 for parents who may want smaller classrooms, who want accelerated curriculum, or some of the different things. And I love what you said about capturing who we have. I will say, having had some of my older children at charter school, I think one of the ways that we really need to, again, be establishing these relationships with charter schools. I know there's tons right in the vicinity of Liberty High School where our, students from Sunset Heights and Frontier, they have an opportunity to be able to do like a day in the life. And they have this really beautiful bridge into high school where if we want to attract those charter school kids and say, hey, I know you're visiting Brophy and Xavier and all these different ones, Glendale Prep, some of these other ones they might be thinking of, trying to maybe push into those schools more to say, hey, let's have a presentation from a guidance counselor to see what PUSD has to offer. Because I know as a parent that was something that was maybe lacking a little bit, and even having to register kids for high school classes coming from a charter for my oldest, it was just tricky. It was a tricky transition, and people need to kind of get used to the back and forth between, you may not be going charter the whole way, you may be piecemealing, or you have different kids that are suited better for private or whatever the situation may be. And I think there's probably more we could do there to establish relationships with some of our neighborhood partner schools to ensure that we're able to have a chance with those students too.
I will add to what she was saying, and if you don't know, a program that's similar, I won't say the same, as West Mac that we have on the west side, is even on the east side. They do have a traditional, they thought outside the box and put a traditional Paul Revere school on their campus for that traditional learning. And what I love about that, because I kind of rule like this, and that is always speak to people higher than they are. And putting a student on campus in a traditional school and seeing kids that are independent and they're in college on the same campus, to me, is showing them this is where you could be, or this is where you're going. So there's a lot of things on the west side that I know we could make happen. So thank you.
All right, Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. It definitely helps me identify kind of high level what's going on with our district as far as numbers, where we're going to go. It got in pretty sufficient detail. I don't know, my pen must be magic today, because as soon as I write something, somebody else brings it up. But because my question was, one, where are they? Where are the 12 to 13,000 students? That was my question that Mrs. Ewing stole. And then also, I literally wrote bridge when Mrs. Proudfit said bridge. So, because I had that same thought as far as bridging to our charter schools. But I think there's just some alignment here. But anyway, when it comes to the data, I mean, it is just it's a snapshot. And I think that with us having a Peoria way that we're developing, hopefully that data, we can kind of eke it more towards the positive. But I'm just more of a glass half full kind of guy. So thanks for that.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all the numbers and looking to see where we're going at, especially when our city of Peoria, they have a lot of development coming up, a lot of plans, and I'm looking forward to partnerships with them to brainstorm and thinking outside the box. I guess I do have a couple questions, and I don't know if this can relate to 5.2 with Mr. Molino's presentation, but the Lake Pleasant and Vistancia numbers, is there a breakdown of these students attending those schools? How many might be outside of the district boundaries? Do we know?
Yeah, there's, we do that. It's not, like I said, we look at it two ways, all of it. One is based on where everybody lives, because that is the direct tie to the demographics and the rooftops. And then we have this whole second model that, you know, tries to model open enrollment. And it does model it. It's just, again, it's not one of those concrete things because it's a decision thing. But if we do track it over enough years, then we can see how the relationship between the attendance area and the school has been behaving. And the difference is actually broken into two components. One is movement within the district, and one is kids from outside the district. So you kind of hit it right on the head. That's how the components break down.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to touch a little bit. I think it was on, you know, we're talking about the decrease in enrollment. There's been mention of the charter school, the homeschool, the ESAs that started. And I'm just going to, I guess, disagree with statements of that the ESA is for, I guess, the high-end class of people. I totally disagree with that. There's a lot of families that I know that have two parents that work to try to make a living right now, and they utilize the ESAs. But what I want to touch on is that I don't think that charter schools, ESAs, homeschool, microschooling, all of those things, I don't think that that's what the problem is. Are the options there? Yes. But I think the problem is from a business aspect. That's what we're looking at. Like I think Janelle mentioned it, but the aspect of, we always talk about we're attracting and trying to retain teachers to stay here. We should be thinking the same thing for our families so that they want to bring their kids here. So I just kind of wanted to touch on that. And when we're talking about bringing those options in from a standpoint on, a lot of families do look for that traditional learning. That's why I think our Peoria traditional school is just so excelling. If we are looking at the growth that's coming in the north, if there's an opportunity to look at a high school option for that more traditional learning. We don't have a high school like that in Peoria Unified, and I don't think a lot of school districts have that type of high school. And so that's just on my mind, is if you got families that are leaving for that different type of learning, how do you get them to come back? Is that an option to look at? And even so, I know that there's been a difficult time trying to get a bond passed for a high school. So that's what I would maybe look at too, is our demographic in that area. I know is a lot of retirement folks. Would they support something like that? A more traditional type of style high school? That would be something that I don't think any school district has looked at in Arizona. So that's just my thought process behind
Queen Creek has
looking
kind
at.
of done it, and one of the neat things that they did is that you have kind of an overlapping boundary kind of a situation, and it's a 7-12. Because somebody here said about transition points.
Right.
You know, and that transition from elementary school to middle school is really a difficult one for a lot of kids. And that's one of the places where you tend to lose, and you know, a more than normal number of students, and, and that transition again to high school. So I think, you know, focusing on those points, but the 7-12 model, you know, Chandler's got one, Gilbert's got one, and now Queen Creek has one. So it might just be, because you can, you know, get enough kids in enough grades, you don't need as many per grade to have a decent sized school.
Right, exactly. Well, and I'm just looking at that map up in North Peoria, and there's a lot of growth. And so when we're looking at, if we're talking about families are using the ESA because they want something different for their child, well, let's look at what it is. And if it's charter schools, if it's traditional learning, how can we get them to come back? Well, charter schools, yeah, there is a very short, narrow path of high school options. I know ALA has their high school being built, totally understand that, but we're looking at how do we get them to come back? And so that's what I've kind of just thought about, is a charter high school, and if that would be an easier thing to ask the community for, if they would be more supportive of that when we have those different demographics in this area. So that's just kind of what I gathered from this, but thank you for the presentation and all of the work on this data.
Thank you for having us here. Appreciate it.
Oh, yes, Ms. Ewing, go ahead.
Thank you, President. Rooks. So a couple of questions. President Rooks, I had some of the same thoughts too, is in regards to the kids that use the ESAs by grade level. And I like how you mentioned like the transition points. Actually, I'm bouncing around, but the transition points, I think it's really an opportunity for us to look at if we have the data. I don't know if you have it or if it's out there in other organizations, to really understand what's happening with our students who start in our district, leave our district, and then come back, and where they're going, and if we have the ability to capture that information of why they went someplace, why they're going someplace else, or even capturing that data when somebody comes back to Peoria Unified. Hey, we see you were here K through fourth grade, you were gone for a couple of years, and now you're back with us. What brought you back? In helping us to look at some of those things, like Ms. Rook said, on why are people leaving and why are they coming back? And does this data, if we look at what our charter schools are offering and what we can offer, especially because we're a K through 8, and so we don't have a whole different set of programming for that 6 through 8, which is a transition point, and so charters can offer a different experience than that expected in that K through 8. So is that a possibility of looking at increased programming? And that's more towards us, not something that you would provide to us, obviously. But
I assume you guys, I mean, you can torture the data somewhat, but do you guys do exit interviews? I mean, or to try to reach out to people who leave?
I think, yeah.
yeah. So anyway, it would be interesting to take a look at when people leave and when they come back, why they're, to help drive where some of our decision-making can be, and making sure that we're capturing those. Do you have in your information, I can't remember if you have the use of ESAs by grade level, and are we seeing a big, does it tend to be the 6th, 7th?
At the state level, and obviously, I haven't seen it for your district, the use of ESAs, but at the state level, it was interesting because I had pretty good growth in 24, 25, but kindergarten was the big growth in 23, 24. I mean, it like doubled in 23, 24. It did not double again. It went up by like 10%. Now, that group moved on, so a bigger group moved on, and so there was overall growth in the system, but I was talking with Matt Strom out at Mesa about this very point, because he sees it decelerating in terms of the overall numbers of people who are ultimately going to be interested. So there's early adopters, but it's not going down, it's not going to go down, but the rate of growth appears to be flattening, particularly in the lower grades, which is what we're looking for. Because it could be that they all turn out to be kindergarten. And that's where you talk about the total enrollment in the ESA program, being over 100,000 students, 120,000 students. If you just took all the kindergartners now and kept them in the system through 13 grades, that's what you would have. But the question is, does it get bigger than that? And, just like charters, there's people who want it and people who don't, and there's options, and there's saturation points. At least I hope there's a saturation.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
I was just going to ask Dr. Hernandez if we could see maybe that data, future fire report of exit surveys. I don't know if it's possible, so. That's fine.
President
Thank you.
Broderick.
Yes.
Sorry. President Brooks, can I just have the floor for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Just again, to spearhead off a little bit what Ms. Ewing said, I know that the data today, Queen Creek has the highest numbers in ESA and Peoria is second. But to put, for those that are listening, especially into perspective, and this is an average, it's middle ground, but it's pretty close. Public schools receive over 14,500 per student and ESA 7,400. So while I do think that some, like Ms. Prophet said, are staying home, realizing that 2020, reprioritizing, I think if we had exit outcomes of ESA, it would be, I don't really want to homeschool my kids. I just want to have better education or more of this or more of that. And while I know exit outcomes are amazing, they're not always the best data because you don't always get them. Sometimes they're disgruntled. I've managed major social service agencies. We had them. They'd be great if people were being honest and, it was anonymous and they actually believed it was anonymous. So they're just not good. It's not good data to run things on. I mean, it's good data if we just use it for one tool, but being a parent and grandparent and person for school choice, we just have to be more competitive. I mean, we have to produce a better product, and I think we're headed in a good direction with curriculum and kind of, tailoring our own curriculum for that matter. People are watching, and I do expect our numbers to go up. And then the other side that was mentioned by Ms. Rooks is the data comes out, we need to get that onto the social media and into the media. So that's all, thanks.
When you get Dr. Summers to do a public service announcement, just like Jeremy Calles is doing down for Tucson, for Tolleson.
Hey, I'm for that.
Can we make a motion, please?
I think Dr. Summers is already taking over our Instagram account, if I remember correctly. So
I've known Jeremy Calles for 25 years. I met him at Kyrene, and I saw that commercial. I thought that was the greatest thing ever.
all right, Dr. Summers, you got to be in a commercial.
Let's go. Let's do it.
All right, so if no further questions or comments, we will now move on. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today and presenting. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate it.
Board members, I'm just checking in. Do you guys need a 5-minute bathroom break? Okay, we'll just recess for 5 minutes for a bathroom break. Thank you. Now from our 5-minute break. So we will move now to 5.2, Stewardship of Resources and Operational Excellence. Ms. Myers, welcome.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and Community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information regarding fiscal year 2026 budget development, as well as next steps. And so if I were to channel my colleague, Dr. Hernandez, I might say our learning objective this afternoon with our discussion today is to review information that's been provided through several board meetings to date, as well as highlight next steps as we propose our fiscal year 2026 budget. We'll look at process and timeline. We'll revisit some direction and priorities and goals that have been in place from our current governing board and past governing boards, as well as our budget balance carry forwards. We'll look at our revenue projections for next year based on enrollment, as well as review select expenditures, compensation recommendations that the governing board has previously approved, and tying all of that into next steps and the work that's going to take place with the new strategic plan next year. So we'll start with looking at our meetings to date, and back on January 9th, in a very similar format to what we have today, there was a study session retreat, and I provided a comprehensive review on the status of the district's budget and financial revenue stream, expenditures, et cetera. And so that was our first introduction, which then wove into budget development work that took place with an update to the governing board on February 27th. As well as on March 13th, we brought forward our insurance recommendations for next year, which were subsequently approved, as well as compensation recommendations were previewed, work that we had done with the budget team, and then the compensation recommendations were subsequently approved by the governing board on March 27th. Now, that was almost 2.5 months ago, and so we feel it's timely to look back and review some of that action to date as it weaves into what we'll be presenting at the next governing board meeting. And so with that, we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about the budget team. As a reminder, for many years, we have had a collaborative effort with our budget team, and our team consists of certified teachers, classified staff, administrators, over 30 employees come together and work closely with administration. The Chief Personnel Officer, Ms. Laura Vesley, and I co-facilitated the team this year. There were initially, as we reported on March 27th, 4 meetings that had taken place, and you'll note now there's a May 12th meeting on this slide highlighted in red. That took place after our March 27th meeting, and I'll revisit the action and recommendation from that meeting later in our presentation today. So our budget process is very much procedural, and it's actually defined in Arizona state statute, and that statute requires that Peoria Unified adopt an expenditure budget by July 15th each year, and that we are required to propose our budget by July 5th, and then to subsequently adopt the budget by July 15th after a public hearing. What's interesting about this year, and we've had a similar outcome over the last few years, is the legislative session is still underway. We know that the legislature is required to propose a budget that's reconciled to the governor's budget by June 30th. The legislature is still in session, so we don't have a final budget. And so what happens when we have a bit of an extended timeline with the legislative session, the Arizona Auditor General typically publishes proposed budget forms for school districts to utilize to propose their budget on, because we know districts, some are actually proposing their budgets this week. We're going to propose our budget on June 25th. But basically what happens with the proposed budget forms is it includes legislative action to date, this law, but doesn't necessarily include everything that we expect. And so I'll talk about that a little bit more in detail. My objective right now is to highlight that in addition to the normal December and May budget revisions that you've typically seen Peoria Unified do each year, there will be a September budget revision to allow the district to revise on updated forms after the legislative session is complete. So our budget process is a multi-month activity and typically starts in the fall, late fall, and depending on the year has been in conjunction with our school level leaders, through our executive directors to our chief level administrators. And this year, knowing that our revenue stream is limited and actually not an increase because of our change in enrollment, we took a little bit of a modified approach where we used input from our governing board, coupled with work that was conducted by our budget team, and then cabinet level input and consideration was our process over the last several months. And with that, we are planning to propose our budget on June 25th and adopt subsequently on July 9th. I will highlight today, and we'll say it again on June 25th, once we propose a budget and it's approved, it cannot be changed at the point of adoption. The proposed budget and the adopted budget are the same. The governing board will have the opportunity to consider subsequent budget revisions in September, December, and May. So let's review information that was shared back in January, and it was actually the governing board goal that was approved in 2020 that was shared on January 9th, and this was a past board, but there were three main priorities which have been a guiding principle in recent years for administration and our budget team, and that includes compensation, an overarching model for all employee groups with a phased approach to defined compensation outcomes. And we've demonstrated over the last 5 years that priority has been met. And I actually do have a slide toward the end of the presentation highlighting the compensation increases over the last 8 to 10 years. Also, equitable and viable instructional resources. We've highlighted the work we've done with textbook adoptions and instructional resources in recent years, and then to develop a multi-year plan to address facility and program utilization with phased identified outcomes. And Mr. Molino is going to provide an update later today in that area. It's also a combination of a number of factors, and oftentimes we'll ask the budget team for a list of their priorities or capture priorities from our administrative team in the field, as well as cabinet. Compensation, recruiting, and retaining the best staff possible is always top of mind. Compression for those long tenured staff who endured pay freezes and furlough days many years ago also has always been a consideration. Priority capital projects without a bond program. Being able to build a new building at Lake Pleasant Elementary or Liberty High School using our own capital dollars as an example. The outcome of voter-approved initiatives. What does that mean for budget development? State funding, Prop 123 is an example. Ongoing reserves and budget balance carry forward, pending governing board policy in that area. I'll speak to that in just a moment. Staffing models, staffing levels, and then again, facility assessment and utilization. So all of those considerations are part of our budget development process. And in January, our current governing board gave direction to administration that there were two priorities: teacher compensation and bus driver compensation. And so we held that up as a priority, and that was embedded in our compensation recommendations. And so with that, budget balance carry forward, or reserves, is a result of when a district has not fully expended their levy budget allocation. And an amount can be maintained for a specific future purpose. There's also guidance that there should be a set level of budget balance carry forward in M&O and capital, classroom site fund, for intended purposes over time. We know that there are factors that affect our funding, and oftentimes unexpected expenditures or changes in enrollment, operational costs, et cetera. So there's always a sweet spot amount to carry forward year over year for priorities that are embedded say in a new strategic plan. The Arizona Auditor General provides guidance in this area, and they actually publish a risk assessment each year and highlight if a district does not have an adequate level of reserves or budget balance carry forward, that could actually be an indicator that that district is at risk. I shared this slide back in January, highlighting how in recent years both our M&O and capital budget balance carry forwards increased, as was the case for a number of districts here in Arizona. And there were several contributing factors and reasons why that occurred. The first was with the ESSER grant funding that was made available, federal grant funding during the pandemic. Districts were able to use those dollars for M&O and capital purposes without a supplement versus supplant framework. And so expenditures that might have normally have been in M&O were eligible to be in the ESSER grants. Now those grants have now sunset, but you're seeing a little bit of a pattern with the increase in our M&O carry forward and capital carry forward over the last 4 years. In addition, there was the restoration of district additional assistance, also referred to as capital funding, and one-time funding increases from the state of Arizona a couple of years ago. We chose to take that one-time funding, to put it in our capital budget, and that's actually how we're building the building at Lake Pleasant Elementary. The Government Finance Officers Association also provides guidance to local governments, including school districts and cities and universities, regarding budget balance carry forwards. And they recommend that entities, governments, should have formal policy adopted by their governing board or council. And it should also identify a floor that you don't go below with your budget, with that budget balance carry forward, as well as a mechanism to utilize to bring that budget balance carry forward back up to that set level if for some reason the amount is lower than your threshold. Also, I'll mention that as an entity that sold bonds in the past to investors as part of past bond authorizations, rating agencies actually look at your budget balance carry forward and your reserves as part of rating a school district for creditworthiness. GFOA has a recommendation that a government should maintain in their general fund an amount no less than 2 months of either regular operating revenues or operating expenditures, as an example. And I'll mention later in the presentation, we've had an informal policy in recent years of roughly 5 to 10%. We've used 1%, but again, you can also use a month as your framework, a month or 2 months as an example. So for next year, as we start our work with the new strategic plan, the governing board has the opportunity to consider a new governing board goal that will help be a priority for administration to use as part of budget development, as well as to establish a budget balance reserve policy. So now we'll move to look at where we left off at the beginning of this fiscal year 2025, and that was June 30th, 2024. I mentioned that 5 to 10% annual revenue control limit threshold that we've had as our informal reserve target. We had $27.3 million of M&O carry forward that rolled into this year's budget. And I mentioned previously, we have always felt that having an adequate amount in our carry forward is important, because oftentimes there are changes to enrollment mid-year, and our M&O is funded on current year ADM. So if there's a change, a big swing mid-year in December or May when we revise our budget, we're actually recognizing that change in the actual year that the change occurs. Also, we're managing moving out of having that ESSER funding and using maintenance and operations funding for summer school. So that's coming again from our budget balance carry forward. Prop 123, I know you've heard that's in the news lately. That's another area that we're focused on, and one reason why you might want to have an appropriate budget balance carry forward. Cash flow management. Every year, the state has a rollover payment that pays to school districts in early July. For Peoria Unified, that's over $40 million that we have to plan for from a cash flow perspective knowing that that final payment is coming in actually the first week of the new fiscal year. And so districts have credit lines with Maricopa County Treasurer, or they may sell tax anticipation notes, or they may have enough of a budget balance carry forward to have that cash flow management. I will say for Peoria Unified, we've not had to sell tax anticipation notes for years, and we've not had to use our line of credit with the Maricopa County Treasurer for several years as well. And then we're very, very grateful that the legislature in recent years has overridden the aggregate expenditure limit as part of the budget. We believe they'll most likely do that again this year, but because it's not permanently addressed, I have it on the slide that that's just something that's always a consideration. And so for our capital budget balance carry forward, which was $36.8 million, we had $22.2 million of priority projects that were embedded in the fiscal year 2025 budget, including $5 million for technology and laptop purchases. Again, the building at Liberty High School. I will note that even though we've made an award and that process has started, you're going to see reference to that building again for fiscal year 2026 because it's going to be a multi-year project. Lake Pleasant Elementary building, which is basically almost done, very exciting. And then, of course, our textbook adoption, social studies to be exact. We also, as I mentioned in March, had staff from Valley Schools Management Group provide a presentation to the governing board on our 3 insurance groups with Valley Schools. We have our employee benefit group, our insurance group, which is general liability, and our workman's compensation group. That's part of our self-insurance structure. And why I have this slide again for your consideration is we are permitted to have a net position with our Valley Schools employee benefit group, meaning some years where we have our annual contribution, our actual expenditures or claims might be a little lower. So from time to time, you build up a bit of a net position that can be used to offset future insurance contributions. And so what we've shared, and I'll review this again in detail, there's an opportunity to use this net position for a portion of fiscal year 26's medical contribution, employee benefit group contribution. At June 30th, the net position was $23.3 million. That has come down a bit this year. There's been roughly a $2.6 million decline. So we're targeting closer to maybe $21 million at June 30th. Still a very healthy net position. And we've communicated with Valley Schools that we'd like to use the $6.7 million or so of that net position as part of fiscal year 2026 budget development. And I'll revisit that in just a little bit. But I wanted to hold up our own fund balance and the net position with our employee benefit group because those are our one-time mechanisms for next year's budget. So speaking of the fiscal year 2026 budget, so here's my opportunity to provide my snorkeling reference. We are going to do a little bit of a deep dive on 3 levy budgets today. However, and I have them highlighted, M&O Capital and Classroom Site Fund, there are many cash-controlled and grant-funded budgets that are part of budget development. And when we meet on the 25th, I'll be doing a little bit of a deeper dive with those items. So today we're just going to focus on the 3 main levy budgets. There are external and internal considerations when we propose a budget each year. Student enrollment, we just had our presentation from Applied Economics, and we know that we have been managing declining enrollment. They shared a number, roughly 1,200. You'll see we have right now identified 1,000, just a flat 1,000 decline as part of our development, and I shared that previously with the governing board in March. But student enrollment is a real driving factor. Also, the outcome of our November ballot initiative with the continuation of our M&O override funding. And we also have decisions to make with facility utilization as well as contingency or budget balance levels. I also wanted to mention when I talked a little bit about Prop 123, and of course, be it from the general fund or if there's a continuation or a referral to the ballot, embedded in Prop 123 is something referred to as the triggers. And I've shared this before, and it was effective actually this fiscal year. that if general fund appropriations are 49% but less than 50% for public school districts, there's not a requirement for the 2% inflation funding increase. And I just want to highlight that as I start looking at the next several slides with you. And if it's over 50%, 50% or greater, there can be a 2 times reduction of past inflation funding increases to the base support level, as well as not a requirement to fund that inflation amount. So again, 49%, you really start watching at 49 to 50%. You don't have to necessarily fund the inflation 2%, and you can reduce the next year's base support level by the current year inflation factor. And then if it's 50% or greater, that's when you can get into that 2-time amount. And again, you don't need to fund the inflation percentage. So that's something we're watching as well. Why? Because there's the equalization formula. Basically, there's an expenditure limit that's set. Local taxes are calculated, subtracted from that expenditure limit, and then the state fills in the difference. And no matter where a student lives, with this equalization formula, they're going to get the same level of support and funding in the state of Arizona in a public school. So it could be a very wealthy community, say in downtown Phoenix with high property values, or a rural school district way up north. The funding amount's the same, and it's that mixture of local and state support, which also results in the base support level. I mentioned ADM enrollment. Right now, for fiscal year 2025, it's $5,013. ADM, base support level before you calculate the increase for teacher experience index. And then, of course, we have a weighting factor for high school students, special education students, et cetera, et cetera. But what I want to highlight, and you'll see this when we propose our budget, the 2% hasn't been approved yet by the legislature. So even though we've got it in our budget development, it's pending the legislative session concluding. And again, that enrollment decline, I have the slide I shared before showing that we've experienced, per our calculations, is somewhat in line with what Applied Economics shared, roughly 1,100 in fiscal year 24. And for 25, we're looking at roughly 850 to 900 student decline. We had 1,000 earlier in the year. We brought that down a little bit, but we're planning for 1,000 student decline next year, fiscal year 2026. Maintenance and operations, that's where the majority of the district's operation costs are accounted for. That's salaries and benefits, utilities, supplies, transportation, special education, people, and programs, which is different than capital, buildings, buses, computers, textbooks. I always like to say that because sometimes people or our community might think they're the same, and they're not. They're different and defined in statute. So again, our revenue projections that we've shared with you earlier in the spring included the 2% inflation increase, and we do anticipate that will be in the final budget. We do have the full restoration of district additional assistance. However, that is not adjusted for inflation, and our calculation for our 13% override, that's still in effect, that will be $33 million. And so on this slide here, and we'll just review again where we were initially going into fiscal year 2025 with budget development for the current fiscal year. We originally thought we would lose 350 students. With this updated pro forma, we adjusted to 850. At one point, we had that as high as 1,000. On June 25th, I'll bring this back again, and I think we're going to be closer to 900 or so. So that's a little bit of a moving target. But the reason why we're tracking that is we have to absorb where we're off, because when we did our pro forma last year, we thought our revenue amount would be a little bit higher because we would have more students. And so here with this calculation, you'll see that we went from what we projected to be $2.2 million of new funding to roughly 477,000. So the difference between the two's $1.7 million that we're absorbing as part of our budget development for next year. In addition, and this is preliminary, subject to change, we're still doing our work over the next couple of weeks, we anticipate a negative revenue, decline in revenue, I should say, of $1.4 million next year because of our declining enrollment. So if you add the two in combination, that's about $3 million. And I shared that before, but I'd like to hold that up again. And then the other thing is, you'll note toward the bottom of the slide, I have the amounts that we're going to be bringing forward in our proposed budget. Again, on the preliminary forms with legislation to date, you're not going to see the 2% inflation funding increase to the base support level on those preliminary forms. And so to highlight that, if I go to this next slide, and this is just a simple calculation, it's for illustrative purposes, the $304 million does not include what we anticipate our additional funding from Prop 123 or the 2% inflation increase to the base support level, which is roughly $7 million. So I would expect in September, the amount should be closer to $310 million, and that's assuming we come in at about a $25 million carry forward. I mentioned our override, $33 million of funding each year for people and positions. And I'll just highlight some statistics. You'll note here, supplemental extracurricular athletics, that includes stipends for coaches, support for schools, choir, band, art, PE, gifted, reading, an assistant principal at each school, and a healthcare provider at each school, and the associated dollar amount that's allocated to each program area. Those groups for support for schools, that's about 618 employees. Our all-day kindergarten is around 97 employees. The state provides funding for a half day of kindergarten, so our override allows Peoria Unified to provide a full day. Prior to our 13% override, we actually had to charge our community a fee for the second half of the day. And so also staff compensation to recruit and retain the best staff possible. Every single employee in the district's impacted by that program line, and that's roughly 3,700 employees. So if we look at budget development, I've mentioned one-time funding mechanisms. Because we have declining enrollment, we're covering a $3 million delta. Part of it's from fiscal year 25, and then our reduced funding for next year. But also we talked a little bit for this year, what would we do with, say, staffing levels or changing our fees, maybe increasing fees, operational efficiencies, facility utilization, staffing levels. And with the work that will be taking place with the new strategic plan, fiscal year 27 is truly going to be the year to address those additional mechanisms. Because with the strategic plan, budget allocations aligned to program priorities and outcomes will be part of those key performance indicators that we've been discussing today. And that'll take us a little bit more from what's been an incremental budget process to infusing a bit of a zero-based concept. And so that will allow us really to have those KPIs, and if the KPIs are being met, the funding continues or it's reprioritized, as an example. Also, you'll see in just a few slides, there's roughly about $12 million that's being supported with the one-time funding mechanisms. By default, that needs to be addressed and reduced in fiscal year 2026, assuming our staffing levels remain static. If we have, enrollment levels remain static. If there's an increase in ADM, that helps offset it. But all things being equal, with our projection of a decline of an additional 1,000 students, those are the numbers. And of course, there are property taxes that again help support our equalization formula. The qualifying tax rate set by the state, that's that mix of state and local funding, but then our voter approved initiatives as well. You'll see our projection for the property tax rates for next year on our proposed budget on June 25th. I'll highlight again that our secondary property taxes have been declining in recent years, in part because our assessed valuation has been going up for all district property and homes, I should say, in the district's boundaries, as well as commercial properties, and the amortization of our outstanding bond sales. Expenditure changes, we have a handful that we've highlighted throughout the spring. The good news is our ASRS employer match contribution has gone down. Went from 12.27% to 12%, which is roughly $500,000. We, in March, provided the update on our employee benefit group renewal with Valley Schools, and the increase was $716,000. We are still receiving final numbers on our insurance group contribution, and I'll have an updated workers' compensation amount in the June 25th presentation. We right now are planning to make an additional $1 million contribution to our insurance group, so I have that on the slide. Again, all coming out of the net position, that amount we're going to be taking from our employee benefit group with Valley Schools next year. Bus driver increased $24 an hour. Cost is about $500,000 a year. With benefits, increases with utilities and contractors, we're projecting to be $500,000 as well. We know there'll be a minimum wage increase in January. I don't expect it to be as significant as what we've seen in recent years because the national consumer price index inflation rate is coming down. Used to be in some areas close to 10% just a few years ago, and now we're between 2 and 3%. But there'll be an increase, and we have to fund it. However, we've had raises over the years that exceed the increase of the minimum wage increase, so really it's going to be covered through attrition. Also, we have had an increased expense for contracted staff and instructional aides, specifically in the area of special education for the instructional aides. And so we've embedded that budget amount, that expenditure, both in M&O as well as using Medicaid in public schools. And then you'll recall we had salary schedule, placement schedule increases of 2 to 5% that were approved in March. That's also being funded through an attrition calculation. And so capital, just to highlight for the governing board, here are the priority projects that we are identifying at this point. I worked with Mr. Molino, and we've listed, again, Liberty High School, because that's rolling into fiscal year 2026, but a variety of other budget line items and priorities, including student laptops, district priority and essential upgrades and repairs. That would be something like an air conditioning unit as an example, white fleet replacement, and then we talked about ELA adoption. And 2 opportunities, if we continue for 1 year or go early, as Dr. Hernandez mentioned, is a change of $350,000 to $9 million. So what I did with our analysis and for budget development, I'm programming it in. It's going to be funded from our carry forward, but we want to have it on deck. And in addition to using capital budget, we're going to recommend using $1.5 million from Plant Fund, as well as $1 million from our Developers Assistance contributions, which is essentially a gift and donation fund. Okay, I'll move on. And here's the slide I shared in March, which illustrates the utilization of our budget balance carry forward, one-time funding, $5.3 million, using our Medicaid in public schools funding for $2 million of the increased contracted IA costs, and then $6.7 million of our net position with Valley Schools. And once again, $12 million next year has to be identified to either be programmed in or it's a one-time funding mechanism. So the work with the strategic plan will help guide the governing board and administration with that work. And with that, that will cause our carry forward to really be cut in half from where it was June 30th, 2024 in both capital and M&O. All right, so now we're moving on to Classroom Site Fund, which is defined in statute. Is that 0.6 cents sales tax and state land trust sales funds it. It is intended for classroom teachers with a roster function 1000, and in recent years was expanded to include student support services function 2100. I have examples of those types of positions on the slide. Sometimes I'm asked, hey, can you maybe expand classroom site fund. We'd really like to include these other positions. The legislature can certainly do that. Administration cannot, as much as I'd like to. So I just want to be clear, this definition is in statute. And so the funding that we receive each year, there's a projection that's put out by the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, and you'll note 21-22 was the year that we saw a pretty big jump. And the school finance community, when that initially happened, we said, is this ongoing? Because year over year, remember the Great Recession? What if all of a sudden sales tax revenues decline significantly? Will that funding level stay the same? And so we were a bit cautious the first year out, and then started to say, hey, this is really an ongoing funding increase. But what that resulted in, with our caution a little bit, is we had a budget balance carry forward that started to grow. And now, over the last couple of years, we're intentionally drawing it down over an 8 to 10 year period. Also, when I presented in March, I had a line for 2026, and I said, pending Joint Legislative Budget Committee publishing the amounts. So I just had 792 as that projected dollar amount. Literally 2-3 days after our presentation, they always publish by the end of March, the amount came out, and that's where we saw, aha, it went up $50. So the new amount for fiscal year 2026 is $842. You'll recall I mentioned we had a May 12th budget team meeting. It was to address this increase and the recommendation we're going to make from Classroom Site Fund to support some of the intervention work that Dr. Hernandez highlighted earlier in her presentation. So as we started to draw down our increased budget balance carry forward in Classroom Site Fund, we started to do things like a monetary add-on. I'm going to jump back. I went one slide too far. So let me take a step back. Typically, prior to when we saw the per student increase in funding, we had a percentage increase that we offered each year to the portion of that employee's compensation that was funded by Classroom Site Fund. And you might see this and say, 10%, that's a big raise. Well, it was only to the portion of, say, a teacher's salary funded from Classroom Site Fund. So if that teacher was making $50,000 as an illustrative example, perhaps only $5,000 was from Classroom Site Fund. So the $5,000 portion is what had the 10% increase, just to set the table with that example. So for a number of years, we just had the percentage increase to the portion of compensation funded by Classroom Site Fund. We then said, okay, we have the ability to do more. So we started adding on a monetary add-on based on years of service. We increased our placement schedule several times. We also continued the Protected Day for certified teachers, and then we expanded it for select related service staff. And we increased performance pay for certified teachers and those who were eligible for performance pay prior to fiscal year 2023. So the intention has been there, but there's still opportunity to continue to utilize those funds, but to also be fiscally conservative, to not expend it all over just a year or two. You want to have a time frame that you draw it down on the off chance there's a drop in the per student funding, and that helps you navigate those funding stream changes. So what was approved on March 27th was a 25 to 35% increase to the portion of an eligible exempt employee's salary funded from Classroom Site Fund. And we also kept in mind that we have certified coaches and those that we call our legacy employees from our 2019 study that receive a similar amount but from M&O. So that employee group got the same increase, as well as the monetary add-on ranging from $500 to $2,000, again, based on years of service. So this has already been approved by the governing board. I'm just revisiting this because all of these compensation initiatives will be part of our proposed budget in just a couple of weeks. We've also received approval to increase our teacher salary to $52,000 funded by Classroom Site Fund, continuing the Protect Today, and also no change to performance pay. And here's the summary again that you have seen, the total cost from Classroom Site Fund is just under $7 million. And the illustrative example of the benefit and impact to a teacher, be it a long tenured teacher hired in 1999 or a more recent hire hired in 2019, you can see in the middle of each box the combined increase from our 2% increase to the base that we have approved from M&O or the eligible grant fund and the classroom site fund initiatives. The raise in total is anywhere from $3,200 to just under $6,000 with these examples. Just to remind everyone, it's a combination of the 2% increase to the base that was approved and then classroom site fund. I mentioned the $50 increase per student, and we have an opportunity to use that for assessment intervention programs. So on May 12th, when the budget team came together, there was the recommendation that the district use the additional funding that we're receiving to hire 15 new additional classroom teachers for literacy intervention with an estimated cost of $1.2 million. And again, over 8 to 10 years, we'll be drawing down the fund balance in classroom site fund, but there's still enough to next year still do some meaningful work in the area of compensation, but we're starting to really program in some of these big items. And so we just have to be mindful that, you know, once you allocate a large portion, it's spoken for unless the per student revenue amount increases. And so with that, let's look at where we've been through budget development this spring. 2% raise to the base for all employee groups. Again, classroom site fund, we have the 25% to 35% increase, as well as a monetary add-on of $500 to $2,000. We increased bus driver paid at $24 an hour. The placement schedule for teachers was increased to $52,000 minimum. We do have approval for a retention stipend for classified hourly staff, $500. And we're continuing the protected day for all of our teachers and eligible related service staff. We've increased all of our placement schedules, non-certified teacher, either by 2% or 5%. That was the range. And in March, we had every single schedule listed, and we showed the before and the after, as well as approval for an increase to summer work, rate of pay for related services, and then highlighted below the new one that you've not seen yet that will be part of our proposed budget and you'll be approving on the 25th is the 15 intervention classroom teachers for literacy. And so here is an at-a-glance of that work. I mentioned the 2020 Governing Board priority in the area of compensation. We've highlighted that priority every year, and for our teachers, we've had the opportunity over the last 10 years to have roughly a 45% increase. And that's for our existing staff, not new hires, in the area of compensation. And then, of course, we have our non-classroom teachers, related services, classified hourly, classified exempt, and administrative staff listed as well. And so all of this information and budget development sets the table for next year and the work that will be done with the strategic plan and the KPIs, the key performance indicators, the measurable values that you will utilize and what administration will track to support decision-making and budget allocations to be in alignment with priorities and program outcomes. And the KPIs will be quantifiable, and they'll reflect the critical success and goals that are embedded in the work that you'll do with the new strategic plan. It'll provide insights into resource allocation and budget adherence. I have 3 simple examples on this slide, and Mr. Molino, when he presents shortly, will also have a few examples. The work of the strategic plan will flush out what really needs to be measured and the final KPIs. So I just want to say these are illustrative in nature today. And with that, we'll look at next steps because the time has arrived. We're going to be proposing our budget on June 25th. I will then ceremonially be handing the baton to Mrs. Rodriguez, who will be here on July 9th to adopt that same budget with the governing board, and then, of course, to revise that budget in September. And so with that, That concludes the presentation. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for that presentation. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. First off, thank you as always for this very detailed report. I really appreciate that. I had emailed Dr. Summers and President Rooks about the legislature, the funding shortfall that they have. And I know that Dr. Summers said that you were going to have that built into either during the study session or during the regular session. But I thought if you could maybe talk about how, if and how we're being impacted by that. So that's my first question.
Thank you, President Rooks. Mrs. Ewing, yes, there's been media coverage on the information that was shared. The June basic state aid payment may be at 60%. The legislature being still in session, people are sounding the alarm. I mentioned during my presentation, each year there's a rollover amount that we always plan for. Our initial review, we have our credit line with Maricopa County Treasurer, a $42 million credit line, as well as our budget balance carry forward and cash associated with that. I'm hopeful that it'll be addressed by June 30th. Other districts may need to look at tax anticipation notes or other mechanisms. Right now, we feel we're on solid ground. I did have a question from our teacher group. Would this impact, say, performance pay, classroom site fund? No, it will not. So I'm not, as concerned as others might be. We're watching it. We'll update the board accordingly, and I have a legislative report tonight. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I know you mentioned the increase in the contracted staff, and I'm assuming that's with those well, you mentioned special education, which that's hard to fill. What is the difference between, I don't even know if you can give a ballpark on this, on what we pay for contracted versus if we were actually be able to hire those individuals? I don't know if there's a...
Thank you, President Rooks. Mrs. Ewing, members of the governing board, that's an excellent question because oftentimes a contracted employee can be in excess of 3 times the cost of if it was our employee. And the challenges that Peoria Unified and a number of districts face to hire qualified staff or to compete. And we, oftentimes we focus on our teachers, so important, but we're seeing this competition for classified staff. And that's one of the reasons with our bus drivers, that was a priority. Competition, not only from industry, but retail, restaurants, the hotel that's going to be opening, in Glendale. It's challenging. And so it can be very expensive if you have to utilize a vendor for contracted services, contracted nurses, contracted teachers. And so that's something that's evaluated. We're looking at mechanisms. How do we address that with the funding stream that we have? What are our options and opportunities? And that's been a priority discussion that will continue into next year.
Right. It's, as Dr. Summers says, everything is connected to everything. So because this is connected to staffing and what we're looking at on the number of openings we have and the number of openings, whether we are actually able to fill those or not, and how that affects our budget in that respect. And then I just wanted to make a comment on the key performance indicators on the cost-benefit analysis with looking at these additional 15 teaching positions, I believe it was, and the early literacy, I think it's 15, I can't remember. And then the early literacy folks, it's, I hope that we can see when we're putting money into these additional positions, are we seeing the outcome academically? And so really having that report be able to come back to us and also to the community that if we're making this investment, and I really like that we're looking at it from the learner perspective on what's best for our learners and what they need in the classroom and how that can certainly help our classrooms with the number of kids we have in the classroom and how that can give that extra support for the teachers, because it all ends up being a benefit to the student academically, but being able to somehow have that come back to the board on, we made this investment of people and this is what we're seeing as an outcome.
Thank you. Dr. Hernandez, would you like to speak to that, or Dr. Summers?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, certainly. So because we will have the co-teachers in the 4-5 classrooms rostered directly to in a co-teach situation, we'll be able to, from a program evaluation standpoint, monitor and watch the data as it comes in to make adjustments to it. So like I mentioned earlier, we have 15 that we're funded for. Looking at where we are in the hiring process timeline, starting the school year, my goal is to get 5 really good ones, and then start that process. So it will be a minute before we're able to share any data. As you know, whenever you roll out anything new, there's going to be bumps along the way, and identifying which schools, and then sharing with teachers. Get excited, you have a co-teacher joining you, and those sorts of things. So expect it to be a beat before we're able to get you any of that data, as we're reflecting on what monitored changes we'd like to make.
Great, thank you. Other than that, I'm excited, and I always just appreciate, I know that you mentioned it, Mrs. Myers, in a previous presentation, that we do need to look at that carry forward policy. So I do remember you speaking about that, and I think that's important, and given what's happened in some other districts, it's really important that we make sure we have that built in so that we can continue to stay on very stable grounds financially. So thank you.
Great. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Just, again, going to echo what Ms. Ewing said. Thank you so much for your presentations. They're always incredibly informative. I did have a question on slide 50, and this is kind of like a niche random question, but on slide 50, there was a section that said gaming fund. What is the gaming fund?
Instructional improvement is the
Gaming?
technical.
Oh, okay.
It's also referred to in the school finance community as gaming.
Okay.
It's the revenues from the gambling activities, the amount that's for public school districts.
Okay, thank you for that. That was one thing that stuck out. I'm like, I have no idea what that is. I mean, hey, it's to attract any kind of worker, we just need a few things. We just need the most competitive salary and the best working environment. I mean, simple problems to solve, right? I'm only half serious, but I feel like we're really working towards that and making strides in the right direction as we figure out what the next few decades in PUSD will look like. So thank you. Thank you for the report.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Just thank you for the thorough job you do in holding our district high in comparison to others that are struggling in our state. I have a weird question, and that is, I lost it. Hold on one second here. You had a definition on one of your slides, and I don't know what it is. Oh, shoot. White fleet replacement? What is that?
Thank you. I'll provide my definition, and maybe Mr. Molino would like to jump in. But we think of yellow bus, and then we have our support vehicles that are white, or activity vans. Mr. Molino, would you like to add to that?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, Ms. Myers is correct. Just any white vehicle within the district. Usually it can be the vans used for McKinney-Vento to facilities trucks and delivery trucks for food services or the technology department.
Okay, thank you. That totally makes sense now.
Are you going to be going over the fleet stuff in your presentation? Any fleet specifics?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, for today's presentation, going over the vehicle fleet, no.
I'll email you. I have a question.
All right. Ms. Bowles, do you have any further questions?
No, I don't, President Rooks. Thank you.
All right. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Taking a complex subject such as school finances and even simmering that down to these slides is a feat. So I appreciate that. I learned best with the two brothers method, Dr. Hernandez, called Pete and Repeat. So thank you for bringing this again, refreshing our mind, because sometimes we do forget this information. So thank you.
I only had a couple questions on, I think it was page 37 for our capital funds. I think it was district facility priority and essential upgrades and repairs. Do you guys know which repairs you're looking at for the facility?
President Rooks, we prioritize as we go. This year, we have spent a lot of funds or capital funds on carpeting, high school parking lot pavements. We're looking at repairs at Cactus. I'm trying to picture, I know it also says stage upgrades, but that's elementary stages. We're looking at the auditoriums at the high schools. A lot of their light rigging needs to be replaced. So it's really, we do continuous assessments, and the ones that are most critical that could shut down a school or a program or safety-wise rise up to the list, and we're always reevaluating and reprioritizing.
Thank you for answering that. I appreciate it. And when you're kind of going through those projects, if it's possible, just to kind of maybe do like a Friday report to the board of when we reach that point so that we can kind of keep track through the budget of what those repairs and upgrades are as they go.
Will do, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I think that was the only, that was the only question I had. So I appreciate it. I just have one, I guess not question, but a comment of I don't remember what page it was on, but it's the new position that was brought up, the 15. And again, Dr. Hernandez, I like you a lot, but I just have really big concerns about that. To me, when we're talking about reading interventionists at Title I schools and how they have the opportunity to pull those students out and work with them in their intervention, but then yet other schools don't really get that. It's now more of this model of having them come in the classroom. I have a really big concern with that and a knot in my stomach, so, but yeah.
President Rooks, so what I would suggest is that we maybe spend some time unpacking Title I and what it means and why it exists in supporting students. So our Title I schools represent our communities that are higher numbers of poverty. And what we know about students coming from backgrounds of poverty is one example is they often come with less background knowledge, less experiences in achieving those background knowledge, as well as less access to vocabulary. So that's why those added supports come in. And then we can also talk about what that support looks like on the non-title side. And then specific to these positions, there isn't a title or non-title. It'll simply be based on need. And so at a first pass, it might not be the schools you're assuming right out of the gates will be getting these levels of supports. We see this need across our schools, not just title versus non-title.
President Rooks, can I add something to that? Maybe we'll bring clarification.
Sure, and then I'll come back.
Can we get it doesn't have to be right now. First of all, what is the definition of the new literacy intervention classroom teacher? And then their duties of, do they do pull out? How often are they going in? I'm assuming that they're supporting the teacher. And then to clarify some things about our PAL or Title I, we didn't just have pull-out services, we also had them going in the classrooms. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are. And the other thing I would add is that the co-teacher is two adults in the room, and we don't add more students to the classroom. So if you have 30, just for easy math, now essentially we've gone, instead of a 1-to-30 ratio, a 2-to-15, so that small group instruction happens between the two teachers and you're supporting kids in a different way to achieve their learning. So the modeling between the expert in literacy that's coming into the classroom to support the 4 or 5 teacher is occurring simultaneously while that teacher is teaching. one of the stipulations for utilizing this funding is they have to be rostered to the class, which means they are a teacher just like the regular classroom teacher, and they partner together. They're just bringing in that expertise at that intermediate level and supporting literacy.
And so I guess I'll piggyback off of your question, Janelle. So in that position, they're not necessarily pulling the students out.
Correct. My expectation would be that they would be supporting small group instruction within the classroom. And really, we want to be moving more toward push-in models holistically, because when we're moving students from the classroom, sometimes it's appropriate to get that one-on-one support or that very small, intense support on a very specific skill. But when you're removing them from the classroom, they're missing out on those other things that are happening in the classroom, like we saw earlier with building collaboration and critical thinking, team building, and those sorts of things that come along with that learning. So that push in keeps them integrated in the classroom for the holistic learning experience.
So I guess then what would happen in that position if you do have a student who is not responding to that type of position in that model? What is the next step then so that that student doesn't get lost?
The same as what we have now. So really, this is supporting high-quality Tier 1, that best first instruction. So the very first time a teacher brings a new topic, we call that Tier 1 best first instruction. And that's that at grade level expectations of the instruction and what the learning needs to be. They are co-teaching in that space, and so that doesn't change what a Tier 2, which is I'm still working at grade level, but I'm having a little bit of trouble with this particular standard, or even Tier 3 where I need to go out of grade level now. That Tier 3 is probably, if you're going to see any pull out this way or push in a smaller setting, is where that is going to be from a Tier 3 perspective. But this is really in that Tier 1, because the more effective we can be at the first time we come out with that topic and that learning, the fewer students are going to need that extra support in different ways. So one of the things we're working on, sorry, I'm hijacking your presentation, Michelle. One of the things we're working on is really identifying solid Tier 1 instruction. In some of our classrooms, they've steered away and we're making assumptions about what students need. We're just assuming that they need to jump right away to Tier 2, and we're trying to, we call it Tier 2 our way out of a Tier 1 challenge. And really going back and really having solid instruction that says, I did a pre-assessment, I know the skills or areas where student A, B, and C may need a little extra, so I'm gonna plan my lesson with that in mind to begin with. Whereas if I just assume, oh, they won't be able to do it, I'm just gonna know that Teresa needs to be over here to do this portion, not even giving Teresa a chance at that Tier 1 grade level content.
I'll keep an eye on it next year. But I've had feedback from some of our PAL teachers, and they just.
So this has nothing to do with PAL. This is completely separate, different funding sources, new addition to supporting classroom instruction. So this is in addition to early learning specialists, Title I interventionists. This is a new piece, because as we saw that complex graph earlier, the literacy instruction is very complex and has a lot of different moving parts to it. So again, completely separate, different funding source, and this was a way for us to bring in another layer of success and support for students. So that K3 area where we've had supports, as students are moving through that and not being successful, we needed a new way to address that need that's very unique to when you're a 4th and a 5th grader, that transition from learning to read to reading to learn. And so the instruction needs to look different because the student needs are different. So this is an added layer.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. If I may add, President Rooks, within the definition of classroom site fund, it has a supplement and not supplant existing monies requirement, and that's why it's so important that this be brand new, not replacing something that we already have. It's an addition to and new.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Board members, do you have any? Yes, Ms. Ewing, go ahead.
Just a thought and a request, maybe once, and not to put pressure on brand new people who are coming into us, but maybe it would be really great opportunity for the board to come shadow, well, maybe not shadow, but come see what they're doing once they're in their jobs, to be able to see the differences in each one of those positions, because I think that it's one thing to be able to describe what they're doing here. It's very, very different to see it firsthand. where we could see what the PAL teacher is doing and any of the new positions that you were talking about earlier. I think that would be really helpful for the board to see and to give us an opportunity to ask questions and so forth.
Yes, that'd be great. So I would love to hear it because I've already heard concerns from some of our staff about this transition, so.
So concerns about the 4-5 piece or PAL and early literacy specialist?
That one,
PAL and okay.
yes,
So
at our
let's-
non-Title I
yeah,
schools.
let's separate those out so that, because we're adding this new layer of support, and like we talked about earlier, I know change, but when we look at the data, and Mrs. Brooks, I am more than happy to sit with those individuals and support them to ensure we have them in the right role to support them so they can be successful as employees as well as continuing to support our students.
Sounds good.
Can I, President
Ms.
Rooks?
Ewing wants to finish. and I'll come to you.
It's on a different topic. Do you want to make a comment on the same topic? So just, if I look at slide 26, underneath maintenance and operations, budget limits, things that we can control, right? Regular education, special education, pupil transportation. I know that we've had numerous presentations done by Mr. Molino talking about the additional costs with busing kids all the way up north and so forth, and gas and all of that. And so my question is, and I know with the bond, there was going to, maybe there would be opportunities to help offset that some, but are we looking at any other solutions to helping to reduce those costs on our pupil transportation? And obviously, we can't control the cost of gas, but I know there's been several mentioned before.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, we have had conversations with developers and the city of Peoria about possible locations or parcels that may be available for purchase or trade to build a Northern Support Services facility. And that is one of the things that we're including in what I will be presenting next in whatever recommendation we bring forward to the board in about 6 months.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, did you have a further question?
Bringing up, and I can tell by the look on her face, she's like, we're done with that. So I know we don't have that program in the district, and I get it, just more familiar with that. We were headed, when I left the district, to the push-in services, and I will just say, yeah, change is hard. However, every study I've ever read, not removing the student and following least restrictive environment is best across the board. If we can do that, and we have the bodies to do that, and the teachers to do that, I would highly support that. But I also would like a little more definition of what that means, because I think it would just bring clarity to everyone. But my real question was, can we get, and this is a little in the weeds, but I think it might bring some clarity and some other things too. The numbers or an estimated amount of, did our Title I funds, I know we just probably received them or pulled down from Title I, did they decrease? How much did they decrease? Maybe the last 3 years, what that looks like. And then I would like to know IDEA, if we've gotten an increase or not. I kind of want to know just kind of where we're at. For many reasons, but if we can just get that in a Friday report or something, I don't know who to ask, you or you, but okay.
But we'll coordinate.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have.
Anybody else have any further questions, board members? No? Well, thank you, Ms. Myers. All right, Mr. Molino, you're up. Thank you.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Tonight we'll be providing a board an update on a few aspects of the facility master planning program. We'll cover current active tasks, an overview of potential KPIs to track operational excellence, and then a reminder of the timeline that was presented to the governing board on March 13th. To continue with the theme in regards to snorkeling and scuba diving, has every board member been snorkeling before? Okay. Any scuba divers or certified divers? So today we are not even snorkeling and we're not scuba diving. We are, this presentation, we are preparing for the trip to go diving. We're analyzing the data. We are preparing. There's a lot of preparation, especially on the safety side when you do a dive trip. Checking the weather, checking the currents, water temperature. If you're taking a boat into fuel, is it a day dive? Is it a night dive? What's the environment like? Is your equipment ready? So that is what we're spending the last 2 or 3 months and the next 5 months preparing for that dive trip. We hired a firm to provide an appraisal of the facility that we're in, and we're hiring another firm to perform appraisals of multiple sites and parcels throughout the district. The focal point of the work, now that the leadership changes within cabinet and the organizational chart are in place, will be within the areas of program and school needs. That is going to drive what the recommendation is. What programs and school needs are there for our facilities? We'll rely heavily on Dr. Hernandez, Ms. Rodriguez, and Dr. Summers, and what their vision for the services we provide our community are and for our students. This will also include community feedback. We're evaluating space requirements for departments, and this includes the space requirements for relocating the entire district office and the projected relocation costs. We continue to have communication with possible outside agencies that have expressed interest in leasing district-owned spaces. And lastly, we're narrowing down the partners we'll use to facilitate the above items, along with performing new site assessments for facility-related items such as HVAC, mechanical, pavement, roofing weatherization, flooring, and plumbing, among others. For these partners, if we don't already have vendors and respective procurement contracts in place that are approved by the governing board, you will see them in future governing board meetings as cooperative contracts brought forward for your consideration. The following KPIs are potential options to help us through this process and moving forward to monitor operational excellence. The first one is enrollment to capacity ratio to show school enrollment relative to school building and program capacity, making ideal for facilities planning and resource allocation. This is using the data that Applied Economics presented, and we want to ensure that our buildings are operating within a range, not under or overutilized. Another potential KPI is per pupil expenditure by school. This data is already tracked and available through the AD School Report Cards website. It helps identify funding, resource allocation, and efficiencies across schools and their programs. A facility condition index would be taking data from an updated facility assessment and using it to track the condition and capital needs of our buildings. It would help us track whether facility conditions are improving or worsening, and this would also help guide the need for a bond and capital dollars. Other potential KPIs that would complement the ones I mentioned would be enrollment growth versus capacity growth, facility condition index over time, percentage of facilities in poor condition, and per pupil spending in comparison to academic outcomes. We covered the proposed timelines during the January 23rd and March 13th, 2025 governing board meetings. We continue to strive to bring forward a recommendation to the governing board sometime during the late fall of 2025 with full implementation for the 26-27 and or possibly future school years. At this time, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. Now remember, board members, not a deep dive, not even on the surface, just very barely for Mr. Molino today. So Ms. Ewing, why don't you start?
Thank you. I feel like the cabinet might need to bring along either snorkel gear or scuba gear to let us know for each topic how deep we can go and how many questions we're allowed to ask. So I want to make sure that when we're looking at our buildings, that we're certainly looking at the programs that are in it and not just the number, how many students can this building hold? Because we have like our Sunflower School, that those particular classrooms, we want to look at them at a certain capacity. And even though that school may not have a lot less students, they have greater amount of needs, and as far as the number of students in a classroom is going to be far different than our general education group. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at our programs at capacity, and certainly even like Peoria Traditional, those particular classrooms, I think they have a limit of the number of kids in the classrooms as well. So I hope as we look at resources, we're looking at that item. And then I would also like to make sure that we're looking at all the programs that we do have, and do we have room for increasing capacity in those particular programs. And that might be like our CTEs or our specialized programs on each of our various campuses, like Heritage is a STEAM program down there, our IB program, how can we be capturing more students in those great programs that we do have if they're not at capacity, and maybe that means programming, making sure that we're building a pipeline to those programs. So I know that's not all in facilities, and again, everything connects to everything, but if we can just keep that in mind, that's what I'd like to see. So thank you.
President Rooks and Mrs. Ewing, that is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to lead with the programming and the services we provide to our community through our schools. And that's going to drive the conversation of the use of spaces.
Thank you. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off of what you were saying, the great thing about programs, most programs, is that they're not building specific, and there are a few exceptions to that, for sure. I have always been a proponent of moving forward with facility reallocation. I think we've been in analysis paralysis for a very, very long time. And I just want to be mindful as we do this. Hard decisions have to be made. We know they have to be made. There's no perfect time to make them. Like, let's just make the dang decisions already. And also, as we're asking the community to increase our override, that especially where we may be even considering closing schools, ensuring that a large part of this conversation is not, hey, there's not enough enrollment, we're taking a school away. It's, this is what we're bringing to address the needs that you have, so that the conversation is centered around being able to provide more and better by reducing facilities. And then I'll just always put in a plug for this. I think we need a PTS in the South. It's an offering the North has, and there's no reason the South should not have that same offering, especially with the success level of that and all the things we've been talking about today. So I'm actually really excited for these conversations. I know particularly, Mr. Merlino, this has been like your bread and butter, and you've just been working on this forever. So thank you for always doing the hard work and looking at it from all angles and ensuring that we have the information to make the best decision.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I know this will come in the future, but I would have liked to have seen some of the KPI information about our district. I know there's samples, and I know there's potential, and I do appreciate that. We need to see that. But I feel like we've been in data. I think Ms. Profit said paralysis for a while, but that's okay, because we need to move slow on this. It's my understanding that you have to hold, for lack of a better way of saying, an advertising, and then community input, and then parent notification. And so I guess to piggyback a little bit off was what Ms. Profit said, being mindful of the timing for all of those reasons, mindful of, the bond and other things that are coming up, but just mainly mindful of our communities that have been well established. And I don't think anybody would not do that, but knowing statute says we have to do some of that, just being very strategic in, how we present it. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
No questions, thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just really have just more of, as you're also looking at this, looking at if we were to do a bond in the future for a high school, looking at the option of a traditional model in the north, seeing if that is an option, if that's totally out there, crazy, I know. But also looking at any type of, still that partnership with the city of Peoria, because I know that they just did that work with Westmec with a land deal. And so they're only having to build the actual building itself, going out for a bond. So just trying to look at different ways of doing those partnerships, looking at land deals, and that would be like a messaging way to the community of, hey, we're now doing this to try to save money through a bond if we were to go for it. So I like that idea. I do want to look at, I guess if it's possible, since we're looking at the under enrollment schools, our two schools, Vistancia and Lake Pleasant, looking at if there is out of district students at those schools, just looking at if we need to possibly pause that in the next year, just to kind of offset so that they're not so compounded. I'm not saying I don't want students to come here, but maybe if we can utilize through marketing of, hey, we have other schools, like Ms. Ewing said, Heritage, we have other schools that have great programs, just because I just want to make sure that we're cautious with those two schools. And the other one is, I guess in the future, when you're presenting everything, if there's a way to look at school facilities board, I know is always a big one, and understanding it more, diving deep into if we were to, what are the options of closing a school, selling school, how would that offset? Because I know we have to have that balance of enrollment in order to ever talk about building a school. So I'm just looking at it from that perspective of specifically Peoria traditional that is sharing Coyote Hills, if that is an option in the future too. So just if that's possible, when you bring that back, that's at least an option to look at.
President Rooks, everything that you just mentioned will be in the next presentation,
Okay, cool.
all the way down to the minute details to recommended boundary changes, program changes, school changes, and everything in between.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Molino. Appreciate your presentation today. Anybody else have further questions?
I just want to say, great job, Cabinet, for telling the board a nice way to just keep it together and stay focused. I really appreciate your scuba diving. I can tell you all talked about that in cabinet meeting. How in the world are we going to wrangle these people and keep them from not staying here till 1 p.m. or 1 a.m., excuse me?
1 a.m.
Right.
You done good. Good job.
We appreciate the partnership. With President Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
As we are preparing for our final strategic planning framework presentation led by Mrs. Airy, if we could have a brief 5-minute recess, and then our goal is to wrap up around, I'm going to say 5:30-ish. We will need some opportunity to transition the room to our regular meeting format and still hope to begin as close to 6 o'clock as possible. So we'll continue to guide as appropriate. So
Sounds good.
thank you.
All right, we will 5-minute recess. Thank you. From our recess, and we are now moving on to 5.3, Strategic Communications and Community Engagement. Mrs. Airy.
Well, hello, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and our team that I'll get to here in a minute. But certainly, I've been in front of you a number of times. I've kind of figured as I was putting together this presentation, and what I realized is that we have not yet, especially with our new board members, had this opportunity together to do a little of both, kind of snorkel along the surface, and in a couple of areas today, dive deep. And so we are going to do a little bit of both. I will try to be very clear in my instruction as I'm moving through our time today to point out when we're going to be at the surface and when we are going to go a little bit deeper. But since I have not yet had this opportunity, I wanted to start by sharing just a little bit about myself with all of you and something you may not know about me. I consider myself to be a little bit of a foodie. Food is something that I enjoy, and so I wanted today to infuse some of my passion for food into kind of a metaphor for how we will approach marketing and communication, and to kind of frame everything that we will cover today and get you into the place of experiencing marketing and communication the way that our team does, kind of get you started in thinking through that. So a couple things that you'll need today in the folder that Dr. Hernandez gave you when we first started, if you could get that out. And in the very back of that folder, I believe on the right side, but I'm going to look over Dr. Summers' shoulder, you will see kind of a note catcher. So you will need to have that out. And then in just a little bit in the presentation, we also will kind of refer back to your laptop. So you've got a little time on that, but we will need you to have your laptop on the ready for just a little bit here in our presentation. So what you'll see in front of you that if you have all just so astutely noticed is a palette of sauce. And so we are going to talk just a little bit about how it is that that relates, back up clicker, to marketing and communication through the lens of a secret sauce. Now, as awkward as this can be, to do this while it is streaming for the whole world to see, what I want to do, and I'm going to send these around. Actually, I'm going to ask a volunteer from my team to come over here and help for a second. We do need plates and napkins, so if we can distribute those while I'm kind of walking through this activity. But what you'll notice about the sauce is that they are not labeled. You've got 6 of them there, and you also have some trays spread throughout the room. So once you get your plate and your napkin, I'm going to ask you just to carefully pass those trays around. And to the extent you think with your curiosity that you might use something in that tray to sample your sauce, that's what I'm going to invite you to do with this activity. So you'll refer to your form. You see that you have 6 spaces that are blank. And I want you to take an opportunity to sample your sauce. If you think you can guess what that sauce is, or you just have a guess and there are no right or wrong answers, put in what you think that sauce might be, and then I want you to write down some observations about what it is that you're tasting. So what do you notice about the color, the taste, the texture? Does it remind you of something in particular? Does it remind you maybe of your favorite food, maybe a childhood memory, whatever it might be? But I'm going to ask you to take just a quick moment to sample your sauce. Go right in, Mrs. Rooks. Right in for the sampling. It's really funny to see your faces as you were kind of like, I know I'm supposed to taste this one, but I don't know if I want to taste this one. Any observations you might make about what you're tasting? You're not turning these in for a grade. But maybe something about the color, the texture, you like it, you didn't like it, and then if you have a guess on what it is, feel free to write down what you think it might be. I see we're using some other senses over on this side of the room. What does it smell like? That's not what I thought it was. Another common one. So I see we have a gifted learner among us who's getting a bit ahead, but if you have a favorite, feel free. President Rooks, at the bottom, you'll see my favorite is, and feel free to add your favorite and why. Maybe they should turn this in as their final exam from your part, Dr. Hernandez. No tasting? You had enough of it. And if you have a hand free, maybe just show me how many do you have left to record? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. 1. Okay. Not anymore. Mm-hmm. I can tell by looking at his palette which one is a favorite of Dr. Summers. All right, I believe we might be close to wrapping up, and just to kind of move us along, I want to just check in and see, number one, thoughts on what's number one? Marinara sauce or tomato sauce, okay. How about number two? Alfredo sauce. Alfredo sauce. Eyes lit up. Number three?
Barbecue.
Barbecue. 4? Ooh. I see we've stumped you with that one. Teriyaki sauce. Oh, I'm sorry. We're at number 4. Sweet and sour. Sweet and sour. Okay, so we were close. Number 5. Yes, Chick-fil-A, my personal favorite, had to add to the mix. And then number 6, that was the teriyaki sauce. Very, very good. Well, these are all the same product, a sauce, right? So we really could have done this exercise or activity with Coke and Pepsi, also the same product, soda. But everyone has a favorite, even though they're the same product. And so what you're doing is you're kind of going through and you're tasting, and you're probably looking at some of these and going, I could see some of your faces on, I know I'm supposed to taste this, but I already know that this may not end up being one of my favorite choices. But when differentiating between something that is all the same product, we're having to make decisions, and those marketing those products are having to make decisions all the time about who will buy this product. What will I say about this product to get them to buy it? How will I differentiate this one from the one next to it that looks different? Maybe is it priced different? What is it about it? And the ultimate goal is to drive the revenue or sales for that product, right? But what we know is that we're not selling a product, right? We are marketing a promise, which is every student, every day, and the promise of student success that we're providing in our school district. So just for kind of an internal check-in, and maybe just think for a quick minute about when you were going through the process of tasting all of those different sauces. And when I first explained the activity for you, what did you think about your choices? And you can jot something down. That's kind of the last sentence on this side of your note catcher there. Did you feel overwhelmed by the number of choices that you have? If you're really hungry, maybe there weren't enough. But as you start to kind of think about that, maybe what were some of the preconceived notions that you brought to it? Maybe you looked at a certain sauce and thought, oh, I had a really bad experience with that one at one point. So it's going to be a little tougher probably to overcome that bad experience I may have had or that thing I heard about that sauce, right? Similar to our schools. And as we attempt to market and communicate about your schools, you can imagine our challenge and someone that maybe has already had an experience or heard something and is thinking similar to what I know Mrs. Proudfoot said, where she's from, there's this choice or that choice. And there's already kind of a set of messages about each of those choices. And so I wanted to do that to kind of set the stage. Also, thank you for kind of humoring me as we go through and experience food a little bit together. But we're talking about maybe how do we get them to try it again? How do we get them to maybe overcome that message or something else that they're hearing from their competition? And so that sets the stage a little bit from what it is that we're going to talk about today. So I've got a learning target up there for you so that you can think. And I want you to maybe think about how today we're going to talk about how we deliver on that promise using marketing and strategic communication that I'm going to unpack for you a little bit today. We're going to look a little bit at the strategy and the process behind some of our current initiatives, and then we're going to conclude by talking about some of the strategies and tactics we have available to us and how we might use them as we look forward into planning for this next phase of our strategic plan and that work so that we can kind of build understanding and, of course, get some feedback from the governing board today on the direction that we are headed going forward. You've heard a lot of that infused in some of the other components that we talked about today from Dr. Hernandez all the way through, and I'm going to be referencing a lot of what you heard today relative to applied economics and the data that they shared, because that will certainly be one of many data points that we will be using going through. But I also want to just kind of level set for a moment that the conversations about marketing and communication are one part of a solution to some of our challenges, right? And we know that there are many others that will contribute into solving some of the challenges that we have ahead for us. So I've kind of broken this down into three main parts for us to cover today. I want to start by kind of giving you an overview of the work that we do. And if that's a little bit deeper in that area, so we're taking a bit of a dive. We're going to come up from the surface as we get into part two, or come up to the surface rather, and then round out part three when we talk a little bit about going forward. So I want to ground our work in some definitions. And if you flip your form over, you've got textbook definitions for you up here on the screen. So I'm not going to read each of those to you, but I'm going to point out some really key aspects of each of these. So if you want to just take a moment and jot down some of what you're hearing relative to these definitions, it may help you to just have that as background as we move through the rest of the presentation, and so that you can understand some of the concepts that I'll be referencing or talking more specifically about today. First, with public relations. And what's really key and important to know relative to public relations is that the goal for public relations is always to earn and maintain trust. And so that's something that we aim to do with everything that we do from our team and all of the supports that we provide to our staff, to our leaders, and out into the community. The goal of public relations to earn and maintain trust. Oftentimes that's also through working through any challenges or issues that may come up. It's also involved in protecting the brand of the district and looking at how that brand is being portrayed out to others. Marketing, if we move on to marketing, the goal here, similar to some of the things we talked about related to sauce, it's to drive sales and create value. And that could be promoting something, and that could be in a way where you earn pay for that promotion, of course, as well. And so we're going to talk a little bit about some of those key terms relative to marketing. We're going to hang out in this concept quite a bit today. And so that's really important to me that you understand kind of the difference between our approach to marketing and how it relates or interconnects rather to public relations. And then finally, advertising. And advertising is paid promotion. So we'll talk a little bit about the advertising that we do or have done relative to a couple of examples that I'll give you relative to some campaigns. And then you'll hear me talk about communication and strategic communication as a reference to how we support all of these different things and what really strong, effective communication looks like, with the goal to ensure that there's understanding and engagement and that we are doing so always as clearly and as effectively as possible. So all of these functions, and hopefully you had an opportunity to just jot a note or two down about each of them, roll up into what our team does here for the Peoria Unified School District, those and then some, and a lot of things really: community relations, crisis response, media relations, social media and social media management. I talked a little bit about brand management, and we're kind of the detail keepers of the brand, and it can be something as silly as there are those on my team that can look at a picture of our logo and call out just one of those little boxes that is off in color because it has to be a precise color. It's also brand management. While you will always hear me, and well, actually all members of cabinet, or they have to put a quarter in the jar, only refer to our school district as Peoria Unified or the Peoria Unified School District, never as PUSD. And that's a really simple reason, because that gets repeated over and over and over. And there's a lot of PUSDs out there. Every now and then there's a PUSD and a headline in the news for something that's not so great. And so we want to make sure always that you know who we are referencing when we say Peoria Unified School District. Also listed on a ballot, it says the Peoria Unified School District. So we want to make sure that we're really clear when we're communicating, and you will hear us correct some of our leaders and give them that little tip, and they go, oh, so good, so glad that I know that now. And the team behind all of this work and the department that does this is just a really important and really special point of pride for me that I get to work alongside them. And so I've asked them to join today, and so wave. I won't make you all stand, but we have an incredible team. And then, of course, you know Griffin that is back here, but really proud of the national recognition they have even recently achieved. I also want to highlight that we are the only team in the state of Arizona to have 3 members of our team that are accredited in public relations. So we have our APRs, meaning that we are held to the highest level of integrity and ethics when it comes to communication and public relations. So I think that's a really important point to point out relative to our team. And I'm very, very proud of the work that they do in support of our school district. So I'm so glad that you all are here with us today, and I'm so proud of your work. And collectively, we are working to tell Peoria Unified's story. And on a good day, we always hope that we are putting out very few fires and instead telling many good and positive stories, because we know the work that's happening both educationally and operationally in the school district is absolutely exceptional, and that every single family that has made this their choice has the right to know, as does every single taxpayer and every other member of the community that may be considering us as a future choice for their school district. So we take great, great pride in that. But most importantly, how we do that really, really matters to us. And so I like to present how we do this through the frame of what happens in the classroom. And I cannot take credit for this model. It's actually a colleague of ours out of Arkansas that kind of coined this, but it makes perfect sense when you hear it. And on our team, we follow a process called RPI, for communications planning, and that is research, planning, implementation, and evaluation. And so you can kind of see, and you saw it through everything that Dr. Hernandez has shared with you, but it really closely follows the instruction that we deliver in the classroom. And a teacher will start out by trying to first understand, what do I know about my students? What don't I know that I need to know? And how am I going to go about collecting the information that I need to move on to the next phase, which is lesson planning. For us, it's our planning that we do behind our communications. And so a teacher will put together a solid plan for how they're going to deliver their instruction, and then what? They're going to actually do the instruction and do the thing that they're supposed to do, which is teaching in the classroom. And like us, for us, that's implementation. So we'll go through and actually do all of the aspects of our plans or deliver on our plan. And at the end, they'll find out, so was that effective? And that's the part of our work that we do relative to evaluations. And so we follow this when we are putting together a very, very detailed communication plan. But I'll tell you, we follow this even in kind of the day-to-day work that we do on some of the smaller tasks that we look to accomplish, always assessing what is it that we know, what do we not know that we need to know in order to do our work. And you heard me talk about public relations, and you might refer to each of them as an audience. We call them publics. These are really big overarching areas of publics, and we kind of go down and kind of get really specific in each of these areas when we need to, depending on what the message is and what it is that we're trying to accomplish relative to our communications. But I outline that for you because on the day-to-day, these are kind of the larger groups of publics that we really focus all of our work. And what we know is that any good story, which is what we're aiming to do, begins with the who, what, where, when. And so this is the who, and this is where we start. And I'll tell you, this is where it starts for us in our classrooms, because even our preschoolers and our kindergartners can begin to articulate these components in a story. With preschool, it's often orally with the help and support of the teacher, right? But it's really important to us that this is where we begin. Who is it that we're trying to reach? Now, as we move kind of into the what, these are just some general, really broad examples of some of the key messages that on an ongoing basis we are looking to share. They're relative to student achievement, first and foremost, and that is what we keep at the forefront of all that we do, making sure that everyone understands kind of our fiscal responsibility and our transparency, any developments that go on at a school, and some of these are kind of either cyclical within the school year or might be something specific that comes up at a particular school, and that could be a celebration or that could be a challenge or an issue that we need to help to support. And then, of course, promoting the safety, the well-being of our students and staff and making sure that everybody understands all aspects related to that. And we go a little deeper in each of these areas depending on our research. So if we determine that a message isn't sticking, if we determine that there needs to be some more depth or clarity in any one particular one of these areas, we might accelerate the number of times that we are sharing this message with a community or with a particular one of our key publics. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is just kind of rather a snapshot of the platforms and tools that we might use on a day-to-day basis as we are delivering on any one of those messages. So we kind of have also overarching groups that we look at here, social media, some of our digital platforms, and then some of our district assets where we have an opportunity to share messages. Now, you heard me mention briefly when we were talking through each of the different definitions, and you have a portion of this in your note catcher. So if you want to write down a couple of aspects relative to what I'm sharing within these circles, this might be something that you want to do. But in general, we kind of have three main areas that we look at related to delivering on these messages. We have paid, earned, and owned media. And I won't spend a ton of time here, but these might be what you think of as advertising, right? So if we are going to put out an ad in a local paper, if we are going to look to do some ads digitally, these fall within our paid strategy that we have as a school district. We also spend an equal amount of time and energy and effort on what we refer to as our earned strategy. And this is classic public relations. And so these are developing our relationships with the media to make sure that our positive stories are being picked up and shared. This is also a lot of the organic social media that takes place. So we're sharing stories, we are adjusting those as we are kind of monitoring along the way to see what their reach is doing. And then that very traditional and very important word of mouth concept we know matters, so we want to make sure that we are sharing the right stories with the right people so that those are being reshared out and into the community. And then owned. And these are some of the platforms that we have. And these are also maybe some of the strategies. It might not be a platform, but a really great example is our Unified magazine, which I know you are all familiar. That's a really specific targeted strategy. That's a concept that we own and pay for, but that we think is really important to deliver into the households of our community. And we take great pride in putting that together and sharing that with our community. So in order to tell the whole story, the who, the what, the where, the when, we are continuously looking to determine, are we getting the right message in the right place at the right time for the right public? And through answering this question, which could have a question mark at the end there, has a period for today, but we are applying that RPI process in order to determine if we know what we need to know in order to completely go through that cycle to get the right message in the right place at the right time. And I say all that because there's a really important point that I want to mention here before I move on to something else. But this makes it so that our team performs, back to our food kind of analogy a little bit here, more like a master chef or a caterer as opposed to a made-to-order cook that is just responding when someone says, I'd like to have a flyer for this, or I think we should send this out, or I saw this somewhere else, so it would make sense here. It might, and it might not, and we're evaluating each of those opportunities as we have them to make the most appropriate decision. What we are looking to do, and this is kind of a blank that you have in your note catcher there if you want to fill it in, we are looking to measure our outcomes greater than our outputs. So you could add in, no math lesson for today. This is the one math reference that you'll give me, or that I'll give you rather, but a greater than sign if you want to fill that in there. We're looking to measure the outcomes greater than the outputs, and that's why you won't see us spending a lot of time detailing what was our number of clicks or number of views or all of those types of things, comments. Those are all outputs. What we are looking for is, did we change the action, the behavior, the attitude of somebody who was seeing that message? So can we connect that message that we sent or that ad that we purchased all the way through to number of enrollments? So how did we convert that message from where it was placed all the way through? And we work really hard to make sure that we can get to that place with outcomes over output. Now, I threw a lot at you, and that was kind of like a crash course or a marketing or PR 101 as it relates to our department. What I want to do for part two, which we'll kind of click through here pretty quickly, is talk you through a few examples so that you can see some of that illustrated through some of our work. You've seen this before, and the 3 strategies really specific to the purple diamond that we have there for community connection. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time for today on strategy 1 and 2. I'll give you kind of just a quick insight, improving internal and external communication through modern systems and tools. You will know it most notably as Parent Square that was implemented in our district. You may also know Just FOIA, which was our system that we put in place to make sure that we could be more transparent in our communications relative to our public records requests and how we're processing those. Strategy 2, expanding our connections with key stakeholder groups. And this was focused on some of those groups that maybe do not currently have a connection with our district. Our Lifelong Learners Academy might be one of those outcomes. Another might be the launch of our alumni network. By and large, the work in strategy 2 is never, ever really complete, right? We always have to do a good job in this area of making sure we're expanding our connections with our key stakeholder groups, especially those that don't have children in our schools. But what I want to talk in a touch more detail with you about is strategy 3, because that relates a little bit more to kind of this conversation we're having on marketing. So the numbers that you saw in applied economics, as glaring as they can be to see, we have seen that downward trend for some time. And we have been planning for that downward trend for some time. And a really good example of some of our work specific to that area is our targeted focus on kindergarten enrollment. What we know is that if we can capture those students, invite those students into our schools at the youngest possible age, preschool and kindergarten, they tend to stay. That positive experience that they have in our school tends to translate well, and we do tend to keep them in our schools. And so as we were kind of preparing for that, there are a number of strategies that go into this plan, and I want to credit Erin Dunzy, who did really the largest lift on this plan, and she really did a lot of tremendous work related to it. There were a number of things. If we supported our principals with toolkits to help market their schools, there were a number of in-person events that we either created or changed to make sure that they were more effective. But here's where I might invite you to pull out your laptop, launch a browser, pick anyone, maybe Google. And something that we noticed through the research portion of this plan is if you were to type in, I'll give you a couple of examples, pick your favorite, kindergarten Peoria, West Valley kindergarten. And you can see in kind of this phone image that's second from the right, when we were doing our research for this plan, we noticed that the Peoria Unified School District as an option at all as a website was on page 22 of the search. Tell me where you see Peoria Unified if you put in any one of those. Are we on the first page after you pressed enter with your search terms? Whew, I didn't double check that again today, so good. What phrase did you put in? West Valley Kindergarten, okay. So we were page 22, and the work that goes into getting on page 1 is tremendous. So you can do some paid advertising, which during our advertising campaign window we did. That's not something that runs continuously. A campaign has kind of a start and an end, then typically has a refresh as we go through that cycle of kind of determining what worked well, what didn't, what do we want to do differently to launch another campaign. But a lot of it is tied to so many different factors that we had to look to adjust or do differently in order to appear on page 1. So something as simple as appearing on page 1 is extremely impactful to be able to tie back to the enrollments that we had relative to kindergarten. So that was certainly a really big credit. I'm not going to read through line by line through each of these, but there were a number of things that we planned for over the course of enrollment season, so to speak, to get to our enrollment for that year to make sure that we were had some strategies in place to support an increase in kindergarten enrollment. I want to move really quickly to a problem that we were attempting to solve that you are very, very familiar with relative to our bus drivers, and talk through a couple of the key aspects that we used in order to make sure that we had the appropriate number of bus drivers. So we were aiming for the last school year to make sure that we were appropriately staffed for bus drivers, and I will credit our governing board. Thanks to approving that increase in pay for bus drivers, we were able to use that in our key messaging, which was so impactful in driving, pun intended, the number of bus drivers that we were able to secure for the year. But we had to, through our partnership with Human Resources, use some of that messaging and adapt it accordingly in order to be able to start the school year with 8 more bus drivers than we needed at the start of the school year. Certainly, those of you who were around through some of that time where we were really experiencing those challenges with drivers will note that that is really, really an incredible feat. It was a really lofty goal, but following along with some of the data that we had to support this, and thank you, Sarah Meredith was the lead on this project, and really incredible results relative to this. So just examples for you to see on kind of how we are thinking really strategically and critically in order to drive results. Last one I'll mention before I check for understanding and then we move into our section 3 here of our work was our Why Peoria Unified campaign. And this was our most recent success story and relative to kind of responding to the call for this massive teacher shortage, which is something that every school district was experiencing, but through some targeted storytelling that we did in telling our why, we were able to make sure that we could respond accordingly to that. And I show you this because as we were kind of digging into the data, you'll look at this graph on the left, and this is from the spring of this past school year, and it represents our current workforce. And it's small. You may be able to see it a touch better there on your screen if you're following along in our PowerPoint. But that's a snapshot of the current age of our workforce. The chart that you're seeing on the right is really a subsection of that data, and it represents the employees that we are hiring, the age of those who are coming into our workforce. So looking at that, we were able to adapt our strategies and our messaging accordingly, shift from more of those in-person recruitment fairs to some virtual recruitment fairs, doing a lot more of our digital advertising because we knew that's where our employees that are falling into those Gen Z categories and millennial categories are looking. So changing how we approach our recruitment in order to make sure to meet that need. And so our results were an 82% increase in positions filled to start the new school year. And so we are continuing to kind of move in the right direction, and we're building off of this campaign. So much of this work and this campaign is still moving forward. The data that you see here relative to those positions closed is just recent data. So as of June 2nd, so we're really, really thrilled with the response that we've had to that. So those were 3 examples of specific targeted strategic communications plans. I'm gonna kind of zoom out, so come up to the surface just a little bit here to talk a little bit about what overall throughout the year might look like as it relates to some of our advertising that we're doing. And remember, advertising is the paying for promotion. And so you'll see a few of the examples that we have here relative to enrollment within our district, both for elementary schools, and then you'll also see some of the ads that were specific to high schools that were shared. And we kind of look at our advertising relative to 3 main areas. I think my clicker decided it had enough. There we go. So our paid media by message, and so I wanted to show you this chart to kind of illustrate those 3 main areas. First, enrollment, and you'll notice that's the largest section of where we spend our advertising dollars is relative to our enrollment and getting new students into our schools. Then recruitment and trust capital. So you might be asking, what do you mean when you talk specifically about trust capital? These are some of the messages relative to trust building that are an ongoing part of our communication strategy. Remember, I said we might go a little bit deeper where needed, but these are kind of stewardship of our resources, the overall way that we are supporting student success. So these are broader as opposed to really targeted messages. So you'll see some of those examples here, some sharing kind of the reporting out pieces of what we're doing well, the areas that are particular points of pride. You'll also see a school finance video, which we were thrilled to learn just this week, just won a national award for how we're communicating relative to school finance. And we want to thank Ms. Myers for her support in that project. But those are all part of our trust building that we do with our community to make sure that primarily those that do not have a connection to our school district know and understand how it is that we are spending our money. Did I skip one? I skipped one. Finally here, before I just check in for you with understanding, this is our earned media, and this is the public relations I talked to you about on kind of making sure that those positive stories relative to our school district are showing up in the places where we need them to show up. And of course, this is a zero-cost way of making sure that we are telling our story. You will note your work featured there, that this is just recent as of this week, and your approval of that safety grant. Making sure that it has an appearance there after sharing that news release. And I know that that was, President Rooks, something that you brought up at the last meeting that we wanted to make sure we communicated that. I know we've got some additional plans to tap into that messaging. That message in particular related to safety is really important right before the start of the new school year. So we typically do a really concerted push on our safety messaging right before the start of the new school year. And so you see a couple of examples. We had more than 70 media placements related to earned media that were positive stories for our school district this year. And so we're also very, very proud of that. Okay, so quick pause. I'm going to take a quick breath. And before I transition here into now what, or going forward, and with the time that we have together, make sure that we're spending it on talking about what this looks like in the future. I just want to check in and see if there are any questions, unless President Rooks, you'd like me to keep going.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments, or would you like to keep going?
Keep
All right.
going. All right, so part 3, as we're kind of looking to the future, there's really this overarching theme that you'll see, and it's relative to the parent experience and the community experience with our schools. And kind of most succinctly said, and using the terminology that we've covered today, it's related to marketing to get students into our schools and then communicating to make sure they stay. And if I were to give kind of our overarching strategy going forward a snapshot, that would be how I would summarize that. And we're adapting to our changing environment. And so it's really important that in reference to what we heard from applied economics, that our focus is kind of shifting within these areas. And so parents will talk specifically about. And I thought it was really interesting. I jotted down, if you heard our friends from Applied Economics talking about how we might consider worrying more about the kids that we are serving as opposed to those who we are not. I think there's both that are a part of our strategy, but I want to talk first to communicating to those that we have in our schools to make sure that they stay. And then on the next 2 parent strategies, I'll talk a little bit about marketing. On the last strategy, talk a little bit about marketing to have additional students join us in our district. So this first strategic outcome is relative to stabilizing our enrollment. And again, you heard this loud and clear from the presentation that we received on applied economics. So this is one data point of measurement. We have others that we will use in this measures that matter. We typically have both quantitative and qualitative research that we look at as part of our plan. So there's one for illustrative purposes listed here, but I know we've talked a lot, and I have heard as a common theme from the board today about all the different touch points that we need to be having to gather feedback, and those are really important to us. So talking about how we'll do that is what we'll start to put in the plan on what will that look like, when will we accomplish each of those. So this might translate into looking more closely at the percent of parents and students that indicate that they are satisfied with their school. That's typically a good measure for us, but we know that there are certainly many, like continuing to monitor our enrollment and are students staying with us. If they are leaving, at what grade levels in particular do we need to look at a little bit more closely to make sure that they're staying? Strategic outcome number 2, enhancing our parent satisfaction with the engagement opportunities that we're providing. So we want to make sure that there are meaningful and purposeful connections that our parents are having with our schools, that our families are having with our schools. So there are parents that make decisions based on the data. What is it showing on great schools relative to my school? What is it that I'm hearing from the people that are really important to me about our schools? But what we also know is that there are parents that are making decisions on feelings. How do I feel in that school? How does the school make my child feel? Am I comfortable with the education that they're receiving and the care that they feel that they're having in their school? So we want to look to increase the opportunities for our parents and families to engage. And then as part of that and communicating to make sure they stay with us, it's also looking really closely at how we're delivering services to our families. So that customer service experience, it has been, well, not in my recent memory that we've had a more formal customer service plan or kind of gone through some of that training with our staff. So that might be an indicator that we look at. Is that something that we can launch? And then third, as I'm rattling through here, this is the marketing to get them back or marketing to attract additional students into our district. And so that's both open enrollment and our current service rates. And so those 2 terms that you heard applied economics talk about today. A couple of these are already a work in progress. So I'm gonna just quickly touch on 2 of those. First is we are launching full day preschool in our district at 2 sites to start. We're really excited about that because right now they are 3-hour half-day preschool options. Well, if you're a working parent, it very well may be challenging for you to drop off and pick up midday 3 hours later, or to drop off midday and pick up later. So we think that full day options might help to kind of be something that attracts our families into our schools. And in fact, we have feedback from surveys from preschool and kinder families to tell us this. So that's how we approach this particular decision. And then next, we have our website that I have a couple of screenshots that are sneak peeks for you and also everybody streaming this live to be able to see. And so this is just one view of our website, full website coming next week. So we're really, really excited about it and the work that has gone into that. But it does some things like focus first and foremost on prospective families. That is what we are primarily using this tool for, prospective families first, prospective employees second, and then, of course, as a current family member, you'll be able to find all the things that you need within the district. You'll still be able to stream board meetings and all of those types of things. But it's really important to us that the first thing that you see is who we are, what we're about, who we serve, what we teach, all of those really, really key aspects. We also know we got to make it really, really easy for you to enroll, like everywhere. So there will be multiple additional enrollment buttons, and we're really trying to streamline that process. This is an internal page that talks a little bit about what the experience is like in our schools. And then, of course, I mentioned second, we will use it as a recruitment tool as well. And so it will be important how we build out those pieces. So I'm going to transition to that kind of second part of our family and community engagement strategy, and that's the community experience, which we know is also really, really important. And here's where I'll say we could capture some additional data. We, for a number of years, had a survey tool that allowed us to reach out to the broader community. So what we affectionately call those 70% that don't currently have a connection with our district and capture some of that data. We didn't do that this past year, but that would be a really important data point for us to maybe explore doing going forward to make sure that we are getting some really good quantitative data from the rest of our community. It's very easy for us to reach parents and to get them a survey, but to get the rest of our community is also really important. So looking at from those responses that we're continuing to increase satisfaction with our school district, we want to know that our community thinks that we're doing a good job in what we're doing. And so that is really what's at the essence of this particular KPI. Oh, I skimmed right over it, but I wanted to also note it came up at our last board meeting, and this was my long neck as we were responding to say, wait, I want to touch on that. We talked a lot about how we might serve those that are choosing alternative educational options right now. What might that strategy look like for us? There are some school districts having tremendous success with doing this. Certainly, we've got some capacity challenges that we may need to look to overcome, but kind of looking at what might we need, what might this look like, where could we pilot this, would be a part of kind of, I'd say, an exploratory phase of this particular strategic outcome that's serving the community that we're not currently serving, which is at the heart of this one. Strategic outcome number 2, increasing community satisfaction with purposeful volunteer opportunities. We could do a bit better in this area. And so this area is here because we want to make sure that those who are experiencing our schools and that are in our community have access to meaningful and valuable opportunities for them to come in and feel like they're making a difference, that that's a process that's seamless and easy for them. But also that we're sourcing the right opportunities to match with the right volunteers. So to make sure that's a really strong mutually beneficial support for our students, but also for those community members. And then I'll round out with building and expanding community partnerships as kind of the last piece that I'll talk to, that I touched on. One of the many ways that this may look, you approved fees at the last board meeting relative to advertising. That could be one of the components relative to this, but we know there are other opportunities. I referenced this when I talked about the first strategic plan. This is work that's never truly done, but continuing to as Dr. Hernandez says, be better, faster, stronger in this area is something that we know really matters. And so just to round us out, looking to your feedback on kind of the direction that we are headed relative to these areas. We know we need to conduct some additional market analysis. We know we need to gather some additional some additional data in order to develop baseline in some of these areas and kind of set our messaging, and then looking within our current budget and what might be available going forward to determine how to best align that to have the greatest outcomes. So I will turn it over to you, President Rooks, for any questions or comments that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Airy, for that presentation. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, so starting off, first, I just want to say I'm really happy to see the focus on creating opportunities to volunteer, because I do hear from both businesses, actually more from like nonprofits and businesses, that they're looking for more ways to engage with us. So I really definitely appreciate that. And I appreciate you going through here. Just a quick comment on your slide 36, it says why Peoria Unified. I love that. I think that would be a fantastic marketing campaign, but the lettering below it is really, really small, and I don't know if it's just because it's just on these slides and so forth, but.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I'd be happy to get you the complete plan if you'd like to see. We'd be happy to put it in a Friday report.
Oh, that'd be great. I just was thinking if this is going to be, if you look at the actual slide, the sentences that you have underneath why Peoria Unified, it just looks really small. So on 36, I'm sorry, I said 26, 36.
We can check on that. What I'll share is that's a campaign that's concluded. And so what you were seeing was just a snapshot of some of our campaign resources that were already shared and produced. And so that may be why we were just trying to fit it all on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only thing that I just want to make sure that we are using more information other than just the surveys for to determine those particular items. You got me all distracted here. Just in terms of enrollment and that type of thing. I know we have a lot of other data from other departments and so forth, but want to make sure that we're putting all of that information together, and it's not just parent surveys, because what I'd really love to see is parent surveys happens yearly, and I'd love to see us have something like, do we have early indicators if students are thinking of leaving, and can we intervene at that time? And do we have something in place that's a predictor of if we're going to lose and that type of thing, instead of waiting that full year? And I don't know what those are, but I just.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, thank you for lifting that up. Some of the other ongoing measures are really important, because if we waited till March of every year to determine what we were going to focus on, we would really be struggling to accomplish anything. We also have other touch points through things like our site councils. You'll recall we launched last year our parent huddles, and we had leaders from all of our schools, from all different areas, from booster clubs to parent groups, that were invited to come together and to give feedback and to participate. That's another touch point. So we are looking at a number of different data pieces when we're determining how to respond to our community and what that's looking like. And I will tell you, monitoring enrollment, you received a really comprehensive presentation today, but we are doing that weekly. We are looking, the number changes daily, but we were always looking to see how are we doing with enrollment, where might there be a concern, and having those conversations with our school leaders as well.
All right. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Oh yes, I could talk about this all day. Marketing is my favorite thing, and once upon a time, this was my bread and butter. Okay, so just a few top-level questions. Do we work with an SEO company at all, or do you guys do that all in-house?
So the work that you saw through our kindergarten campaign was all done in-house. We did work with a company last year relative to all of our advertising and all of our digital work. We are looking to partner with another one going forward in the future.
I was going to say, SEO is a beast.
It is.
I don't know how you would tackle that in-house, and so, yes, glad to hear that. I'm like, you're probably all going crazy if you're trying to do your own SEO. And then our Unified magazine, I'm assuming it's paid for by the ads, the business ads? Or what percentage of it is paid for?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, some of it goes back to that. It is not completely paid for. We certainly are making that a goal looking forward, but right now we just carve out a portion of our marketing budget for that.
Okay. I know we have to go fast. Okay, 2 other things. Have we ever thought about using student interns? Okay, let me take a step back. One thing I think on our socials that might be successful, and I guess the question is, how do we maintain good engagement in between campaigns? Because I see like this, you can tell when a campaign's coming out, it's really engaging, and then we have like filler, which is great because we need to keep those accounts going and people commenting, but the likes, which I know we're not chasing likes, but a little bit we need to so that, you know, the engagement is up so that the material goes before maximum number of people when we want them to see it. So what's our like in-between strategy?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, thank you for that. And that could be a whole other presentation on its own on how we tackle social media, which is not the most important thing, but is a very important part of our ongoing strategy. So we have a very, very creative team that focuses very much of our time on looking ahead and what might those messages look like, when does a campaign fit in, what is the filler that goes in between that. And we do that not just for the Peoria Unified School District, but we do it for 112 total social media platforms that we are also preparing site webmasters and principals to support on their own, but we're also feeding them content, which is part of our ongoing schedule and salary. What I think I heard you start to allude to at the start of your question was referencing students. And I will tell you something that we're particularly excited about is we rolled out a new tool to those that support our social media just like a month ago called Class Intercom. It is now the tool that we use to manage our social media on the back end and to program in our messages. The really great thing about it that we are looking forward to piloting hopefully this fall is that students may submit content to us for approval in advance. So it's a great way for us to not only get that student voice, but to communicate messages straight from our campuses in a very secure and vetted way. So we have to go in and review those and approve those before they're posted. So we're looking forward to infusing the student voice, and we think that might be a wonderful new addition to our current strategy.
Right, because I know that, I mean, for lack of a better term, the talking head kind of really authentic, more gritty stuff tends to do really well, which is hard because you want to like make sure you're protecting your brand and all that. But I was wondering, yeah, if ways we could tap into the youth, even to just come up with marketing campaigns. Like I was never into TikTok and never did that, but I know that it's highly successful. And so I'm interested to see how the students could play in to give them a way to not take over the social media in any regards, but to tell their story in a more authentic in their voice way, as a way maybe, just to consider keeping that engagement up, you know, that.
Well, and as you know, we are always chasing the algorithm, and so that is also work that is never finished, and so we try to infuse all of those new strategies. We stay ahead on what are the trends, what are some of the things that we're going to follow, and at the end of the day, of course, the algorithm's getting to know everyone that we're reaching, right? And so sometimes making decisions on what they will or won't see based on what it is that they're doing online and their behaviors as well. So it is back to that's everything connected to everything.
Yes, and then just one more idea that I had. I think it sounds so simple, but I think it might be, especially in the elementary areas, having a QR code that goes out, whether you want people following us on Facebook or Instagram, as far as like the head socials, which I would probably recommend Instagram because that's where that younger demographic shows up more. But and as we're really transitioning to that younger, I guess not younger than me demographic. I guess I'm old now, but if we even had a banner that was like in the pickup lines, that was like scan here to follow, be kept up to date. I just think stuff like that is so simple but highly effective because I was looking at the numbers, just back-end analytics of like, okay, how many people are following our social media? Like we probably need to beef that up. It's just, you guys are running like 17 marathons all at one time. So, and I know how hard it is to do with one account for one person for one brand. So
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up because the increasing our volume there has not been, it's a focus when you start, and then it was a slow climb for a while, and then it was just steady for a while, kind of purposefully, because we were not super focused on that. That has now become a focus of ours. So that is on our radar, and we are talking right now about strategies to really increase across all of those platforms.
Yeah, that'll be great. And then, the last thing I had is, do you ever provide stuff to PTSOs? Because a lot of them have a separate, whatever, but those ones tend to be, because it's sharing a lot of activities and fun stuff, I feel like parents are hyper engaged in those. Do we ever push content out? I mean, not all the time, but once in a while to those PTSO and maybe including them in those parent huddles were so amazing. Like, talk about gathering the powerhouse parents to like really push this forward. That was such a brilliant idea. I loved going to those. Anyway, just wondering how we're utilizing our.
So we often put together, you heard me mention really briefly, but toolkits.
Yeah.
So we have principal toolkits, and it's just customized information or what you need to know. And sometimes that looks a little bit differently. Like, here's what you need to know. Here's what we need you to share. Here's what we need you to do. We follow something similar, less probably specific to that with our parent groups as well. So we will oftentimes send them, consider putting this in a newsletter, or you might want to touch on this, or reminder this is coming up. And so we try not to overdo it,
right.
But just to include the really important aspects.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Like I said, I know how hard it is to do this with one brand and one person, so I can't even fathom how it is doing it, and just excited to see how the initiatives move forward this year.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Before, when we went on break, I was sharing with Dr. Summers, I said, we really should kick up the social media just from other, I'm not a huge fan of wasting time on that, but I know it's definitely needed. And after seeing the Gen Z population as teachers coming in and only knowing digital, I think that's, has already been said. But what I shared with Dr. Summers, and then you started with food, so I have to share it. I don't know if you guys knew, but Gordon Ramsay, the chef of, Hell's Kitchen, he was in Phoenix. They seem really loud. He was in Phoenix June 4th. They aired him downtown Phoenix. And it was, what was it called? The Golden Rule Cafe, a soul food since the 60s, yada, yada. But it was a family. So it was multi-generations, and it was a little bit humorous because some weren't doing anything. But at the very end of all that he redid, meaning new stuff, that matters. It matters what we have. There's a broken desk, professional development out there. It does matter, what we have in our classrooms. But at the very end, her great-great-grandson, he said, I want you to post on social media what we're doing here. And he just kind of sat there like he knew what to do, but was like, should I do this? He said, no, I want you to post right now. So I was sharing with Dr. Summers, it's not my comfort zone. It's getting there, but that more, I'm excited to hear that we were going to use students, because I was going to bring that up, and maybe not recreate the wheel. Nobody has time for that. Maybe we have already some communication classes that would be able to do this for projects, and or maybe they're looking to do this as a profession, and just kind of dabble in that before. I have no idea if we have something in CTE or not for that, but all of that would make sense. Why not give them those tools? They're probably going to teach us. That's usually what happens. But that's good. I mean, because you're bringing the generations together, which we do need. We don't need all social media, nor do we need all magazines sent out, So anyway, I'm just happy to hear that we're already kind of headed that way. I also know, and I'll just put this out here, I have a very good friend that used to work for Facebook. She gets around those algorithms. So if you want that contact, I'm sure she would help us. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, no, that is not all I have, so sorry. The retirement community, I keep hearing that, especially this week, in all the presentations on finances and our population and yada, yada. I don't think we've even, I think at times we scratch the surface of getting volunteers in that community. We have so many retired teachers and so many that could bring and want to bring in skills. And I'd like to see some of that maybe targeted as promoting our district, whether it be grandchildren or retired teacher, or, we just have a large retirement community in our school district. And I know, and I may have mentioned this in a board meeting, I don't remember, but they did have, and I'm sure that there's something out there similar. NAU had a little bit of funds, I guess they were paying the retirement community just to come in and be that maybe reading tier 2 person to help a kid at the back of the table, or just reading to the classroom so the teacher can do that. Or, volunteering in a classroom, but not just volunteering and handing out cupcakes. Because maybe they want to do that, but, just really kind of tying those things together would be really good to see within the community. And then the last thing I have is the nonprofits. There are a lot of organizations out there and a lot of community resources that I don't want to get in the weeds, but there's a lot of them that could help with what we're doing, how we're doing it, pulling together, that kind of thing. And I know I brought that up in the last board meeting, but
So
yeah.
President Rooks and Mrs. Bowles, thank you for lifting that up, because as I'm referring to my notes, this was the last outcome that I was covering, and I failed to kind of give you the punchline, which is like
cool.
actually completing the story, which is the point of what you're supposed to do when you're storytelling. So let me go back on that. September 13th, we are launching our very first community resource fair, which is an open invitation to the nonprofit organizations in our community to come and join us, to have a table, to share what it is that they do and how they connect with our community. I think it's twofold in hosting this event. It's first open to our community to come in and to see what is available out there to support them outside of the school district, but still serving the same community. But then I would say it's a great opportunity for us to make any connections that we don't already have. We have a lot of great connections with some really wonderful nonprofits in our community, but we are hoping that this is a way as an inaugural event to start somewhere, and we'll refine it as we go and see how often we might have to hold it. But that likely would have been a very good piece for me to share relative to this outcome. So I apologize
Yeah, no
that
problem.
I glazed right over that in my notes, but I did want to share that with you. And so I know you shared at the last board meeting that you may have some context to include, and we'd certainly welcome adding them to our list.
And then I would suggest, and I don't know if you already have this, but somebody that can not only know who was there, but also the population we're trying to pull in. And I'll leave that alone. We can talk more in detail about that. Is it only nonprofit, or is it local business as well?
This one is centered on nonprofits in particular. We have businesses that we partner with and that Dr. Summers and our team, we meet with quarterly, and we invite any businesses in our community to join us for that. A number of the different touch points that we have with our business community, we've got our faith group, those are all just opportunities to get together and determine we are all serving the same community. How can we be better, stronger, faster at doing that, given how we're all serving the same students and the same families. So businesses may be a better fit for that particular event, but if you have an idea, I'd be happy to chat more with you about that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Clerk Toby, any comments or questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Mrs. Airy. For the sake of expediency, I won't repeat some of the statements or questions, but I would say that I like we as a district need to earn and maintain the public's trust. This is how we're going to move forward as a district. Again, with that motto of the Peoria way, I think we need to be a little bit forward-thinking when it comes to our outreach and our marketing, the way that we communicate and protect our image, just as you expect your fellow coworkers to not refer to our district as PUSD because it's a branding issue and we don't want any confusion. I also think that we need to maintain that level through when it comes to things that are appearing online that are negative about our district, right? Correcting the narrative. I think you and I have had a conversation about an article back in March that talked about how the PUSD, Peoria Unified School District, actually stripped away protections in their discrimination policy, which was clearly inaccurate. I think we should have chased that story. I think that protecting our image and protecting our brand, that post made it into Peoria's group, which has over almost 65,000 members in it. And so when we have something like that, which was clearly inaccurate, go into such a large group, I mean, when you think about it, in our district, that's almost 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 when it comes to population of our district. And no one was chasing it. I think that we need to be better about chasing those DMs and really trying to correct the narrative on some of that stuff. We also have other groups, and I don't know if your team is part of those Peoria groups or a different K-12, even the homeschool groups, because there's people in the homeschool groups that, I'm thinking about coming back to the school district. What is a good school in this area? I know that I've been tagged in several posts that say, do you recommend any schools in this area? And happy to do it. I think it's part of what we represent for. Go ahead.
Well, President Rooks and Mr. Toby, I really appreciate that comment, because that was some of my thinking relative to even hearing a number of you talk about, your connections with those who are homeschools. And I am often telling our principals and our staff, those who are speaking about us in the community are only going to start speaking favorably about us if we're speaking favorably about ourselves. And so it is really important that those that are connected with us and that, have an opportunity to know and understand what it is that we're doing are taking that message and sharing it. And that goes to that kind of word of mouth communication. So I appreciate that, and that you're chiming in there. Some of that, we monitor a lot of that. It's a capacity issue for a very small team, small but mighty. And so some of that, we're not able to get to it before 16 other parents might jump in and say really great things and recommend some really great schools. And we know a recommendation from a parent that has a child attending there is always going to be better than the PR person giving a recommendation on a school. So sometimes those are just like monitoring and determining, do we jump in with our recommendation, or do we allow the parents to jump in with those, and they do. But so thank you for lifting that up, because that's an important monitoring strategy, and some of that response is capacity.
Yeah, no, totally understand. And I think and then my next question is, what latitude do you give all the site leaders with their private Facebook, or not private, but independent school Facebook pages and Instagram pages?
So President Rooks, Mr. Toby, that's a really great question. They have full latitude for running and supporting their page with our support. So we also maintain all of the logins. We're the ones that set up any new pages, approve any new pages, and support training efforts relative to both the principal and anyone else at the site that the principal has selected to manage that. And so we give them professional development relative to doing that. We also support them if there are any challenges with it. It's also part of our emergency response procedures that if there's an issue relative to that school, we are the ones that take over that page, and they all know that. And so they do not post on that page, so that we make sure that we're delivering appropriate emergency messaging relative to our emergency plans. But they do have the autonomy with our support, and we monitor, and sometimes if we see that there's one that needs a little additional professional development, then we can follow up with them to support.
Thank you. And yeah, because I think that if it's a bandwidth issue, leveraging our site leaders and even people below the site leaders to work those Facebook groups or Instagram groups to kind of help, manpower, increase your bandwidth essentially.
So Mr. Toby, I should clarify, each and every school has a site webmaster whose responsibility is their social media and their website with our support. So we're still in there sometimes daily, supporting, checking, preparing content for the filler content for them. But all of the posts on the day-to-day that you see happening from their sites, that's them. Thankfully, not us, or they would have my. They wouldn't sleep.
Well, and even to President or to Mrs. Proudfit's point, having some type of third-party service, a crawler or something like that, to help bring that and elevate those things to your guys' team's attention. You guys can pick and choose and prioritize. But as far as a name brand and a reputation standpoint, I do think that we need to be getting in the DMs more and responding. That way the public can see that we are engaged, and that if they have a question, they throw it on a forum or whatever, and it gets elevated to us. We can respond to that. Just being accessible, I think, is going to go a long way with that, building trust and having that earned and maintained trust level, as well as protecting our image. And then also, when we do have those instances where we have a story that's completely inaccurate about our district, things that are going on, I think it's important that we as a district make a statement. Jeff Toby can write a statement, but it's just coming from me. When it comes from the Peoria Unified School District about this is actually what the facts are, I think it's a much stronger statement and position for us to have, and it shows that we're unified. So, thank you.
All right, I'll try to be quick because I know we're short on time here. Definitely want to bring up looking at retired veterans, bringing them in maybe as volunteers in the classroom, specifically history, social studies. We're going to be having the new curriculum coming in, so I don't know if that's something to advertise into that community. I really like what the city of Peoria does on their websites. I've watched their videos with Andrea Robinson, I think from Fox News. She does these segments of restaurants and places in our in city of Peoria that showcases, and it's more of, I think, I would rather more watch the video, like, because then I can kind of see, like, ooh, what's going to be next, versus just a single post with just a couple bullet points. So I don't know if we can, I really like the idea of Dr. Summers taking over the Instagram account. Like stuff like that, like stuff that is, and I agree with everybody up here on kids, teenagers, they really know how to do that. My 14-year-old definitely does more than me. And I think that that's something we can showcase. Ms. Bowles, I know we have the PBSN network in some of our high schools that really showcases their videography, their speaking skills. I mean, they are amazing what they do. And so I'd like to see some of their ideas brought to the table. Just the fact of the graduations this year, Liberty High School graduation, Mr. Duguid did an actual video up on the screen, and just the effects of it, the showcasing the students, I feel like is huge to get on Facebook, Instagram, like, because yeah, Instagram is huge right now, and it's videos, it's content. People want to watch it. They want to see what's going to be shown. But then also Twitter, now is X, I guess. But I even think that that needs to be showcased a little bit as well, because there's a lot out there that you can showcase on those websites. And I like the idea of having a barcode. I know that as a parent, I have the Parent Square, but I think a lot of parents pay more attention to Facebook, Instagram, and X. Just because that's where they go to look at the news going on in their city, in the country. Like, that's where they go to look at. So I wanted to touch on that. Community outreach, if possible, inviting those folks that don't have kids in our schools to some of our school events. So we have music performances at the schools. We have plays. We have, our Met Academy, the Mathletes thing we just started. Sending out something through the newsletter, Peoria Unified Ed, maybe a couple, months in advance of when that comes up, send it out and say, you're invited to attend. Like spelling bee, patriotic speeches, if there's a way to get them to see all of that, and then that also makes them feel like they're included, like you're actually thinking of them, even though they don't have kids in the school. Hey, why don't you come? Even though it's not their kids, they get to be able to see that. And they get excited for the patriotic speeches, because we have a lot of retired vets that love our country, and being able to see that, I don't know, I'm spitballing some of this. And then I would like to see updated of what is our policies for school site media, just what is the process for, I know you guys work together with the schools on what they put on their social media, but I just would like to see if we have a policy related to it, of how that process goes. And the budget. I know, Mr. Toby, you've brought this up before in a different district in a different state, of how they have a system in place on their website showcasing what is the money going to. And I know that we have it on board docs. I know you do a great job, Ms. Myers, but I think what I liked about what he sent me was that it's very detailed, and maybe we do it for just maybe each school site, of we spent this amount of this money in this month, and this is what it went to. Simple, detailed, so that families can kind of see where's the money going, and the community as well can view it. And then last is, let's see, the increasing of out-of-district open enrollment. The only thing I have concerns about, again, is Visancia and Lake Pleasant, if they are at capacity. I just really want to be careful that we don't overload them. If we can really showcase other schools when families want to apply here out of the district, that'd be really great. But yeah, I appreciate your presentation. I do think, you know, the why Peoria Unified right here that you have, that's great. What would be even, I don't know, like underneath the why Peoria Unified, maybe having Instagram icon, X icon, and Facebook icon so that you could click on those to then go to an Instagram video of different students from our high schools, different students from elementary schools, saying why they like their school. So I really like to see that, more of the video content versus just a post, because for some reason videos just, they attract more.
President Rooks, thank you for all of that. Just a couple of quick notes to
Yes.
address. We are really looking forward to launching this website so we can go back to working on videos again instead of working on launching the website. So I know everybody's like very much looking forward to that. So that's on our radar as well. I did want to, I wanted to mention that point.
Oh, and also, I guess two more. So I know you know a little bit of Andrea Robinson. So maybe seeing if we could see if she'd be willing to showcase some of our programs in the district, video content, even with our CTE program of the Food Network area. And then I know that there's a lot of different nonprofits, but there's also a lot of community groups. And if we're really wanting to showcase why we're wanting the M&O in November, I think going to those community groups, that's a little bit outside of our box, but I know Dr. Summers is already starting to do that, so I appreciate that. But inviting our students to go to those events, I feel like that would be great to showcase the robotics club, the CTE programs with, you know, maybe we can serve them lunch when they have their meetings or their meetups. I feel like that would be stepping outside of the box. So that's another idea, but thank you.
Thank you,
Can I
President Rooks.
just say one thing? I really
Yes.
love the idea of having Andrea Robinson. I know you have a relationship with her, but the cool thing about that is it also shows partnership with the city.
Yes.
And keeps that, the momentum they already have rolling with that. I feel like that would be a great idea.
Yeah. Sorry, I just gave you a lot.
No, it's really good. I know, I really appreciate the feedback, and that's exactly what we were looking for, is to, you know, our right direction, where do we need tweaks? Some of those tactics that you shared we'll see as we kind of start to dive deep on the plan and put some of those pieces. Some of them that you mentioned we have in place, and so I already have a note on maybe a couple of Friday reports that might be helpful, I think, to round this out and let you know a few of the other things that we are doing. So I certainly do appreciate that. Quick mention, because the food is so incredibly important, because your palettes were so tiny, there are some actual dips. So maybe on the break and as we're transitioning, if you want to reload your plate with some other dips that correspond with your tray, that might be helpful as we're transitioning. So thank you so much, President Rooks, for the time to present today. And I just want to thank our team again.
Wait, sit. She's over there. We got to adjourn, so stay seated, Janelle. Hold on. Or you can stand, that's fine. Okay. Moving now to 6, adjournment, 6.1 adjournment. We will adjourn this meeting at 6:05 p.m. and give us a few minutes to get ready for the governing board meeting.
Was that a motion to adjourn?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm exhausted. Yes, I will motion to adjourn at 6:05 p.m.
And I'll second.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Meeting is adjourned at 6:05 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We are going to call this Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order at 6:33 p.m. on June 11th, 2025. Number 2, opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, and 2.2 pledge of allegiance and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to lead us? Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on to 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to make? Then I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to adopt the agenda as is.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could please run us through a voice vote.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Ms. Ari, do we have any this evening?
President Rooks, no formal recognitions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on now to 5, opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have 1 public comment tied to this item. You will have 3 minutes. Mr. Mark Del Maestro.
I'm a combat Vietnam veteran. It hardens you. Your heart gets hardened, and it's only 57 years later, it's starting to get fleshy. So please excuse me. I lost 3 good men on that riverboat, and they were right. Our families, our country, and our God are worth dying for. And whenever I have a chance to speak to a young person, I tell them that they are that important, that they are worth dying for. And it's up to them to stay important. And the way they stay important are 3 things: education, education, and education. And it's up to them to get it and get a proper one. And it's up to you guys to provide that for them. For me, the greatest documents ever written since mankind has been on the planet is the Bible, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. And they should be taught so that when a student graduates high school, they have a complete understanding of those documents. Discipline in the classroom is very important, and I would suggest uniforms, because I've seen them working. So I can only suggest to the board that uniforms might be an idea that you might entail. I know that when I was at a school in New Jersey, the principal made uniforms mandatory, and he got a lot of blowback, and then a month later, there was none. The teachers and the parents loved it, because for the parents, it was easy to get their kids off to school. All they had to do was make sure they had a white shirt and the colored pants, and the kids went to school. And the kids that I was able to speak to in that school were very attentive and more apt to learn, which is what they were told when they came to school. You're here to learn, not have a fashion show. So I'm passing this information on because I've traveled the country and I've seen a lot of things that work. I spoke with the superintendent last night about first day, first grade, teaching children how important it is to read and write. And write down your ideas so other people can read them. And they don't want to not be important. So I expressed that. And I'm just here to put it on the record that I'm 100% for kids. And I do the best I can for them whenever I have a chance to speak to them. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, and also thank you for your service in our country. Moving on now to 6 board and superintendent comments. 6.1 board comments. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. I'm just looking at my phone for this information just so that I can plug it. I just want to let the community know that Ironwood High School is hosting a production on June 17th through the 19th, 7 p.m. It's their, it says that this production features students from Cactus, Centennial, Ironwood, Kellis, Liberty, and Sunrise Mountain schools in this show. It's called In the Heights. So it's just something great that's happening during the summer in some air conditioning, and it showcases our students, and a lot of times it showcases our amazing faculty and alumni in that program. So I'm going to keep it short. And then the only other thing I just want to say is thank you so much to the district staff and all those individuals who put together all the hard work with the retreat and the study session. I know how much effort went into that, and I really appreciate it, and it was time well spent, and I really look forward to continuing to work on all of those things. So thank you.
Proudfit, board comments.
Just to keep things concise, just want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for caring enough to show up tonight and to share your heart with us. We're all in this together, and grateful to have you here. But other than that, I'm going to keep it brief tonight.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any board comments?
Yes, just to have a safe summer, and hopefully teachers and students will spend time with family. I will say a very short summer, unfortunately, but just have a safe summer, and we'll see you in a few months.
Clerk Toby, any board comments?
Just a real thank you to the city of Peoria as running their youth police academy currently. It's being very well received. Students are loving it, especially the impairment goggles. They find that really especially funny. So thank you to the city of Peoria in partnering with that at no cost to the district. It's a great youthful experience to have. It's a week long, and they get a little certificate at the end. And then also had a chance to do a tour of Luke Air Force Base 607th Air Battle Management Wing. So they basically control the aircraft in when it comes to doing air-to-air and air-to-ground combat. And so a lot of our students obviously got military scholarships, and that's a training base. So some of our students end up at Luke Air Force Base, which is one of the, many people may not be aware, one of the premier F-35 training squadrons in the nation. And part of that in telling where the aircraft to go is the Air Battle Management Program. So they have one of the largest training facilities there. So it was really nice to experience that. There was the supporters of the 56th Wing were present, as well as the youth and the youth supporters. So it was a good chance to kind of mingle in that arena. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to, we had a study session earlier today, so that's why there's a late start to our board meeting. I want to say thank you to the cabinet for being with us all today, and also for our principals at all of our schools. They attended this morning for our learning and teaching presented by Dr. Hernandez, and that was just great to see all of them there and get that interaction with our principals. So thank you for coming during your summer break to participate. I do want to say thank you to our Peoria Police Department for making sure our community is safe with the events that took place yesterday. So I want to say thank you to them. And then I also want to say thank you to Dr. Summers. He did attend last night. We also had this posted online, 3 board members, Clerk Toby and Janelle Bowles and myself. We attended the Legislative District 27 Republican meeting. He was the first superintendent in Peoria Unified School District to attend that meeting. And so I want to say thank you for attending and speaking to the members that were there and really showcasing what we're doing in Peoria Unified and that we're leading with excellence. And the board was, the 3 board members that were there, all we did was we talked about what we've been doing since January, some of the things that have already been voted in, and we made sure to stay in line with open meeting law, not talking about future things. So I appreciate you doing that, Dr. Summers, so thank you. And again, yeah, have a great summer. And Ms. Ewing, do you have another further board comment?
I just want to make sure we recognize this, is that upcoming this Sunday is Father's Day. And so I just wanted to make sure I wish everyone in the community happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Mr. Toby, and to all of our spouses and so forth. So just, we don't get to have the school celebration like we do on Mother's Day. It's during the summer, but just want to make sure all of our community members that we wish them happy Father's Day. So thank you.
Yes, echoing that, happy Father's Day. All right, moving on now to 6.2, superintendent comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board, Cabinet guests. I just want to build off of some of the comments from earlier today. So thank you for lifting up the preparation and the work that went into those efforts. I thought it was a very productive session. I also want to thank the Governing Board. So your engagement, your input, your purposeful and really relentless focus on how we're going to continue to move forward is something that we are grateful for and inspired by. And so we're looking forward to how we build from today's session. We know that this often is, well, I don't want to call it a thankless job because your salaries are probably not going to be multiplied anytime soon. That would be a whole nother action that maybe the state could consider at some point. But I just wanted to share that appreciation to you all as well. And for anyone that's interested, of course, as with all of our meetings, you can go online and you can review any part of that presentation, all, how many hours? About 8 hours worth of time. So the fact that this meeting may be a little bit shorter than normal please do not get confused because you've already put in 8. So anything that we're doing on top of that is time on top. I do have a couple of other comments here. So recently we had 11 Peoria Unified students who traveled to Washington, D.C. on a trip with the Arizona Cardinals for the 4th annual Civics Matters Arizona program. These students wrote an essay on why civics and government matter, being selected alongside 275 students from Arizona to travel on the Cardinals team plane. How cool. While in D.C., they had the opportunity to tour the U.S. Capitol and the Supreme Court and interact with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. It is exciting to see our students being recognized for their commitment to applying the information they are learning in the classroom. And opportunities like this are only made possible through a community that supports the work happening in our schools, and for that, we're very grateful. And then also just want to re-elevate a group of individuals that work very diligently behind the scenes and recognize, again, great things that are always happening in Peoria Unified. So a big congratulations and recognition to our communications and public relations team. As Mrs. Airy mentioned earlier today, they were recently recognized by the National School Public Relations Association with a Gold Medallion Award. This award recognizes superior school public relations programs and communication campaigns grounded in strategic best practices. And Peoria Unified is the 2nd school district in the nation and the first in Arizona to receive the coveted Gold Medallion Award from NSPRA for 3 consecutive years. So congratulations to a fantastic team, and thank you for your commitment to keeping our students, our staff, and families, as well as community, well informed. And that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. All right, moving on now to 7 discussion items. 7.1, update on an implementation of the new curriculum. Dr. Hernandez.
Aren't you glad to be at the dais? Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our social studies curriculum implementation, along with highlighting some of the unique steps that Peoria Unified has taken to ensure, 1, community transparency. 2, tight alignment to the Arizona state standards. And 3, always remembering this is about every student every day. So the 4 areas that we'll discuss in our implementation update will be a review of our rigorous and transparent review through the adoption process. We'll look at how Peoria Unified is customizing our curriculum. We're going to talk about being paperless, not paperless. And then we'll talk about what that controlled digital access looks like. So first, you'll recall from a 2-hour presentation back in April that the textbook selection committee did the evaluation through the Gateway evaluation process, and about a total of 2,112 hours was spent evaluating standards alignment in just Gateway 1. So that commitment to tight standards alignment for Arizona standards was priority 1, which was evaluated in Gateway 1. So after that process was complete and the governing board approved the recommendation, we did our final page turn in that space where we had staff members going through every page of every text that was approved. And in that purpose, we really wanted to look for any content that could be considered divisive, misaligned to our governing board values, or factionally questionable. So some of the sensitive topics that fall into that space, to be very transparent, are topics around Black Lives Matter, gender identity, any negative portrayal of police. Those are just a couple examples of some of those sensitive topics from that final page turn. And any content where that was found, it has been flagged as part of our next process in the review. The scope work, which is underway right now, is where the team comes together and identifies any specific content from any of the adopted resources that are considered available for removal, and it ensures that we have enough remaining content. So if any of those sensitive topics were present, that content was flagged once and then twice again, and look through the lens of, when we remove this, do we have enough to be sure, again, that tight standards alignment, we have to provide our teachers with enough content to ensure that students are able to adequately demonstrate their knowledge and learning from that particular standard. And you'll recall from our adoption, this is the what happens next graphic. So as we're working through the work around the implementation and getting set to get ready to deploy, this is that larger scale view of where we are. So this step actually got underway today, so didn't get a chance to update my slide that says next, but is in process. So this is where our teachers are coming together with our content experts, and they are mapping out scope, which is the content, and the sequence, which is the order in which those standards are aligned to the content and how they're taught in our classroom using that approved content. And what I've got for you, also attached to the item and a sample here, is a document that shows how content is identified. So red, if it's in that column on that far right. So from a scope and sequence perspective, I'll start from the left and go right. From a pacing, we identify about how many days or weeks will we spend on this particular standard. Where's the unit? What's the standard? What's the enduring understandings? What should students take away from the learning? What are the resource page numbers, links, materials? From an explicit, this is what to use. What are any additional information or teacher considerations? And then the red column is content that is marked as do not use. The yellow column is flagged as resource page numbers, materials that can only be used in consideration of Governing Board Policy IMB, which is teaching about controversial and sensitive issues. And I want to take us on a time trip back for just a moment. You'll remember the legislative session from 2022 focused heavily on parents' rights. In November of 22, our governing board updated policy IMB with 2 very important words. You'll see in our policy that it reads, the teacher holds a position of authority and respect in the classroom and community, and by virtue of that position has great responsibility. That word used to be influence. It is responsibility now. In the formation of the education, that word used to be values. So providing absolute clarity for our educators and our teams who are determining what the content is that will be aligned to standards in our classrooms. Those 2 pieces are very important. And that policy guides, when looking at controversial subjects or sensitive issues, what is in the parameters and the best case how to. So we're looking at the content and really saying, red, absolutely not. And I'm going to tie this to paperless in just a second. But also understanding that in our classrooms with our high school students, they are inquisitive. They have questions. They want to know about topics, what they're hearing, what they're seeing on TikTok and whatnot. And so as that falls into those, we remind our teachers, and this will be a center frame of our training as we laid out, with this particular governing board policy of IMB in mind. So you'll recall from a customized curriculum standpoint that during our process, we required vendors moving from one stage to the next to provide us with that letter of attestation specific to DEI, racial ideological aspects of the requirements. We've got that letter attached as well as here. Also required, as part of our work with the selected vendor, a special print edition of U.S. and world history that was tailored to our specifications with removal of all of anything related to social emotional learning references in those two titles. And I'd like to note that as of 6 p.m. this evening, the last time I had a chance to check, we are the only district in Arizona who has required this and who has selected this text as a special print. We are the only at this point. And there we have a letter from the publisher as well, confirming that was their intent, and this is what this would look like with those pieces being removed at our request. And then let's talk paperless. So our intent, and you got a chance to see Canvas a little bit today to see what that looks like from the teacher perspective as well as the student perspective. Because we have such a robust tool to support what our classroom environment can look like, we are well positioned to move into a paperless space. So those textbooks for U.S. and world history, we are only purchasing 50 hard copies. One teacher edition, one teacher edition and one student edition that go together, and then 50 to use in the classrooms. And that's because physical textbooks will always have a place in our classrooms. Some of our students with specific accommodations or learning needs, we are required to provide that hardback textbook for them for a variety of reasons, as well as we want to honor our teachers and their journey to moving into that paperlessness with us as well. So we have some copies of that as well as that hardback teacher edition. And I bring that up because with the digital piece that I'll talk about more, that content restriction and removal piece is what we will be actively doing. But, and I will go tear out those pages from books if you ask me to. But because we will have a handful of those books on campus, that guide that says red column versus yellow column is very important. So the controlled digital access allows the district to be able to select and restrict content that's available to teachers and to students. So before, when our platform goes live, the very first thing we will do, and we've had 4 steps of our review to look at what that content will be, we go in, there is one administrator assignment in the district that has this capacity on their login that can do this. We'll go in and remove topics, and they will never be present for our teachers or for our students. And those topics are selected. They've gone through, as you've heard, several lanes and lenses of review and consideration to ensure that, again, we're providing standards-aligned content, transparency with our community, and we're keeping every student in mind as we do this work. And we've got the letter there from the publisher as well, underscoring that. So the other piece that we will have is we're going to be able to demonstrate what this feature looks like. Now, I don't have a video for you tonight because I'm really picky, and I said I want it this way. It needs, so it's my fault. I don't have it for you, but we do have the screenshots that are attached as to what that functionality will look like, demonstrating. The publisher said, you will have it. Here's what it looks like right now. Our system isn't turned on live yet, but they've guaranteed that we will have access to this, and this is what this will look like, to be able to extract that content, remove it from our particular system. So with that, I'm available for any questions and support any discussion you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. So we have no public comment time this line item. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions or comments at the moment, but I'd love to hear some of the feedback from the other board members, because I feel like when we did this, there were some of the different individuals of the board who had more concerns and so forth. So I'd like to hear their opinions and statements first. So thank you.
All right, Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Just for a point of clarity, okay, so the 50 books per school, essentially, so those will stay, I'm assuming, in the classroom. So the red column items that we are not having on the digital platform, so I know we have a specialized textbook. Are those removed from that specialized textbook included in those 50?
That is correct, because
Okay.
so the special print edition that we have is specific to the social emotional learning aspects.
Okay.
But this sensitive topics piece,
Okay,
that's
so the
our
orange.
decision. And so
Okay.
those will be in that print version, but that's again, that limited number of those copies for our reasons that I've shared, as well as being very clear in the training and the launch of, you will see this, however, this is IMB, the policy on controversial issues, and this is the content that is very clearly marked, do not use. And our teachers, for the majority, are working out of Canvas. So what that looks like is they launch their Canvas course, and what we wanted to have for the science lesson you did today is they go into the platform for Realize, they select the content that comes out and drops into their Canvas course. So they won't even be able to see those topics that have been removed to pull into their Canvas course. They don't work in Realize in isolation, they work in Canvas.
And so for those orange or sensitive topics, those are available in the digital version. So that's what I was asking about. The heart of my question was, are we providing continuity between the hard copies and the digital? So that was the only question I had. Thank you for continuing to work on this overwhelming curriculum adoption.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. My question was exactly what Ms. Profit already asked. However, who will be the curriculum police in controlling the data, the digital access, and all of that?
So the one account will either be me or it will be Ms. Piazza, our Director of Learning and Teaching, and okay, she's here, so it'll be me. If she wasn't going to be here, I was going to say it's her.
So someone at the district level, at the DAC.
Only one person with a district administrator account is even able to have this permission. So we work with the publisher to say which person's account it is attached to. And on the reverse of that, that person's account is the only account that can undo any removal of content.
So in cases, if you were not to be here, someone else can do that? They'll give access?
They will have to.
And I assume our IT has that as well, right? I mean.
It will not.
Okay.
So this is very controlled with very intentional who has access to control it. We are very serious about the content that will be in front of our teachers and students. So I would imagine that Dr. Summers has a what happens if Dr. Hernandez gets hit by a bus plan. And so
That's what I was
somewhere
thinking.
in there, I'm sure this is included.
He doesn't look like he has anything over there.
That is not something I want to address tonight, but we will make sure that it is addressed however we need to.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you for your diligence in addressing this to the point where, obviously, us as a board unanimously move forward with this. Obviously, a lot of trust here, and there's been a lot of talk about this content in the media, but has there been other school districts that have contacted either yourself or anybody here at the district says, what are you doing? Because we're doing things a little bit differently. You know what I mean? So, like, has there been anybody that reached out and be like, tell us what you did or how you did it?
Not to me, not to Sherry. So not yet.
Not yet. All right, thank you.
Yes, I appreciate all the work you did. And like I've said before, you've earned my trust. So I appreciate that. And I will say, yeah, like it was, I'm wanted this brought tonight on the agenda so that you could really explain the process and all the pieces that you have compiled together so that the community, the parents, understand what is going in front of the kids. And I know that there is a lot out there, and that's why I think everyone is looking to Peoria Unified, because we're being leaders right now and we're leading with excellence. And I would just say, you know, I think what I would love to see with all of this that you brought forward is, I don't know if there's something you can work with Mrs. Airy, she's not over there sitting, so communications department, if we could possibly look at there you are. Okay, sorry. If we could possibly look at a news release, maybe, of touching these points in your presentation, so that it's kind of that positive aspect that Mrs. Airy was talking about today, that even though that this is going on in other districts and that they didn't utilize what plans we have here with your team, I feel like we need to make that a positive because of all of you and your team's hard work. I think it needs to be showcased because we really need to touch on the letter, the access to content. I really do, because I think it's going to set the record straight that Peoria Unified is going a different direction, and it's the direction of leading with excellence. So I would love to see that, Ms. Airy, if you could work with Dr. Hernandez on getting that out so that it's a positive over everything else that's going on. So, yeah.
President Ricks, can I add to that? 'Cause
Yes,
I
of
did
course.
forget about that till you just said that. I have been in meetings with people in other states, and our district was literally brought up for this reason. First, that we even thought about doing it different. I'm very proud of that, very, very proud of that. A little bit sobering to know that they're watching. But we will lead with excellence, and I know that that took a lot of thinking outside the box. I mean, and I, as I'm speaking for a lot up here and out there, we appreciate it. And leading with excellence, we can think outside the box. We pay their salary. They need us more than we need them. But I appreciate that. But I wanted people to know that we really are being looked at throughout the nation on what we're doing. And that news release would be a big deal just for our state, because there's been some misinformation in other districts of what we're doing here. So, thank you.
All right, yes, Ms. Ewing.
Thank you. Each time we talk about textbook adoption and so forth, I'm really proud to be part of a board that can have conversations coming from so many diverse viewpoints, and we can negotiate and find ways to get the best, either it's the best possible qualified educator, staff member in front of our kids, or the best possible resources in front of our kids while maintaining and sticking to our values within our district. So we can not only say those things, but then we can also show it. So I'm always happy to be part of those conversations when we can come to a win-win for everyone. So I just want to make sure I lift that up. I appreciate all the work that your team has been doing, and it took a whole community for this. We had our textbook adoption committee that has done lots and lots of work, and that came from many individuals within our community. It came from lots of conversations with with legal, and then all of the work that the rest of the staff does behind the scenes that we don't always see. So I just really appreciate all of that. And I also appreciate that the training and communication that goes to the administrators, that then goes to the classroom teachers and so forth, on how to use this, what to use, what's outside of the bounds and so forth. And that's really important for our community to see. Again, that's that transparency and that's that trust. So I just want to lift that up and say thank you.
All right, and that's all. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for your presentation. Moving on now to 7.2, update on Elevate Ed AZ Memo of Understanding with the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation Amendment and Addendum A. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Ricks, governing board members. I just have a very brief statement that I'm going to read, so if it's okay, I'll just do it from here, and then can certainly answer any questions that you all have. So this item is a follow-up to the action that the governing board took at the May 29th governing board meeting. The governing board unanimously approved 5-0 the revised Memorandum of Understanding with the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation to continue and expand Peoria Unified's partnership through the Elevate Ed AZ initiative. As part of that approval, as you'll remember, the governing board directed administration to include an addendum affirming that Elevate Ed AZ personnel will not promote or include DEI-related content and educational opportunities provided in partnership with the district. Following the meeting, that direction was communicated to Elevate Ed AZ leadership. They responded promptly and collaboratively, and we worked to provide a formal amendment, which you'll see attached to this item, designated as Amendment A, which reflects the agreed-upon language. Both the updated MOU and Amendment A have been signed by the respective parties, although I believe what's visible on this item is just my signature. And Azure, I'm looking to you. Have we received the signature from our Greater Phoenix friends yet, or?
Not last time I checked my inbox.
So it's pending signature, but we have written approval or at least agreement over an email exchange that I just wanted to reference. So certainly that can be provided to you as part of a Friday report. But again, just wanted to elevate that, no pun intended, this outcome maintains the integrity of the partnership, aligns with governing board expectations, and continues to advance meaningful college and career readiness opportunities for Peoria Unified students. And district leadership is available this evening to address any additional questions the governing board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. I didn't know if we could possibly pull it up on the screen so that the audience could see it as well. Sorry, meant to.
Certainly.
Okay.
And for
Thank you.
clarification, Addendum A is the last page of the document. It's not a separate.
See if we can maybe zoom in on that. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't. I'm just really looking forward to this and the opportunities it's going to bring to our additional high schools. So just really happy again that the board could work together and work with our legal to find a great solution. So thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Yep, just same thing. Want to say I'm grateful we were able to figure out a way forward. Obviously, we're looking at a bunch of new federal regulations and just really going over each and every one of these MOUs to ensure that we are completely in alignment and are able to provide the very best for our kids.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do a couple of things. I would like to see in a Friday report this document with them signing it. But in addition to that, who is going to be the one to follow up and make sure that they do what they say they're going to do?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, Governing Board, what I would elevate, again, is the ongoing partnership and requirements of the MOU include regular checkpoints. We are accountable both from a site and district administration perspective, so the ultimate authority can rest with the superintendent and then empower our team to continue to make sure that we are providing that direction and that feedback as needed. I think the other thing that falls into that is making sure that the Elevate Ed AZ representatives are also informed not just of what the expectation is, but making sure through those regular touch points that that those items are being addressed. And certainly the focus is on student access, opportunity, and all the good work that's happening there as well. So we'll continue to provide ongoing updates to that end and make sure that we're adhering to closely to these expectations.
And when you say updates, are you talking about updates within your staff and the board, or?
President Rooks, Ms. Bowles, certainly. I think there's a couple of different ways we can do that. I don't know that we've necessarily developed a cadence to share some of that information with you, but that could be something that we can talk more about, whether it's through Friday reports or a periodic update on the progress around some of these things. But in terms of the weekly meetings or monthly meetings at the site level, those are already built into the calendar and so forth.
Yeah, that would, in my opinion, that would be too much information on both ends.
Fair.
But in the beginning stages, I would like to see more, whatever that looks like. If that's a Friday report, that's fine. Because I think once we kind of move and evolve that direction, we probably won't need to look at it as close. But I kind of want to see, because I'll be honest, other people are watching, and I want to say, hey, this worked, this didn't work, this is what we did. I want to help other districts and other states for that matter. So that would be the reason why I would want that, not just for more information.
Certainly.
My God, we don't need more of that.
Thank you.
Clerk Tobin, any questions or comments?
No comment, thank you.
I only have one question with once it's signed by the CEO, is there going to be copies distributed to those sites and then to the employees through Elevate Ed?
President Rooks, we will be sure to communicate the relevant and updated information accordingly. So yes, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was the only question I had. If no further comments, we will move now on to 8, address consent agenda. 8.1, consider approval or recommend changes of consent agenda. Do any board members have any recommendations? I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes with the 5 yeas. Moving on now to 11, closing public comment. 11.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do not have any closing public comment. So moving on to 12, informational reports. 12.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, nothing to add to the report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 12.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. Good evening, President Brooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and community. Today marks the 22nd week of the legislative session, which has been in session for 150 days. The governor's office and legislative leadership have been meeting to negotiate a state budget that needs to be passed by June 30th, 2025. As part of the work that is currently taking place, there is discussion regarding a shortfall of approximately $200 million in funding for basic state aid that is currently being estimated by the Arizona Department of Education. The information ADE is sharing is that the state funding will ultimately be available. However, full funding may not be available for scheduled June payments. The state's fiscal year ends on June 30th, and a fiscal year 2026 budget must be passed to address the shortfall in the basic state aid payment. ADE has been in constant contact with the state legislators regarding the shortfall, and the department expects a supplemental appropriation will be made in the fiscal year 2026 budget. However, if a budget is not passed or a separate supplemental appropriation is not approved by June 13th, ADE will not have sufficient funds to make the full June payment to Arizona school districts. In this circumstance, ADE will make a partial payment to all districts and charters of approximately 60% of the regular monthly payment. Then, upon receiving the supplemental appropriation, ADE will process the remaining payment to all districts and charters. Peoria Unified is monitoring this evolving matter. The district has both M&O and capital budget balance carry-forwards from fiscal year 2024 that rolled into fiscal year 2025, as well as a $42 million line of credit with the Maricopa County Treasurer. At this time, it does not appear the potential funding delay will impact the district's fiscal year 2025 operations. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Myers. Moving on now to 12.3, report on requested future agenda items. That is available on the website for everybody. Moving on to 13, other business. 13.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
It's not really an agenda item, but I'd love to have some scheduled summer school visits if we can. I've done that before and it's been great. And I know we've talked about having, visiting our transportation department. Want to make sure we get the food services on there. And I did not give a plug for them, but they helped serve our food today and it was absolutely amazing. These are talented individuals. So I just wanted to give them a plug. But yeah, it was just those visits that if we could just do that, that'd be fantastic.
I will second that. All right, Ms. Proudfit, do you have any future requests?
I do not, because I was just looking at the list and we have many pages to get through, so.
All right.
As you keep ticking those off, I'm sure I'll have more to add.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. I want to have a future discussion, board discussion, around having, I don't remember who presented this, I'm trying to remember, but civic, I think Dr. Summers said we had Civics Matters group go to Washington. I'd like to see students in our district, government, maybe student council members take a seat up here and have, not, obviously they're not governing, but they obviously show an interest in government. Some avenue that we can share the seat up here so they can, you know, be in a boardroom. And I think that's a really good place to start if they ever go into that profession. But yeah, so I would like to see our district, and I would be more than happy to help with any of that. Maybe we start with the Civics Matter kids that went to Washington. I don't know, but I'm thinking more along the student, you know, government type kids or civics class, or, you know, just, I guess we put the word out there, and then again, I'd be more than willing to volunteer to help with some of that. But I'd like to see some of our students up here with us. And the other is, I don't know.
One second,
so sorry.
second. I'll second for you.
Motion, and you second.
Go ahead.
Sorry. We've been here a long time. The other one was, I brought this up, and I don't know if it was clear or we kind of dealt with some other issues, but I want to see a future agenda item discussion around, or just informational. Thomas Sims is our Director of Transportation here in Peoria, but he's also Director of Operations of a Southern Express transportation company, and I want to know how that can't be a conflict of interest first, so we don't get in trouble. Well, that's really the gist of it. I won't say a second. That would be where we would start, and that's all I have.
I will second that for you.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
I'm not sure if I need to ask for this again, if we just covered it in the study session, but from the presentation regarding the students in our district that don't currently attend Peoria Unified, if we can get a breakdown on the number in our zip codes that are ESA attendees, as well as the ones that we can track as far as charter, so we can get a better grasp on that data. Friday report.
Second one.
Can you even track that?
All right, I will second that for you. I just had, so if, I would like to request I think I brought it up today in the study session, policy on the media, this area of our school sites. What is allowable in that policy of what is updated on the school sites, Facebook pages, whatnot. So I just wanted to be able to look at that policy.
I will second.
Thank you. I would also like to, I know Ms. Ewing, you brought up tours, but if we could possibly look at touring the bus department before the school year starts. I don't know if that's available with their schedule, but just getting, because I know they asked for us to come out and tour, so I just want to make sure we see them.
I will second.
Thank you. And then just Ms. Area, I just want to make sure I set it in stone, but just the requesting the press release in partnership with Dr. Hernandez on the verbiage from the SAVIS curriculum. Okay. Just want to make sure you're nodding back there, so you've got it. Okay. I need a second. Yes.
I will second that.
Okay. And then what was the last one? I just left my brain. I think that was it, but I don't know. It might come in my head. Yes, Mrs. Ewing.
I don't know if I need to request this because it was brought up during the budget. The policy that you were recommending that we come forward with regards to that, is that something that needs to be added to this list, or will that be coming forward?
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, if you would like to request either additional information in a Friday report or an actual agenda item to start the work to discuss what that type of policy might be, a fund balance policy or a reserve policy related to the district's budget. Thank you.
Okay. I think then, I think that would be good, a Friday report to start, and then we can look towards having a study session or discussion on that conversation, so.
I will second that for you.
Thanks.
All right. If no further requests, we will move on now to 14 adjournment, 14.1 adjournment. I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to adjourn this
Say the time.
meeting at 23. Yes?
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by Ms. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. So board meeting adjourned at 7:23 PM. Thank you, everybody.